So, in that context, Raila Odinga was going to export to Addis Ababa, to the AU, and to the AUC, all the bad manners that he has learned and is perpetuating in Kenya. Point number three, the glorious, heroic Gen Zs of Kenya went to the streets in 2024, June 25th. Our revolutionary Gen Zs mobilized, organized, and opposed the Finance Bill 2024. They mobilized, they protested, they took over parliament, and they stopped Ruto in his tracks. Ruto was in the process of implementing the most punitive IMF-imposed conditions of taxation without representation, of taxation without benefit, of taxation without rights, of being turned slaves in your own country. And after that happened, and Ruto was just about to be removed from his legitimate perch at the State House, Raila Odinga went behind the Gen Z's backs and did a deal, an evil contract, an arrangement with the abductor and the chief mass murderer in East Africa, the most corrupt man in Africa, the second most corrupt man in the entire world, William Kipchirchir Ruto, stood in front of the entire world at the KICC and announced that he was going to support Ruto. He didn't care that Ruto had murdered hundreds of Gen Zs after the protest, during the protest, and in days after that has perpetrated a systematic abduction of young people, disappeared them, tortured them, and continues to kill many of them. Raila didn't care about that. Raila didn't care about the real grievance that led to the Gen Z revolution. The fact that the Gen Zs, more than 65% of them, highly qualified, young with a lot of energy and vision, are unemployed. And there are no reasonable prospects that they will get employment this year, next year, the year after, 10 years from now. That is not in the plan of these power barons, the bandits in Nairobi. And the Gen Zs could see that and said, look, we own the country. Kenya does not belong to William Ruto. Kenya belongs to 56, 60 million Kenyans, 65% of whom are Gen Zs or younger. These are the owners of the country. These are the people that the future belongs to, not the renegades, not the old people that have looted and are going to die in a few years anyway. But no, Raila did not stand with the Gen Zs. Raila did not stand with the future. Raila stood with his stomach. Raila stood with his greed. Raila stood with his conmanship and arrogance and said he was going to join Ruto in cracking down on the critics of the government. That's point number three. Having betrayed the Gen Zs in the face of a vicious crackdown, having betrayed the Gen Zs who had shed blood while campaigning for their rights, having betrayed the Gen Zs that were just about to lead and overhaul a complete transformation of the Kenyan rotten political system. Having betrayed the Gen Zs that were leading the revolution, Raila Odinga could not be elected in Addis Ababa, because that would be a bad betrayal for the entire Gen Zs in the African continent, which is probably 70% of the population of the African continent, billions of people. The African Union is supposed to be the body that symbolizes, that epitomizes the unity, even if it is rhetorical unity of the African continent, of the African people. And that unity is supposed to be unity of purpose. It's supposed to be unity of a vision for a freer, a more prosperous, a liberated African continent. It's supposed to be a unity of values or in values. Values of freedom, values of liberation, values of prosperity, values of love, values of everything good. It cannot be values of theft, values of looting, values of plutocracy, values of tyranny, values of barbarism, values of retrogression, values of primitivity, values of torture, values of abduction, which is what Ruto symbolizes in Africa today. Ruto is an existential threat to all the positive values that Pan-Africanists stand for. Raila Odinga is Ruto's chief facilitator in Kenya, in the African region. If you want to understand how Raila Odinga is so corrupt and a conman, look at even the way that he relates to the regional leaders of Africa. Take the DRC. Raila Odinga was supposed to be the greatest friend for Felix Tshisekedi, who is the president of DRC Congo. He wanted, and he was actually doing smuggling of Congo's minerals, gold, diamonds. Raila Odinga is a multi-billionaire, okay, in dollar terms, because of corruption, because of smuggling, because of money laundering, because of plutocracy that he has been engaging in. So he's a friend of Tshisekedi. Tshisekedi has visited him, even at home in Karen. But in the recent past, Raila Odinga has been supporting Kagame, who is being backed by the Western imperialists to destabilize Congo so that they can continue to loot Congo's minerals. So you can see that he doesn't care about friendship. He doesn't care about the fact that the Congolese have been suffering for the last 60 years. He doesn't care that the West don't really give a damn about Africa. Trump doesn't give a damn about Africa. And all the Western leaders don't give a damn about Africa. They care about how much they can extract from the African continent. In fact, if you listen to Trump recently, he said he wants South African whites, the Boers, the people who perpetrated apartheid for 100 years, the people who have looted 90% of the land in South Africa and the minerals, and who have never worked, who have treated black people like dogs, even worse than dogs. In fact, black people in South Africa are worse than domestic dogs in South Africa. The South African domestic dogs, the dogs in South Africa belonging to white people, are fed better, are housed better, are treated better, and are considered higher in terms.
Dementia is now becoming a new epidemic, according to the Mayo Clinic, where doctors have made a shocking discovery that changes everything we know about memory loss and mental decline.
In terms of hierarchy than the African black South African. Trump said he wants to give a free, although he's saying everybody should leave the United States who came to the United States illegally, the only group of people that he would allow, without even requiring them to apply for a visa, is a South African Boer, a South African white, which means that to Trump, black people are not human beings. Anybody other than white person is not a human being. And he said, white South Africans will be able to come to the United States without a requirement of a visa. But all the Africans that are in the United States who should be given a visa because they immigrated there, they're contributing to the economy of the United States. And by the way, 90% of the people working jobs that are building and have built the economy of the United States are people of color, Africans. The United States became rich because of slave labor, African slave labor, free labor. Slavery built South Africa, built the United States. The skyscrapers you see in New York, Los Angeles, okay, that you see in Chicago and some major US cities, these were constructed by Africans without payment. They did it without remuneration. They did it while living in conditions worse than conditions of a pig. Trump's father and grandfather, great-grandfather, came to the United States illegally. They came out of European prisons and were given two options. You either stay in Europe in jail or you go to the Americas. And that's the only freedom you can get. They opted to sail to the Americas. This land, North America, does not belong to white people. It belongs to indigenous Indians, the so-called First Nations. So don't buy this BS of Musk and Trump that somehow they own North America. They don't. They don't have more rights to North America than Africans. So if they can claim North America, Africans have the right to claim North America because they built it, okay, with their blood. So I was talking about South Africa and Kenya's position vis-a-vis South African liberation and freedom. During the struggle for apartheid, Kenya supported the white supremacist apartheid system in South Africa. Kenya did not contribute 1 cent towards the South African struggle. Kenya gave refuge to South African Boers, the whites who are oppressing South African blacks in South Africa. Kenya did not join Tanzania to train, to give logistical and material support and military support like the frontline nations, countries like Zambia, Zimbabwe, and after Mozambique became independent, Mozambique, than South Africa. And South Africans who are calling you Makwere are just as illiterate and retrogressive like Raila Odinga or William Ruto, because they also do not like other Africans. They prefer white people and Indians. Look at the deals, the scandals that they're perpetrating in Kenya. Who is it that they're doing it with? Adani. Adani is not an African. He's not a South African. He's an Indian. Jayesh, that's not an African. That's not a South African. Another Indian, and many others. To them, Kenya is just a ground, a fertile ground for exploitation. And where are they taking all the money that they have stolen from us? Dubai. The United Arab so-called Republic or whatever it is kingdom. These people who, even as we speak, are supporting Trump's plan of ethnically cleansing the Palestinians from Palestine and taking them out so that Trump and them, the billionaires, can build a Riviera on Palestinian land so that they can make billions. They're not even satisfied with the one they have stolen. So in other words, Raila Odinga represents the worst of the worst in the entire world, the scum of the earth. So what does this defeat mean? And why am I happy about his defeat? Raila Odinga's defeat means money cannot buy you everything. That's number one. Okay? And we must underline this. Okay? Real power does not come from money. The first thing is this, the brain. Essentially, I've been able to defeat Raila Odinga, and I don't have the billions. I don't have the platforms they have. I don't have the power they have. But I have this, which they cannot take away from me. I've been posting, I've been lobbying, I've been deconstructing, I've been exposing Raila Odinga 24/7. I've written to all the presidents of Africa.
Sona melala Nyakeiro.
Nalala namna gani? Niko busy, siwezi lala. Habari yenu bwana?
Hatuko sawa.
Hiyo ni kitangulizi. There is a reason I put that. There are some contents that are very good. Yeah. Although there are others that they don't really. Otherwise, how is everybody? Welcome to Talk and Act, our good channel where we will call it as it is and celebrate with those who celebrate what is worth celebrating, and then mourn with those who are mourning with us at the sinking of our country, Kenya. My name is Stone PK. Welcome, Bwana Keep Real, Nyakairo, karibu sana. Bwana Njiru, nimekuona ukatoroka. Sijui umetoroka kwa nini. You are most welcome. And then those of us who are already on the other side here, Njiru is on the comment and he's coming soon. Okay, good. Julia also, we are fine. Karibu sana. Today kuna mambo motomoto, and part of mambo motomoto in our country is that ng'ombe amekwenda wapi kunaitwa Tenzi na Omo, alafu sasa amerejea Ngamani, kilio na majonzi, alafu upande mwingine ni furaha, jubilation, mbwembwe zile mimi sijawahi kuona duniani. I've seen what I've never seen, you know. Someone being celebrated for failing, you know. Yani watu wana celebrate for failing. Wanasema thank you. It's like when you hear someone is dead and then you hold a disco and you're out there partying. Kenya is more of jubilation than mourning. This is unbelievable. And for me, this goes very far off. I mean, it is really explains so much and painfully the situation in our country. It is painful when we see that people are celebrating when one of our own does not capture competition that he had gone for. I mean, it is. I don't know whether I'm the one who is seeing it in that extreme, but I believe what I've seen, what I've heard people talk, wide and right, all over the country, that thank you, God, for doing this. And the reason they are giving, most of the reasons are 98% the same, apart from 1 or 2% or 3% that is thinking that God has answered their prayer, that Raila is going to save them in Kenya. This is unbelievable. So anyway, we say people have different opinions, people have different look of things. What do we think at Talk and Act television, Talk and Act channel? I want us to look at big shame for Kenya. Raila is offered to join Ruto, to wipe his tears, while politicians blame Ruto. That is, the opposition politicians are blaming Ruto heavily for the failure. And then Pwani kunasemekana kuna kitu. Pwani kuna kitu kina simmering. There is something coming. Nasikia kuna mambo yanatoka upande wa Pwani. Tutangojea mwenzetu msimamo atatupasha habari. Sisemi kitu. Julia, karibu sana. And yes, that is what we are looking at today. I spend most of the time trying to understand what is this indication by Kenyans. I think Kenya yetu ni nchi ya ajabu. Kenya yetu ni nchi ya ajabu. Tuungane sote pamoja tuwe na Those of us who are old enough know that song very well. Kenya yetu ni nchi ya ajabu. Julia, keep. Do you want to go fast or ladies first? Salimieni watu na
Julia,
rolling. Wale wako kwa comment section wote, asante Mware. Kuna Mware hapo, karibu sana Mware. Kuna Janet Mwangi, karibu sana. Karibuni haraka haraka tuchambue na tuweze kuyazungumza haya ambayo tumeyasikiza hata kwa Miguna. For me, I always say, nasikiza content kwanza bila bias. There is a lot of indicators that Miguna has mentioned in that clip. Unbelievable. Karibuni.
Julia is my big sister na anakuanga bully. So acha aende kwanza. She's a bully.
Nani?
Julia.
Julia, umesikia hiyo maneno? Kwani ulinyima ulifungia nani keep gate asiingie mlima?
Hapa hajafunga.
Come in basi. Haya, let it fast basi.
Mnanisikia? Sijui kama nimetoka, yangu inatoroka. Mnanisikia?
Nakusikia.
We can hear you. Na Nyakairo arudi bana, my other big sister.
Nyakairo ni wetu.
Sawa. Skip na kusalimia, naona umekaa ngangari. Na niko na swali kwako. Wacha nisalimie watu kwanza. Janet Mwangi, Maura, Njiru, I thought it was your show. It's good to see you. Na PK na nafurahi kuwaona. Mimi nitauliza tu swali mnijibu. Kwani Raila Odinga hajaland Kenya? How far is Ethiopia from Kenya?
Julia, kama ni wewe ungeland Kenya saa hii. Assuming you are Raila.
His wife is waiting for him.
Oh my God. Poor madam. The way I respect her to some extent.
Ama pengine walikuwa pamoja, wanaweza enda happy. Yeah, if they were together, my advice is fly somewhere to Seychelles or somewhere to Hawaii. No, Hawaii kuna baridi. Find a place that is warm right now and enjoy yourself and then come back when things zimetulia. Hii story ati watu wanaanza kusema ati wanaenda airport. Hata nimesikia watu wakisema kuna wenye wanatafutiwa mabasi. Hey, what is wrong with Kenyans? So I didn't know Raila hajafika. Nimeshangaa. Nimeshangaa sana. Nilikuwa nafikiria alishafika and he's done the whole nonsense ya AU na kila kitu. Sijui Kip, kama ingelikuwa wewe ungefanya Kip, chukulia hapo, ungefanya nini?
Oh, for me, I would have been taking my seat as AAC chairman. I think by now I'd have won because Ruto would not be involved. And actually, I would have let my younger brother Uhuru take it. So I would have come to celebrate Uhuru's win, not my win, because hiyo ni kiti ndogo sana, ni kiti ya kuretire. So singekuwa hapo, ningekuwa nakuja kucelebrate Uhuru's win. Because I think that seat was supposed to be for Uhuru. Let's be honest. So for
But
me,
Ruto would still have messed it, Kip. Ruto would still have messed it.
at least no, unajua Uhuru anakuanga na, it's a very quiet. Have you noticed how Uhuru does things quietly? I don't think Uhuru would be running around the country, the world. You rarely see him, eh? And when you see him, he has achieved something when it comes to international issues. He comes after the fact when things have cooled down or settled down or whatever it is. It's not, it is after the fact. So I don't even, because he's also a wealthy man, eh? Angekuwa naitisha pesa ya kwenda campaign, he will not need Nani's Ruto's influence. And by the way, mambo ingine ya DRC, I think Uhuru would have jumped in very quickly. Angekimbia huko by himself without even Uhuru, without Ruto, and had sorted it out by himself as the capacity of a former president campaigning for the AUC seat. There's a lot of leeway. So ungeona huyu mchinga mwingine anaongea na Macron, but then at least Uhuru would be cooling down things because they respect him there. Angesema, I don't know what that guy is doing, but sisi tuongea hapa juu ya DRC, let us keep things down. So I think there's a lot of miscalculated things that Raila did, and several of them is being led like a donkey, similar to what we did with the elections. When we had the elections and were supporting him, he was being led like a donkey by the likes of Junet Mohammed. Rather than listening to his chief campaign guy, Lipema agents, I know it's not the right thing to say, but that is what we do in Kenya. You get agents to protect your vote. I know it's not something you want to hear, but that is what you needed to. Angelipa wase wachunge kura yake. Watu huyu mtu tu anasikianga kina Junet anamwagia pesa na Joho na wanaitwa flying team and does not even look at the money. Ruto on the other hand looks at it. So if it was Uhuru angekuwa ameshashinda. If I had lost, the first thing I would do is actually tell them, tafadhali msikuje. I need some time. I would have even announced I need some time off when I'm in Ethiopia. So, I'm going for what do you call it? I'm going for a break. He did that before. End of break. You don't need a welcoming. Actually, before these idiots start announcing a welcoming, you tell them, wacha mimi. They will understand. Even your supporters will understand. Enda tu zako. Why come into the country? Because I already thought he snuck into the country. Kumbe there's still an idiot who is extending his stay in Addis Ababa badala ya kukaa nyumbani. You've never heard of Obama, Biden, Trump, or any other president in that order staying in a foreign country more than 24 hours. Hiyo ni aibu kubwa sana, unakaa kwa nchi ya wenyewe. And is a Kalenjin by this. The way Stone pekee usamango analeta ukalenjin. Hawezi kaa nje, mkale hawezi kaa nje. You know Kalenjin, Stone pekee, you know Kalenjin man. Ushaona mkale anakaa kwa nyumba ya jirani, hata kwanza kukaa kwa nyumba ya jirani ni ngumu sana. It's very difficult for a
Kwani boss
Kalenjin to stay in
hajaingia?
somebody's house.
Let me
Nani?
ask you, hata Kasongo hajarudi.
Hajarudi, sijui anafanya dinner huko. He's supposed to, by the way, he's done a conference, sijui some stupid conference. Hajakuja Kenya. Huyu mtu hajafika. Kasongo tu is a flying toilet, like I always say. He's just Maibu tu kwa maibu, kwa maibu, kwa maibu, kwa maibu, kwa maibu. We just keep getting embarrassed more and more by the behaviors of this man. I was trying to explain to Kenya Revolutionary that this guy is so much. If you see the images from the day he did that live stream, with the leaders of Africa. Unakumbuka sasa alikuwa ameweka kwa TV, alafu akaweka photo up ya our live screen. He had so many what do you mean? I mean, so many screens, not knowing even those presidents themselves are, some of them are semi-literate. Let's just have facts here. They are dictators. Walikuwa na screen moja ya laptop peke yake. Huyu ameweka TV kubwa sana, anaonekana ni amechea something big, akaweka kwa Twitter. Then just imagine when Trump is coming to G4 or Biden or somebody like that, what usually happens? Kuna kwanga na viti mbili, 2 seats. And then what happens is each president comes, wanamsalamia, wanakaa, wanaongea kidogo, inakuwa media, alafu another president comes, wanasalamiana hivyo, alafu mwingine anakuja, and it's very scheduled. It's very 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 deliberate, but they've been doing this as a tradition. Kasonga akajaribu hivyo, akapatiwa two leaders, the young man from Senegal peke yake, au wengine wakamuignore, the other one was a minister, akashake mkono, akakaa hivi, there's nothing they are talking about. You can see he was trying to choreograph a lot of what he saw on TV by Americans, but it's not working. The choreography of him going with his bridesmaid, who was Raila Amolo Odinga, to the same limousine, you can see this was all Kasonko's imaginary vision that he is the ruler of Africa, he is the strongest leader in Africa. Yet that does not happen. Those are things where these people are chasing to find out from you, what can I do to excel like your country? That's why people go to US. How can we be like you? Can we negotiate in such a way that I can get advantage towards how we can trade tumoja? Najua kuna hii kitu tunaenda kuongea, lakini tuongee hapa kiubeshte kwanza. Then we can go and I can go talk to my... But no, this guy is just about photo ops. It's all about photo ops. Ruto does not understand some of these photo ops are not, it's after something serious has been done. I don't like Uhuru, but I like how Uhuru used to present himself. Ile siku utaona Uhuru kwa picha, amefanya kitu. He has done something and it's very deliberate. It is for a purpose and there's something that has been achieved, or there's a message he's trying to portray when that picture is being made. Ni kama alifundishwa akiwa huko US na pia baba yake. This other guy is a villager that has watched so many movies. He's watched news and things. That is how life is. He's just a true villager. I'm telling you, Kasongo is a true villager. Ameenda kupika picha huko Kilgoris, bali hata ameenda huko once only. He's going to take pictures there just to look like he lives in a palace, yet we're in a starving country. This man, nakwambia sasa, people think, again, you saw what I was saying in the show in the last weekend, vile nilikuwa nasema, what are we predicting as it's coming? Vitu zikikuja sahi. What I'm predicting is going to happen is, watu wengine wanasema kuna sijui cheo ya prime minister, wacha hii super siasa ya nani Mudavadi. Kuna prime minister from 2025 all the way to 2027, Ruto, Raila atapatiwa kitu. That is speculation. I know it's slightly far-fetched, but it is more than the latter. The next thing that is going to happen is, hii kitu ya, you remember when there was a reason why Kalonzo, Kioni, all these people did not come and stand in solidarity with ODM going to chase this majority things stuff. They know that there's something cooking. ODM wataenda kukata hiyo serikali nusu kabisa, itakatwa. Wamepatiwa CS4. There is going to be more than that. Wataenda kugawa mpaka nini, parastatals, watagawa kila kitu kunyamazisha huyo mzee, so that in future Gladys Wanga atapatiwa kitu, mzee atapatiwa kitu, Ruto atapatiwa kitu, and then we'll move on as Kenyans as if nothing happened. Raila is about to sell us to the dogs. Hii watu wanaongojea watu wa ODM still thinking that ODM ni party inakuja kutusaidia. You're going to have a rude shock in the next few months. Ukisikia vile ameongea hapo tu Addis Ababa, unajua this is a man that has already sold his soul to Ruto. Ameshauza. The negotiations that had happened ni ile, nimekusaidia kila kitu mzee, nimekusaidia usini amepatiwa pesa, amefanyiwa kila kitu. You can see Raila is such an idiot that he can, Raila does not even know how to betray. That's the worst thing. Ajui. Inakuanga last minute. Na ni mzee, again, you guys gotta remember this. Alikuja hapa akakoniwa na mzee mwingine anaitwa sijui Abasanja. Akuja, he was come to whisper. I was acha hii kitu. Ruto, don't worry, I'll deal with this old man. Akuja akadanganywa hapo. Na con man tu kama yeye to the another useless leader. What has he done for Nigeria that we respect him like that? Nigeria is in the dogs because of somebody like that. Alafu anakuja hapa kutuambia ati chukua Raila aende akafanya hivyo. Ndio akuja akachafua vitu. Even without the AUC job, by the Julia, without the AUC job, the script had already been written. This NADCO thing had already started. So it is continuous. NADCO report was supposed to be implemented from January this year onwards. Walikuwa wameenda kuongea huko, mnasema mlikuwa mnakataa BBI. Boss, we have to do the BBI thing because my friends, every time I go negotiate with my friends, they feel like I've cut them down. I want all of them to be satisfied this time, kwa sababu kila saa naenda kufanya handshake wanafikiria naenda peke yangu. Wacha tuongee vizuri. Nilijaribu na BBI ilikataa. Sasa nikaongea na Raila na Uhuru, hiyo ndio tulikuwa tunafaa kufanya. Marafiki yangu kama Wetangula, marafiki yangu kama DVD. You can't even see him talking to my DVD. These are people who stole the elections from him. Nikuulize, nje hiyo ni gwana ama kichwa yao mzee ni mzuri? Ati siasa usiweke kwa roho. Siasa gani? Siasa is not, people think siasa is a game. Siasa is not a game. I take politics seriously. And when I look at politics, I don't look at it about wins and losses. I look at gains for the people, gains for the country. Yeah? That is why when you look at Americans saying, oh, I hand over, I accept defeat, because you know that that is what the people chose and it's for the betterment of the people. Hata kama mpendi Trump. That is what the people wanted. And it's the win for the country because democracy won. Hold on, Calvin anasema keep your young to keep calling those old men names. What are you doing about Kenya situation complaining? Yes, the old people have destroyed our country. And I'll keep calling those old people idiots. Wametusaidia na nini tangu independence? And they were young then. They were young like me then and they've done nothing. They've done nothing. For 40 years, this man has harassed us. Alikuwa a young man when I was a baby. Amefanya nini? Amefanya nini? This old, when the Gen Zs, gocha, kirekta, ile siku Gen Z wanaenda kupiga kelele, unasikia wazee wa Isiolo wanakuja kutokeleza. Wazee, gocha, wait, I'm cooking here. Wazee wa Isiolo wanakuja kusema hapo, wanalambishwa pesa kidogo. Ila siku kuna kuanga na furugu huku Embu na Meru, wazee wa Meru wanakuja kusema nini? Hii wazee wa Meru wanakuja kuharibu mambo kazi vijana wanasema, wanakuja kusema ati Kiraitu siasa aende kuomba msamaha kwa Ruto. Wazee tena. Ile siku Gen Z wanaenda protest huko Eldoret, kuna wazee wanatokea hapo ya Wakalenjin wanakuja na viboko. So nyinyi wazee wote ni wajinga, mnaharibu nchi na hiyo uzeenu, na mkae na hiyo uzeenu, mnafaa kukaa nyumbani. You're the ones who are ruining the country.
Utakuwa cast.
Sorry?
Utakuwa cast.
Let me be cast. I'm already cast because of them.
Calvis anakuleta, anasema that you are young doing nothing. I don't know how he knows you are doing nothing. I don't know. You know, sorry, keep to interject a little bit. I don't know when I see people writing, wanaitwa keyboard warriors, when they keep saying people are doing nothing, they know you. Wanakujua, you know, physically what your involvement is in this struggle. Do they know? Ama ni kuropokwa tu. That is something I've always wondered.
I am part of the People Liberation Party's neck.
You have to tell them. Do you have to announce what you do, what you are doing? I mean, hawa ni ma-DCI wengine ni manini ma-psycho. Somebody doesn't know you, amekuona kwa channel, then anaanza kuuliza what are you doing? You expect people to really come here and start saying what they are doing in this struggle? My friend, read your history. Go back, read, man. Kenyans are so illiterate these days. Huh? Go read, see how the struggle for what we are today, what we call Kenya, how people struggle. Go read, see things. If you are too young, just start reading things of even as late as 70s. Utaona how people struggled. There are people who did different, variety of strategies, and that's how it's done. But if you are too young, maybe. Endelea keep. But I just get, I wonder when somebody asks you, wewe unafanya nini? What are we doing right now? It's something, my friend. Endelea keep.
Yeah, he's just, I know what he does. I know what Kelvin does. Ndio utajua sisi ni nani. Kelvin, I already know what you're doing right now. I know your profession. You work for pharmaceutical, he works for Acumen Fund. Yeah. Ndio utajua mimi ni nani. Yeah. You work for a pharmaceutical company and I can see you are a young man, not even old. Kwenda huko. Nafikiria hapa nakuja hapa kudanganya hapa ni mzee. Yeah, I know what you're working. You're working for a fund. You're one of the wash people in this country. Coming with your real name. Unafikiria sisi ni nani? We are fingerprinters here. We know who you are. Ndio mtajua uchezei watu wengine hapa.
Karibu Eli. Keep endelea. Don't lose your nini.
I'm not losing it. Me, I've just come to say. I've just come to say that Raila is coming to sell our country to the dogs. Nilikuwa naonanga Miguna kama mjinga sana. I used to look at Miguna and I used to think he's jealous. He's done all these things. And the more I think about it and the more he spills these beans when he's been close to Raila Amolo Odinga, nimekuja kugundua ni ukweli. When I see what he has, Raila amefinya watu wa DRC kama mbuzi. Amewafinya. He's the king, he's the lord of minerals in Africa. Ukitaka kufanya ile vile Patni alikuwa anafanya na gold, Kamlesh Patni alikuwa anafanya na gold, that is what Raila is doing with minerals in DRC. That is why he's a billionaire. I believe Miguna, niliambiwa na mtu siku moja, don't underestimate that old man. That old man holds billions. Then he can come and tell us, I'm only worth 1 point. Yeah, nilikuwa nishakushika Kelvin. You already know what you are. When he says that he has, I only have 1.3 billion. Na sisi tuko na hii peni yetu mbili kidogo hapa. We're not holding any public funds. He needs to retire. He's 80 bloody years old and his brother is almost toothless hapa. Bado anakimbilia kiti ya ndogo hivyo. It's time to retire. Both brothers are spoiled brats of Jaramogi Odinga. Hawa hawajawahi wamepatiwa. Hawa ni watoto wa Sellerak, wote ni watoto wa Sellerak. They have never ever worked hard in their lives. Raila tu ni ile tu alifungwa. The only time I actually believed he did something for Kenya ni ile siku alifungwa peke yake. Then after that it just went all downhill. I just knew baba anajuanga mtoto yake kabisa. That's what I always say. A father knows his child. Jaramogi Odinga knew his son is a demon. Na unajua ile urogi unasema hapo Kelvins, hiyo urogi alipewa na baba yake. Yeye si mrogi, yeye alirogwa. So this thing, and I'll keep saying it every day until it gets into the heads of Kenyans. Hakuna siku Raila ameenda kwa nini ya Gen Z yenye ameuliwa. Hakuna siku Raila ameenda kwa funeral ya Gen Z. Hakuna siku Raila ameenda kwa, when we were going to Rex, tukienda tukishika hizo when you're holding up those candles, there was no time we saw the so-called Baba wa Taifa. That's why I don't call him Baba. I never saw him coming to say pole to Rex or to come and see the families of Rex. I never saw him when we were doing Mandamano as Azimio. I never saw Raila coming to one of those funerals. After Moja, he doesn't have to come to all. Pick one. Because we have over 200 people, estimated 200 people that have gone missing since the Azimio marches. That's estimate, because kuna wale wa report, there are those who are so scared to go say that they've lost loved ones. Watu wameuliwa, watu wamekufa, lakini bado huyu mtu anakimbilia ile kitu inaitwa AUC. Why the AUC is meant for small countries. It is not meant for big countries. Kenya is a giant. That is why Djibouti deserves it. Unakimbilia kitu ndogo ndogo kama hii, kama nyinyi nani wa Kenya? Na hiyo aibu yote mnaenda mnajazana ndege huko flaunting your wealth. By the way, that is our wealth. That is when other countries can see actually Kenya is wealthy. Going to front all the connection. Oh, we have money. Yes. You see how much we are squeezing our population. Nyinyi hamjui. Sisi ndio tunajua kuiba hapa. Si kama nyinyi. So you guys, the ones who are expecting Raila to, I'll tell you, I was celebrating Raila's loss, not because I want him to come to Kenya to come and help. Mimi nataka aende Bondo. Aende Bondo. Atumsahau, like it was said in other channels. Aende andike hiyo memoir yake. Andike memoir. I was hearing from that channel. Andike memoir, andike andike kitabu. Tufurahie tu, tuone alifanya kazi gani. Give us history of his family. Let's write a biography and go sit down and take care of your grandchildren. Lakini wachana na sisi, because I know what you're coming to do. That mimi nilikuwa nataka aende akaendange. My celebration was, wewe ulituumiza, I'm happy you lost it, but I was not expecting, people are coming back to say, oh, Raila akuja, kuna kazi akuje, kuna kazi anafaa kukuja kufanya. Akuje kufanya kazi gani? Kazi ya kuuza wananchi, kuuza damu ya wananchi. That is the work he wants to come and do. Kenyans, you have to be serious. Raila is not some kind of God. It's not God. And we should stop worshipping him. We should stop seeing him some kind of mtu mzee kama huyo. Sasa anatutishia nini? Who the hell does he think he is? And I think he's going senile. Natuambi, the man is going senile. He cannot articulate proper needs of Kenyans. And before I explode, wacha Julia ingie. The next time Calvin's Kirata.
Kabla Julia.
I'm anonymous. There are some of us who know how to do these things.
Don't announce bana. We kitu naona mwaga mtama kwenye kuku wengi brasa. Finyia hapo. Haya basi, Eli karibu bro. Alafu Julia na kipu mshikilie kidogo na transit. Haya Eli.
Asante ndugu yangu. Keep, sometimes you confuse me. You
Akichemka na ukitaka kujua siri chemsha kipu, utajua siri zote.
Hey, hata sisi tulikuwa na shida na Mr. Odinga, lakini mimi sijawahi kuona mtu ambaye ampendi kabisa, mpaka nasema sijui alirogwa na baba yake. Mtu msomi kama wewe kitu ukisema hivyo, hata mimi nashangaa bwana. Hii kitu ya sijui ati mtu amerogwa.
That derogative. I say that with a derogative term. I don't believe it.
Okay. Anyway, asanteni sana. Hii kitu ya AU vile niliongea hapo awali kwa ile channel nyingine, I think I picked up something which was quite shocking actually in AU digital handles, Facebook and all different handles, and the majority of the commentators, all coming from different African countries, Um, and I was reading comments, many comments. They were very, very disappointed with the results of that AU vote. But they were mainly talking about sijui hii AU ni kama Arab League sijui nini, ni Waarabu alafu ni Waislamu alafu hiyo kitu ya Francophone. But yes, I agree with your comments, Kip, at this AU is just a club of dictators, you know. It has never reformed. Every time they're trying to say ati wata reform, they don't. In fact, they get worse. And the majority of our citizens in Africa don't even know there's such a thing called AU. If AU is able to do something tremendous which can shake Africa, then people of Africa will know that there is such a thing called AU. You know yourself how the European Union is well known by the citizens of Europe. Some call it a scam, others is tube Europe.
Hold on just 1 second, Ellie. You've just got a good point there. What is the purpose of the AU compared to the
Purpose
AU?
of the Africa Union?
No, EU versus the AU.
No. I was just giving a comparison about how citizens.
No, but there's a reason for that. There's a reason about AU and EU. The EU is an economic bloc that actually creates laws and regulations within trading, meaning it benefits the European member states. Yani, when they're negotiating for trade treaties amongst countries, they come as a bloc, meaning they become stronger. What does the AU do? It's just garbage. There's nothing. Hatuna benefit ya kuwa kwa AU.
I think AU was trying to copy paste, you know, especially after the 1990s, gearing up to 2002, what the European Union is doing, but it didn't work. It was just an outfit to create jobs. So to answer your question, I don't really know what the AU does, honestly, because even after Brexit in the UK and the rest of Europe, you can pinpoint this is what is happening. Lakini yetu ya AU ni ngumu kujua ati you know, wame intervene Congo na kitu gani wamefanya that is so substantive that you can say within the last 5 months this is what the AU did and it worked. And so I find that a very, very huge problem. And then even when they were doing this so-called voting, you can just see how the continent is so divided. So the more you speak about Pan-Africanism agenda, the more it is difficult to achieve, even at the diplomatic level. It's so difficult. Even what confuses me more is this issue of Congo. Now, if we think that maybe Tshisekedi, who is Raila's friend, Tshisekedi is very angry with Kenya, and Kagame is absolutely mad at Kenya. So you want to ask yourself, what kind of diplomacy played out there towards Kenya during this so-called vote? If one of these countries is supposed to be supporting Kenya, which is the Congo, but they are mad at Kenya at the moment.
Ellie, you don't know why?
No. I'm just giving a basic.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm not saying mine is not an informed opinion. I'm just it's so contradicting. You know what is happening there. And also, I was thinking the other day that why did the old East African community expand? Why? Why didn't we just have the way we were, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania? Alafu tukaleta hao wengine. I don't even understand. Even Kagame himself doesn't know what East African community is. He said it the other day. So I think this vote that happened in Ethiopia is a blessing in disguise. It might then mean that geopolitical dynamics or issues are addressed properly. But what I always find difficult in all this is the fact that mtu wa kawaida kule Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, sijui wapi, all these countries, the ordinary citizen does not play anything a part in what is happening in these organizations. So it was laughable to see they brought some guys who speak at Jacaranda and all that to attend Raila Odinga's defeat, at the AU. It was laughable. I actually laughed, because I was in stitches. I could not believe it. And I'm sure those countries in Ethiopia that attended, they must have thought these Kenyans are crazy. They've actually packed airplanes to bring people to either celebrate or cry, But also it reminded me of the events at The Hague when Uhuru and Ruto's supporters, politicians and all, they were ferried by the government to attend The Hague, even though they couldn't even sit inside the courtroom, There's something that we really need to change, a culture change that probably is only the youth who will be able to do this. But I don't know how this is going to happen. It's difficult to know how Kenyans are going to do this, without spilling blood. I really don't know. But something has to give in so that we see a clear direction. Yeah. I've been suggesting, for example, I find that one of our major problems is the trade union movement. Because if these trade unions were led by strong leaders who can say, down your tools, half of the week, nakwambia, Ruto and his gang, they will be finished. Even the people, the so-called opposition, wow, ambao wako na yeye wakora kama hao, they will be gone. But so I'm thinking that if we have a situation where powerful, believable people in the trade union movement take over from the likes of Atwoli, I think this, to me, this is the clear, peaceful thing that can happen, because ile ya storm parliament walisha shoot vijana wetu sijui nini, alafu people are scared. But this one could be an option, It's being discussed, but people are afraid of. Imagine people are afraid of Atwoli. They are afraid of Atwoli. I mean members of in the trade union movement. Atwoli still has, I think, until end of 2026 his term expires, but he can still be unseated. All I'm saying is, if we had such a powerful movement where people are free thinkers and they can say that's enough. That's enough. Even something like vile watu wameenda huko Ethiopia juzi, hiyo trade union movement inasema there's a problem here. Let's stop this nonsense. We don't have this. Because what? The trade union movement was captured way back. And it just needs to be neutralized. And I think this would be probably a chance for us in Kenya to change what is happening at the moment. Thank you. Mumetembea, mumeenda wapi?
Hapana, tunakusikiza. Sijui ni nini imeenda, something went funny.
So, what do you think about that issue of trade unions, Tony? Because we are trying everything and it doesn't seem to work. What are we doing wrong? What are we doing wrong, honestly?
Yeah, Ellie, that dimension is it's and I love it. I love it because, you know, even looking at the previous revolutions, previous uprisings, actually the percentage of those that have risen from the labor movement, I think they are little, either they are higher or they are equal. We've had labor movement that actually, in fact, the real sense is that most of them, even that's how they build, by the way. Then, of course, they take different dimensions. You know, come to think of it, because you begin with the big mass, and that mass is the labor. You know, when now people say imetosha, those who are providing the services, I think that is really a thing. But I'm shocked that people fear Ruto. I mean, this mzee wa machain.
Wanamuogopa kabisa. You know that guy is even given state security. You know that?
Yeah, but you know what he has done? Because what he has done, all the guys you see in major trade unions are his cronies. Okay? Just like what village yetu imefanyika. You know, until of late, I don't want to reveal that. Until of late is when I was given the insight about our jeshi. You know, why people are saying they can, I mean, why they are not even able to even stop Ruto from going haywire and all that. It is a very sad state of affair. Okay, so we have no hope in them, and we are not saying that we have bloodshed or anything. We've had change of governments without bloodshed. And in fact, when people talk about Kenya imegawanyika, that's a lie, Eli. You and I know Kenya imegawanyika wapi, just because there are those people who are saying at higher level who are not in Ruto government. Yeah, Mwananchi doesn't care. In fact, if today we are told to go to the polls, people watakuwa shocked, but we cannot be allowed to do that. So those who say Kenya imegawanyika is about Ruto not being, I mean, Raila not being the president and Ruto being the president. The two, those are Makatels. They are the ones who talk, oh, you know, we need peace. Like if you are asked today, this peace they are talking about, where is the absence of peace in Kenya? We are given irrelevant things, just like you've said, the AU, mwananchi wa kawaida, hata I feel, you know, because I mean, even AU, East Africa, whatever, because it's supposed to do some things that are so sentimental to mwananchi wa kawaida, like what we've just said about EU. That is key, you know, movement of labor without, you know, oh, ukienda Tanzania sijui work permit, Tanzania akija Kenya, oh, umekuja kivipi? I mean, if we can have that free market, because if they are criminals, each country has security systems that will mitigate. Huwezi kuwa ati criminal Kenya alafu uende ati ujifiche Uganda na uendelee na business ya criminology. No. If you go to Uganda, you'll definitely go underwater and you stop being a criminal, because ukianza ucriminal utashikwa. So for me, I don't see any danger when, if we talk of East Africa, then we do like what Kagame has done. In fact, Kagame is the one who has practiced East African to the tenet. Hata kama anasema ajui, why he was mad and said ajui vile wanafanya is because when it comes to DRC, even Uhuru himself, they are playing stupid because they are thieves, they are cartels. They are the ones who are supporting hiyo wizi inaendelea huko, the raping of that country. Don't want to tell me that peace cannot be found in DRC. All those guys, M23. I mean, Ellie, I'm sure you've worked around. Me, I've been in conflict, whatever. That's the area I've really dealt with so much. We've sorted out serious conflict. Which conflict on earth can't be sorted unless one of the party, various parties, are thieves? Yeah, like what that DRC, there is insincerity. It is simple. Address the core thing. Weka hiyo maneno ya Minro hapa, weka maneno ya wale watu wanaiba, and then agree. But can anybody do that? So basically, when we talk of labor now, they can now stall and chase Ruto away. Yani wakirise what all the labor unions zikirise na ziseme, because all what is happening is directly affecting them. Hakuna kitu inafanyika ambayo iaffect mwananchi wa kawaida, ndio labor. So if it is taxes, ni nyinyi na mmenyamaza kama kuku anataga mayai. So how do we do that? So if wewe unaogopa Atuoli ndio hapo ananenepa, kazi yake ni kukula mali ya watu na kukata deals. All right? So in fact Atuoli should be overthrown because he's not mtetezi ya wafanyikazi. He's something else. Watetezi wa wafanyikazi tunawajua, akina Ambrose Andongo, akina nani. We know those guys who really did what it meant to be a leader of the labor movement. Akina Ambrose walikuwa akikohoa Moi alali, Moi anaenda hospitali. Okay? Because akisema in 10 days this will happen, ina happen. All right? So Eli, that's a very good point, and I wish people would shed off that jacket of fear. Kuogopa huyu nani anaitwa nani? Atuoli, you know, and then people come out. When I was growing up, the most feared strike, Eli, and akina Kip na Julia, the most feared strike in Kenya ilikuwa ya watu walikuwa wanaitwa Nairobi City Council Workers under the Kenya Local Government Workers Union. That union ilikuwa ikisema kutakuwa hivi, kutanyesha kesho. I'm telling you, mnabeba mwavuli. Mnabeba mwavuli. Wakisema watatokelezea bro, the whole city. Na hiyo Nairobi ilikuwa ikikohoa wote, branches zote, because it had branches all over the country, Kenya Local Government Workers Union. So all the municipal, county councils, all of them, they would go on strike and paralyze the cities and the town. And their demands would be met albeit nene. So for me, I think that idea you brought is something that people should really explore, and that will be peaceful, in quote, as you say. If people are fearing whatever, but they have to come out. Kama Nairobi sahi already ni matope. You can imagine a strike in Nairobi for 3 days. A strike in Mombasa, 3 days. A strike in Nakuru, Eldoret, 3 days, simultaneous. Ruto would go home. Because number one, the strike they used to do, walikuwa wana block all the main sewer system, mpaka ya State House. So what happens in State House? Unaona vinyezi zinaanza kupop kwa kitchen, kila mahali. You can't nini. So you had to really listen to them. But I don't know what will happen. But yeah, the labor movement has to really come and help, because we don't see any other option. Yeah, Gen Z wamefinywa kabisa saa hii. Nasikia hata ukitoa ka TikTok they know wanakufuata. Yeah, so I think that is something we should even start pushing in our discussions. Try to instigate the workers, but again, the price inakuaga too sweet, because they are all bought. Kasongo did this, and we kept on saying, even in our channels, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we kept on saying, when Jubilee took over, Kasongo hakuwa na project ingine, it was to amass money. And that 2 billion during their time that was being stolen, kwani nani alikuwa naiba? How come wewe unakuwa ni rais, unasema unapoteza? Can you imagine, Eli, in your house, ati unaanza kulalamika, na kwa hii nyumba tunapoteza shilingi 10,000 kila siku. Nyumba yako, surely utakuwaje ujui? That is something I've never even, hata watu wakiniambia Uhuru alikuwa, yani I hear a lot of sympathies with Uhuru, and people trying to portray him as one of, I get tired, because you can't tell me una lose 2 billion. It's your government, man. And then unauliza utadu. That is unbelievable. That has haunted me up to today. I've never come to terms with that. It's like my dad in the family akuje alafu aseme alament alafu anasema sasa nitafanya nini? Yani ame lose hope, na yeye ndio tunaangalia, ndio beacon of hope. So that is when Ruto was amassing inatuangaisha sasa, and that he really did it. It was his project number one, amass as much money as possible, and also try to amass as highest academic papers as possible, root, so that you pose as one of the most educated president. You think, because he thinks that's how you can intimidate people. Oh, PhD holder and all that. And I really thank the late Professor Magoha, who told us boldly. He told us it was fake and all that. And I hear people in Kenya continuing to call him at the doctor. I mean, Wakenya ni nini tulifanya? What made us? How do you continue? Mumeambiwa na the dawn kwamba hiyo kitu mtu na unazidi kuita. It's like going for surgery na unaambiwa huyu Stone PK is not a surgeon. Na wewe unaenda kulala kwa meza akuoperate. Sasa how do you keep on referring to somebody as a doctor? No, umeambiwa si doctor. Anyway, so he acquired that because he believes in Vipindre, he believes in Mbwembwe. All right? So una refer doctor. Then also he knew you amass as much money as possible. Zungumza na kule. Can you imagine going to an extent of trying to bribe a candidate and a person from another country that unajaribu kumbribe asisimame or something like that? That tells you, yeah. So if it's money, this guy stole ameiba. All the loans tumepata zile amechukua tangu government yake ikue, they are not accounted for, and we are quiet. Even when I listen to people now like Akina Kalonzo, Akina Nani, who say they want to rescue us, they are not addressing the core issues. So if you are not addressing the core issues, unaongea tu juu ya sijui IBC commission itakuwa, and then even when you are addressing IBC commission, you are not really emphatic about it. So for me, I think they are just waiting to be offered positions by Ruto, and and then they start saying that sasa Ruto ameunite nchi because Kalonzo amepata kazi, Raila amepata kazi, and akina nani kama watapata wote wale watapata watapewa pesa, and then we will go back to what Keeper said. We will go back to the normal to business as usual, which is a very, very sad affair for our country. It is deadly too. Mungu ndiye atatusaidia. Yeah. Yeah, someone else can come in. Julia,
Asante Stony.
Yes, Eli.
Kuna asante kwa hiyo. Kuna audio ambayo nilikuwa nataka kuchezea hapa usikie. Unakumbuka yule mbunge alikuwa anaitwa George Muchai? He was assassinated in 2015, and he was a member of parliament at the same time, doubling as a deputy leader at Kotu. Yeah. And he predicted that they were coming for him. The top senior leaders of Kotu. And I'll tell you what Atuoli said after that. Okay, this is George Muchai, just before they killed him.
That I'm happy that I'm alive today by the grace of God. Because if you recall, some time back, last week actually, the Citizen Weekly carried a story which made very malicious allegations against, to the effect that I'm involved in a love affair with someone's wife, and that there is a bitter husband somewhere who had given me a week's notice to withdraw from that affair or he spills the beans. I want to say that this is a fabrication of the people who have opposed my leadership in court and who want to eliminate me and attribute my elimination to the so-called bitter husband. or rather to adultery. I want to say that I have been urging senior court officials who hold key positions to resign honorably from court, or I be compelled to seek legal means to get them out of the labor movement on grounds of impropriety. Today I want to confirm to all Kenyan workers that I have filed a petition in which I am seeking the removal of 6 key officials, namely the Secretary General of Kotu, the Chairman General of Kotu, the Treasurer General of Kotu, the first signing trustee, and 2 other trustees, as a people who are held to be in charge and control the property, funds, and monies of Kotu. And this petition, they has been looked at by the court, and the judge has directed that we appear before him this afternoon at 2:30. So at this point in time, I need not preempt anything before we appear before the judge and present our application and hear what the court is going to tell us. I am seeking for the constitution of a 5-judge bench to hear my application. And I want to say that I want to leave it at that until I hear what the court will say.
So that video was captured by NTV, and you can hear George Muchai, talking about Kotu and the Kotu leadership and how they were after his life. When Atwoli was asked in an interview questions about the way, who assassinated this man, or what was the issues affecting Kotu and this man? Oh, sijui mimi na yeye grow up pamoja. We lived in Nairobi. We were both born there. Sijui, we knew each other for the last 50 years. I did not kill him. That was Atwoli. So you can see a very hard-working union leader who became an MP, was serving as an MP at the same time. He was an MP for Kabete, this George Muchai. If it is true that George Muchai was sleeping around with a Kotu official's wife, blah, 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 because we've seen the same thing with how when Nani was killed, that Crispin Odhiambo, and even there were rumors about Robert Ouko, sijui alikuwa nalala na bibi ya mtu, sijui nini. Hizi vitu zote wanatumia kumaliza watu, lakini it is now time for a wake-up call where people can say, this is the evidence we have. This is what this man said 10 years ago. Atwoli, you tell us what you know. If that's not enough, even me or people just start writing articles and appending them to the media, mainstream or otherwise, and we start saying, look, the trade union is part of the big problem. Yeah. So wale ambao wanaogopa huko, sisi tunaandika, unaona. So I just wanted to say that hii shida tuko nayo. Hey, what's that noise? Hii shida tuko nayo. People were celebrating Atwoli that time. He was saying, "Gee, Ruto would be, looking for a tree to, we have to cut the trees down. Gee, he'll commit suicide and all that." And people were celebrating Atwoli. Me, this Atwoli, I have never had time for him. I actually would, compare him to William Ruto. They're just the same type of person, only interested in himself. How can a trade union official, a labor official, be, in the same rank of the ladder with like some of the wealthiest people in Kenya? Honestly, a labor leader is something I don't understand, and I blame our people because our people have allowed that to happen, So they personalize this trade union movement, and it belongs to him. This Kotu is even provided for in the Kenyan constitution. There is a reference to this particular trade union movement. It is recognized. Well, if it's not this particular 2010 constitution, that is definitely the previous one. It has a place which is gazetted. And then you find that a man like this is terrorizing Kenyans, with fear. So I think that this would be one of our ways of attacking this regime. I'll definitely have to start writing things, about the trade union movement, and I'm going to have to look for as much information as possible so that we can use this as a way of waking up workers and say, look, enough is enough. Sorry, Julia and Stoney, I just wanted to add that.
Okay, Keep, thank you. Let me play some, Ellie Soli, Asante, let me play something here.
Say that Raila Odinga's loss in the African Union Commission chairmanship election was expected. In fact, according to them, Raila is better suited as an opposition leader and have appealed with him to return to the country to put President William Ruto's government in check. President TV's David Muzoka reports other Kenyans have expressed their disappointment of Raila's loss to Djibouti's Mahmoud and Yusuf, saying the former Prime Minister was the best candidate.
It was a roller coaster of emotions at the Aga Khan Walk at the heart of the country's capital, Nairobi, as the results of the African Union Commission chairmanship election kept streaming in on Saturday evening. While some cheered when the AUC chairman's seat appeared to be slipping away from a Kenyan candidate for a second consecutive AUC election, others could not believe their eyes. When it was official that Raila's journey to Addis Ababa in Ethiopia had come to a screeching and a grinding halt, Kenyans happy that Raila had lost could not contain their joy.
Kupoteza kwa Raila, hii kitu kwa tumeona mwanzo. Kwa nini serikali ya Kenya itumie pesa mingi kwa kisha kwamba Raila ameenda ili tu settle political score Kenya?
Hii kulose kwa Raila ni kitu tumezoea. So it is not a surprise to us. And then there is a narrative that people are trying to say that Ruto has stood with Raila. He has only stood with Raila for a UC seat. That is the only thing he has stood with Raila. And what about those people who have been with him all along? What about Kalonzo?
So now, team come back, let him settle down. Ruto, we want you to fix out Kenya. You concentrated outside with the AUC. Now you are here. The abductors, we want to know where are the kids. We want to know how is the economy. We want to know how is the corruption is going to be sorted out.
As you come back, kindly know that we will give you utaenda kupumzika vizuri kama ule ameenda retirement, and that's all that we can wish you for. For now, don't come back. Ruto has supported you, and 2027 hatutaki vita, hatutaki, tunataka amani, na Ruto 10 bila break.
However, another section was bitter with the news, but said that they accepted the outcome.
We should go and welcome with large number of people. Correct. Because the whole of Africa, imagine Raila was among the three. That's the first achievement. Alafu akawa number 2. Tunasema sasa baba ni namba ngapi? Number 2. That was a chance presented to us. We submitted our best, our finest, who is Raila. He has lost. He must come back to the country. He's our son.
In Kisumu, residents chanted Ruto must go to mean they do not want a William Ruto presidency after realizing that Raila, with full government support, was yet again unlucky at the ballot.
And Ruto, Mr. President, you are the president of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you for all you have done. But for now, the worst began. Agenzi, chukweni kura. 2027, sinde tunamua.
And in Kiambu, there were mixed reactions after Raila's loss, but a majority of residents are happy that Raila is back.
Nimefurahi sana kwa baba kuanguka katika hiyo kiti, sababu sio baba mbaya, ni yule anamuongoza ambayo ni mbaya. angekuja kuchafua siasa za Kenya, angekuja kugeuza nia yake ambao alikuwa na tamaa ambaye alikuwa anaweka pesa zake mahali pale ndio aweze kufanyia baba campaign. Nia yake haikuwa mzuri, na ndio unaona sisi kama Wakenya tulikuwa tunajua, na ndio tumefurahi kwa baba kuanguka, lakini si kwa ajili baba ni mbaya.
Sasa mimi naona akirudi Kenya kuna kazi nyingi sana anastahili kufanya, tutengeneze Kenya yetu. Kwa hivyo mimi nafurahia ya kuja Kenya, kuna nafasi, kazi ni nyingi, tutengeneze Kenya yetu.
Sijafurahia hivyo Mheshimiwa Raila ameanguka, maana hiyo kiti kama ingekuja Kenya tungekuwa na manufaa mingi sana kama hiyo kiti ingepatikana, lakini vile sasa ameanguka. Raila, tunakupenda sana na tunakuhitaji tena sana hapa Kenya.
In Homa Bay and Siaya, residents were split over whether to welcome or mourn Raila's loss.
Uongozi imemshinda, kila wakati amenyang'anywa, Baba rudi Sago, ufanye kazi, aende mbele kama kawaida.
Losing a battle is never the end of it. Life has to continue, and we want to encourage Baba. Baba has really fought for the nation. Baba has really fought for Africa as a whole.
More mixed reactions were evident in Machakos.
Jambo la kwanza, Raila hakuweza kutambua lugha ya Kifaransa, ijapokuwa ni mtu amekamilika kisiasa. Jambo ya pili, Raila upande wa Kiarabu hawezani.
Sababu ile nilikuwa nataka Raila apite ni hapa, ameitisha kiti safari 5, bado alikuwa anaenda kule USA Afrika, aone kama atafanya hiyo kiti hapo, lakini si ameanguka.
More reactions are expected to come in the coming days and weeks. David Mothoka, NTV.
Where were people dancing? As the reporter is calling it, the roller coaster of reactions. Kenyans are funny for real. Sasa watu wengine wanasema baba rudi nyumbani, tunakugojea. So I'm just wondering, I want to ask Ellie and Kip, is Raila, do you think Raila will come back and join politics? Do you think Raila can come back and join the oppositions? Are there chances that he could do that?
This is what you call half time for Raila. Hii time yake ya kukula. This is the eating period. Hii ndio wakati Raila anaongeanga backdoor na kuanza kukula na serikali. So for the next 2 years tumbo yake itajaa, ataendelea kukula. This has always been his plots. Atapatiwa CS viti 10, atapatiwa PS kadhaa. Parliament atakuwa na control, either atapatiwa speaker. I'm talking about a member from the party of ODM. Atapatiwa either speaker ama atapatiwa majority na minority yote, na mazile vio vya chairmanship yote ya parliament itaenda kwa Raila Amolo Odinga. There is no fighting Ruto here. So those people who are waiting for that, even if you don't see his face, in the background, Raila will be eating. He's coming back to politics, but with his belly. Tumbo bado itajaa, hata sijui hiyo pesa yote inaendanga wapi, but yeah, he's coming to eat. And yeah, do not be mistaken that he's coming to liberate Kenyans the way people are talking in that from Kiambu. Watu wa Kiambu, forget. Pole sana. Sisi tumezoea. Tunajua anakuja kufanya nini. If anybody is in opinion of that, I can bet you 10 pounds on that he's coming to eat. He's not coming to help us. Hata kama atanyamaza silently in the background, he'll be eating. Yes. Ellie or Stone, if you are in objection, tell me.
Ellie, what do you think? Ellie, umeenda kukula ugali tena.
Sorry, I missed that. I only heard something about Kiambu. I missed that. Ndio nimerudi tu hapa.
Oh, umemiss your clip.
Nimemiss kidogo.
I think you watched it.
Pole. Hiyo clip umecheza sio ati People were dancing and
Yeah,
all
we are
that.
just asking ourselves, is that the reporter was calling it a roller coaster of reactions. Some people were sad, others are happy, others are saying Raila kuja sasa. So we are asking ourselves, is Raila capable of joining the opposition? Keep amesema hapana. What do you think?
I think he's just going to his old job at the AU. You know, that's that slice of a job that they gave Raila Odinga a few years ago. They're going to try and recruit him into something to avoid the Kenyan space political landscape. You know, because Ruto will do that. Ruto does not want Raila in Kenya at the moment. You know, even though they're pretending to be together. He might do that, I think, but there's likelihood that he's just going for an international job in Ethiopia, whatever. It's probably most likely the African Union, some kind of, you know, permanent representative, as he was in the previous thing about infrastructure. You know, to calm him down a bit. You know, but this without being dismissive about that clip that you've just shown, but this Raila obsession is also a thing where people have you know, made themselves rich because of him. Watu wanatafuta kazi ikiwa ni wanasiasa, even when he's out in the opposition. There are so many people who don't want him to leave the stage. Even this Africa Union thing, look at people like Napoleon Joroge. There are some people I don't want to mention their names because I think that would be unfair, but I know this kind of people were also there to make as much as they could from what the Treasury released, the Kenyan Treasury released for this campaign. People made a lot of money, you know, and it just shows you that there are so many people in Kenya, you know, the political elite, who only make their name or tout themselves and make money because of this one person. It's just, so that's why I was begging that honestly, Mr. Odinga should leave the stage so that other people can be involved, you know, in the same thing that he has done in the past, you know, to oppose the status quo. Because hata ukiangalia huko kwetu pale ninatoka, nakwambia kuna watu hapo wanataka kugeuza vile vitu zinafanywa, lakini wakijaribu, it's not even Raila who is going to attack them, but it will be those people who campaigned for Raila so that they can get something out of it. So it's a shameful way of the way things are done where I come from. I believe that other parts of Kenya have more independent thinking, you know, leaders compared to where I come from, because you know, Raila himself is like an industry. They call him an institution. The people actually think that he's a god. I'm not joking, because when Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was put under house arrest in the 1980s, you know, there were those told stories that he used to disappear. Yani mtu, kuna askari nje ya nyumba yake na watu wanamuona town, Kisumu town. You know, there were fake stories like that. You know, they believed that he was like some kind of omnipresent person. Until, of course, when he died, they believed that he was a human being who is mortal, you know. This is the same kind of thinking that a lot of our people have. And I wouldn't blame them for that, because The media has fed them that story that there's no other Raila, it's only him. I wouldn't go as much as trying to belittle the work that he did in the past. But so if you see those people dancing there on the streets of Nairobi, whether they've been planted to do that or they're genuine supporters of Raila, there are people who are die-hard supporters of Raila. Die-hard. I remember in 2004, around 2003-4 there, I went to visit a distant cousin of mine who is in the Kenya Air Force, and we went to a local bar, in Umoja, and the politics started. And this is 2004, and I just said something critical about Raila. Mazee, karibu ni chomwe na hao watu walikuwa wanajeshi na watu walikuwa wajaluo. For no reason at all. It's just because some people have seen him as a a savior of their community for such a long time. But some people have just decided that he inherited his father's role, and it's almost impossible for them to remove themselves from that shackle. This is a huge problem. And Raila is very smart. He knows how to enjoy that. Even when Kina Miguna writes what they write, people still don't believe the kind of things that Kina Miguna will write, because they believe that with Luo tradition, okay, there's been historical figures like Mr. Odinga, and some of them were very, very brutal. I mean, Gor Mahia was not, an angel. Gor Mahia Kogalo, the village where I come from in Kanyamwa, Gor Mahia was not an angel. He was a brutal person. But then he was celebrated in that part of the world, in South Nyanza, as a powerful figure. The Luos have this thing about that person that is not a chief, is not a king, but if that person is present during their struggles, that's the person they will then go with. It's the same situation with the Luanda Magere. Luanda Magere was seen as, and I don't want to bore you with the history because but this guy, when we were fighting our neighbors, the Kalenjin, over those Nandi Hills, and he also brutalized the Kisi community, and people just believed that this guy was was something else, but he was just a human being. And I think we have the same situation with Mr. Odinga. Some people actually believe that he can continue standing for the presidency for as long as he is alive. These people believe that this is the best thing for them. I don't know whether it provides entertainment to people or whether they think this person, he was very crucial in in reforms of Kenya, and then there is an end to everything. You can't have like an example I gave about Yasser Arafat, and how the friction between the Palestinian people, there was a split when people say, no, we've had enough of Arafat, he's done his part, that's it. There's a time for everything. And I personally believe that these people who are dancing around and spending our money in Ethiopia, number one, they're fools. They're very, very foolish. Because we know that even 2 weeks ago, huyu jamaa wa Suba, John Mbadi, alikuwa anasema ati kwa ile bunge la wananchi, I don't have money. There is no money left in the Kenyan coffers. He said it 2 weeks ago. Hadharani tu hivi. Alafu unapata watu wanaenda kule Ethiopia. These are fools. They're foolish people, right? And I don't like to use those kind of, insulting words, but it's unbelievable that that's what people can do. And then, if you compare to the other two countries that provided candidates, I think, the guy from the country in Southern Africa, was it Mauritius or Madagascar? And then the person from Djibouti, they're not celebrating anything. They didn't bring droves of people to Ethiopia. What is wrong with us Kenyans? We did it at The Hague with Uhuru and Ruto. People are traveling to The Hague. G prayers, G what? And we've done it again this time round, and we've spent a lot of money, which we don't have. So those people who are celebrating or crying about Raila didn't win, G what? I feel very sad, because I'll give you an example of why I'm very, very sad. Okay, I belong to a group of people who are type 1 diabetics. Now, I am one of only 2 people who are based in the UK in that WhatsApp group. The rest of the 365 of the members, because I know this because I'm an admin there, are in Kenya. Nakwambia saizi watu hawana insulin. Imagine today I saw someone posting in the WhatsApp group, please, can someone just give me 200 shillings to top up so that I get insulin for the next 2 weeks. Jana, kuna msichana mwingine, she is from Central. She died, and we have now to do the fundraising. Alipata ile diabetic complications, type 1. This is a person who you would describe as middle class in Kenya. Na wako na shida ya kununua insulin. So there are 2 situations. Kwanza kuna insulin poverty, ile access to insulin. Alafu daktari anakuandikia barua, this is the type of insulin I would like you to use for your therapy. That one is not there. So hata wale ambao wanaweza ku afford hiyo particular insulin type, hakuna. So I was looking at the comments. People, people have given up. Unaona, what people have given up. And in that group, in that WhatsApp group, we're getting an average of, like, say, 3 to 4 people wanakufa every year in our WhatsApp group. Yeah, you're type 1 diabetics. And I can tell you for free that part of the problem is because we have this useless regime. Because during Kibaki,
Keep unasikia Eli ama ni simsikii? Keep, are you hearing Eli?
unanisikia sasa?
Oh yeah, now I hear you.
Oh, okay. What happened there was
I can hear you. I can
what
hear you.
happened
Go
there
on.
was I went to my WhatsApp. I got off of YouTube. I went to my WhatsApp on the same phone to try and read some of the comments. But when I did that, it stopped me from, you couldn't hear me on the YouTube. So I'm back to it. But what I'm trying to say is, this situation of type 1 diabetics is just one thing. Now, can you imagine people with cancer and all other chronic conditions, in Kenya right now? It's something when I saw people have flown to Ethiopia and how much has been spent in this campaign, honestly, I am very, very disgusted. Very, very disgusted that people can have the balls to do that and call themselves leaders. So pole nimewapatia like an emotionally loaded story because right now we're thinking of this family that they've lost a young person, very beautiful, hardworking, and ameenda tu hivyo, unaona. So my suggestions to the group was that, and I told them to be practical. Kenyans like saying, "Oh, I know this MP, I know that MP, I know this." If you know a strong voice in parliament, in a health committee, for example, something like that, start talking to them about introducing a bill in parliament that would do something about free or cheaper insulin for the poorest of the poor. I don't know how they're going to assess people to, in order to do that. But these things are not even there in the hospitals. So like last year, nilijaribu kwenda nyumbani mara tatu kwa sababu kuna project nafanya huko. Nakwambia nilileta madawa ambazo ni zangu, nimeona kama hey, I'll even deny myself. These are emergency insulin. I gave out to people in the WhatsApp group because people were in desperate situation. And that has been the most disgusting thing I have seen in recent times. At the national government has apportioned money to people to travel to Ethiopia and all that has been used. They will not even tell us how much they used on Raila Odinga. They will not tell us. They will not tell the country because they will even specify it as some kind of, unajua vile pesa ya security is not questioned at all. Ile budget yetu ambayo tuko nayo, and hiyo kitu imenikasirisha sana sana sana. Kwa hiyo if there's anything about this AU thing that has annoyed me is that the trip that people made over there and then the money that was used in the campaigns. And I heard Raila proudly saying there today or yesterday that he met all the leaders of Africa. Asanteni, lakini hapo ndio nitamaliza na my submission. Thank you.
So he met all the leaders and they didn't vote for him. Why should he even talk about it?
Sometimes I wonder whether he means what he says, it's difficult to understand this man. I think honestly, nafikiri ile uzee imefika kile kiwango, ajiuzulu hapa, ajitoe kwa nini za public space before it's too late. Maybe before this voting of the AU, I said it very clearly, and it was very unpopular. I said that the man can find other things to do. His age will not support him, even though there will be issues of CG, Francophone, Anglophone, blah, blah, blah. This linguistics of Africa, the competitions that we have at the AU, CG based on of language. But me, the one thing I saw was his age. Was, you're going to be an international diplomat. And then when you're 79, 80 years old, people are expecting you to run around the place at a certain pace, run like a Kenyan. Me, that's what I always tell these Wazungu. Mpaka Wazungu, they believe that all Kenyans can run. So can you imagine Raila Odinga at 80 years old? Fully fledged diplomat. No. So I actually laugh at the whole thing, because the people who thought that he was the best candidate, fine, but not his age. His age was just not the suitable age for a person who is gunning for such a position to represent African people. And of course, we know that the AU is a nonsense anyway. So it's a contradiction. This man, he claims to be a Pan-Africanist, and he knows that in the AU, if you speak about Pan-Africanism, you're seen as a radical person. So why did he even stand in that? Like, why did he preach his Pan-Africanism brand when he knows that's what they don't want? In fact, that's why the likes of Ibrahim Traore were banned from attending this 38th ordinary session of the AU. So I don't really have any answers to whatever else has happened at the AU, but I think that Kenya had a very, very bad gamble. You know, they should not have gambled with this man's life. He should be doing other things, enjoying his grandchildren and stuff like that.
Wow. So it's sad to think about Raila saying that he met all the presidents and then they refused to vote for him. But if you look at the first two voting, the first one, the second one, my take is Raila was not standing so bad with them. But then there was this South African thing and Kasongo's poor PR that came up. And I think that thing has come up in the last few weeks. And okay, of course, Kasongo has been rubbing them and posing to be their head boy of Africa. And akila sana anajifanya yeye ndiye anajua the West. And Africa, I think, is moving away from this West thing, especially the Francophone countries. Kuna tu watu, kuna watu wameboeka tu na hawa wazungu. Hata ukienda how South Africans are behaving right now, watu wamechoka tu. So hii story ya kujifanya wewe ndiye mabeshte wao, I think rub them very wrong. Let me play something that I saw. Then we can come back and ask ourselves that does Raila stand a chance? I mean, is he like, should he just retire and go home and take care of his wife and himself?
CNN asikubali tena kudanganywa na hawa watu. Hii siasa tutaambia mheshimiwa CNN asikubali tena kudanganywa na hawa watu. Hii siasa udanganyifu is a problem. Now, yakafanyika yaliyofanyika jana, kwa maoni yangu, and I think I know what I'm talking about. Born of experience, I was a country's foreign minister twice. Na ambaye amechaguliwa kule wa Djibouti was a foreign minister. Hata yule Madagascar was foreign minister one time, na another minister for the economy. Unaona kuna umuhimu tufanye hii kazi haraka ya kuweka tiling. But I wanted to say, kupoteza kwa Raila Odinga, tukubali, ni pigo kwa image ya nchi ya Kenya. We have suffered an image problem because Raila Odinga was more qualified than these others who have been foreign ministers. Now he lost because he lost while he has been a former prime minister. And I agree with Mheshimiwa Gideon. Yule amepoteza Addis Ababa sio Raila Odinga, ni William Samoei Arap Ruto ndiye amepoteza. Na ndiye amedhuru sura ya nchi. Hebu angalieni kikundi cha South African Development Team SADC kikiongozwa na South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana. Hata mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa nimesukuma marafiki zangu kama President Akaide wa Zambia na ambaye amechaguliwa upande wa Botswana ni rafiki yangu sana, President Nduma, wote walikuwa tayari kumpigia Raila Odinga. Lakini wakati Ngoma, mji wa Goma uliangushwa ukachukuliwa na M23, na juzi wachukua mji wa Bukavu, pengine wanaelekea Kisangani, DRC, nchi ambayo nimeifanyia kazi mimi mwenyewe. Askari jeshi wa SADC hasa wa South Africa wengi zaidi ya 50 waliuawa Goma. Tanzania vile vile wakauawa. Nchi ya Burundi iko katika hali ya wasiwasi. And Burundi is an East African country. Congo itself is an East African country, DRC. Hiyo harufu mbaya ya kuingilia maslahi ya nchi ya DRC, wakati Ruto alianzisha hapa Nairobi River Congo Initiative, ilikuwa inaongozwa na nani? Na aliyekuwa chairman wa IBC wa DRC and then leaders of M23. That is what has spoiled the party for Raila. Tshisekedi, I know him, ni rafiki ya Raila kwa mfano. Alikuwa na maumivu. Huyu rais wako anafanya nini? We have even joined the East African community. Na huyu rais wako anaingilia mambo yetu. This is the truth. Uhuru Kenyatta, who was a facilitator, akatolewa mamlaka, akatolewa pumzi. He had no time. Remember, we had East African standby force. Wakaondolewa so that these people will now move. The 16-member bloc of SADC had issues with the leadership of William Ruto. And this is why he tried to say, ataitisha kikao maalum Nairobi, nobody came. Mpaka mwishowe akasema, okay, let us do joint EAC SADC Dar es Salaam. This is what has caused this terrible loss to the country. Na kupaka Raila matope kwamba amepoteza. That is one reason, one major reason, because that block ya 16 waliposema ataanza kupigia mtu yao wa Madagascar in round 2, kumbukeni Raila alikuwa na 22 votes. Lakini after mtu wa Madagascar wa SADC supported amejiondoa, SADC yote inaenda kusupport Djibouti because they have a problem with William Ruto over the DRC problem. Tuko pamoja? Ni lazima tuambiane ukweli. Tuambiane ukweli. Kwa hivyo hatuna furaha. Tulikuwa tukitarajia kwamba mambo haya yataenda sawa. Ni lazima Wakenya wapate sasa the real explanation. Because Raila Odinga was not a normal minister for foreign affairs. I think this explains the hype. Watu wengine wanataka kujipendekeza, wanaenda huko kumpigia debe, hawajui kwamba wanaopiga kura ni ma-president. You can't even get near them. Why are you going there? Who is even get there? Yani huwezi kufika. Mkiangalia Raila alipatiwa lift na Ruto kwenda kwa Mandela kwa AIC headquarters. I mean AU headquarters. Kumbi ambayo inajulikana kama Mandela. I have worked in that area, in that space. I was the chairman of the AU Candidatures Committee for 2 terms. And I knew how you get there. You must obtain 2/3, round 1, round 2. I think they were generous. In fact, at round 4, unless they have amended the rules, what should have happened is the chairman, now president of Angola, should have called off the election. Nobody has raised 2/3 majority, and the current chair angeendelea kwa mamlaka until wanaitisha uchaguzi mwingine. But I think that has resided, we must have a leader, wakaendelea na hiyo maneno. Kwa hivyo jambo hili tusifurahie, liko na aibu, limeleta aibu kwa sura ya nchi ya Kenya. And I place the blame squarely on Raila, on Mheshimiwa William Samoei Arap Ruto, who was a chief campaigner. Alikuwa na nia yake nyingine pengine kwamba akimsukuma Raila basi atakuwa na easier time. He didn't know it was going to be very difficult. Na pia ikumbukwe vijana wa Gen Z wako na ability ya kulobby, and they lobby directly. This is the other main reason, and I agree with Mheshimiwa Mulungi, the main reason ingine ndio hiyo. Raila was not Raila. He was a candidate of a country called the Republic of Kenya. Sasa watu wanaangalia ile bendera ya Kenya inabebwa pale, ni the same bendera watoto walikuwa wanabeba na chupa ya maji na simu kufanya valid demonstrations na wakauawa, and no explanation. So anasema huyu ni yule rais aliua watoto, ndiye amepresent candidate hapa. These young Kenyans have ability to lobby anybody anywhere, and they lobbied heads of state. Kwa hivyo wanasema nchi ambayo inaua watoto, nchi ambayo inafanya abductions, kwamba hiyo ni mbaya sana. Afadhali ile detention without trial because your papers used to be signed, umewekwa ndani. Abduction umewekwa ndani ya Sumbaru, hujui uko wapi, and then eventually tukapata wengine wameuawa. Yesterday I said in Kabah, Ruto one time aliangalia retired Inspector General Mutiambai, who was with us at this funeral yesterday. Akasema Mutiambai was the most useless Inspector General the world has ever known. And I said, Mutiambai, you are sitting here. He was in Kabah. Mutiambai huyu ako preside of abduction ya watoto. Yule alichukua na Mutiambai ni Kome had to be forced to resign. Yule sasa anafuatilia huyo anaitwa nani? Kanja. Afadhali Mutiambai ako preside of abduction, hakuua watu. So now the question is, who is the most useless? IG. Or shall we say, the most useless person bearing the highest responsibility. Kwa hivyo mambo haya ni vizuri tukikuwa hapa mjue to address this issue from Mwingi today. Of course, I will be going everywhere in the country. Paying your
Asante now na supervisor. I find Kalonzo very articulate this time, and I mean, sometimes I don't find Kalonzo articulate, but luckily he's been very articulate on his points, and he has built up the story and tried to explain exactly what transpired in Addis Ababa and where Kenya stands. Now, if you listen to Kalonzo, it makes me very emotional to see how far we have fallen, thinking we are the top, and the scandals surrounding Kenya. Now, I don't know, Kasongo really thinks that people don't follow. Somebody today was trying to argue with me that the presidents could not have listened to the Gen Z. But everybody knows what is happening in Kenya. Now, recently, I was in some airport, and I met some of these immigration officers, and he was just trying to chat with me. And he was, when he realized I'm Kenyan, and then he said that I'm very proud of the Gen Z in Kenya, and I'm wondering why people are not supporting the Gen Z to remove this man. We can see what is doing. We are aware of the abduction. We are aware of what's happening in Kenya. Nikashtuka sana, nikasema, hey, these people are following exactly now with the era of technology. How does Kalonzo even imagine that people don't see what's cooking in Kenya? So these presidents, however much we say that they want to maintain the status quo, I think jina ya Kenya imeharibika tu sana, and Raila Odinga vied for this chairmanship in the times when Kenya has gone down so far. And on top of that, I am surprised that alikuwa anasema jana msilaumu William Samoei Ruto. He still wants to be in the good books of Ruto. What is wrong with him? I could have been quiet myself. I would not have said anything about that. He still wants to be the good books of Ruto, and Ambain keeps word saying that anatamani kuja kupata mamlaka serikalini. Karibu bwana supervisor. What do you feel? Where does Raila stand? What is his way forward? Where is he going? Na unaweza tu also analyze what Kalonzo said. Karibu bwana supervisor.
Asante sana. Unanisikia?
Yes, nakusikia.
Thank you so much. Nimeamka nikakuta show yangu it's on, nikasema why not? Lazima to keep the fire and the flame burning. Raila is unajua kuna stages of healing, eh? Kunafika mahali unashindwa how do you respond to the unexpected outcome. So I know that he'll go back to the what we call factory setting when he comes back to Kenya. So it was expected for him to make sure that Ruto is also comfortable, because both of them, you could see they were speaking things that they were not even comprehending. They were confused, for lack of a better word, because I think they were overconfident. Kama vile Gachagua anasemanga, anataja barabara wakikuwa sema unajua, so unafuta kutembea Nyanza na Homa Bay, anaenda Kondere, anaenda Siaya, akiwaambia vile anasukubanga, alisukuma Uhuru akakuwa president, akasukuma sijui Raila akakuwa prime minister. Hii ya AU itanikosa kweli? So alikuwa anataja hiyo AU kwa Wajaluo, wakiwajaluo wanasema hajawahi, sijui tulikuwa tunaambiwa mablaga zako wamejaa internet wakituambia vile ati he has never lost an election since when he was in class 2. He won the prefect number 1980 what. He became the assistant minister. He story mingi. We were given a lot of stories, and to him, he had photos upon photos with president, Liberia president, Cameroon, Senegal, Ghana. Others were even invited in Kirigoris. I mean, Musa Faki mwenyewe alichinjwa buzi hapa. So there were so many things that he was doing, because to him, he thinks how he operates in Kenya is what is going to operate in Africa. And that is the biggest problem we have with this president. He is so small-minded that he thinks the way we fear him, or he is feared, or he bulldozes things here by bribing people like Chebukati and everybody else. Now, when you go to East Africa, these are 54 president, for 54, 49 president. I will bribe them. I will talk to them. I will intimidate them. And I can tell you that is where he went wrong, because the problem and the way Kalonzo has said it was spot on. Because Kalonzo, ironically, he was a foreign minister, so he knows how this world operates of Africa, and therefore it was a very, very big shame, for Kenya, an egg in the eyes of a president, particularly because I don't think it is shameful for Raila, yes, because and I say this with a lot of respect. When you get to a cage, or ile inaitwa zizi la nguruwe, even if you are wearing suit, it doesn't matter who you are, utapakwa matope. Na Raila amepakwa matope. He needs to do a lot of recovery for him to be accepted by the Kenyan populist from all over the country, because at the moment he looks so bad. And I said even yesterday when I was in this forum, I think the day before yesterday, that it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as you are in the same team with Kasongo, you will always look back, because this guy has no remorse. This guy has no values. He's a guy who everybody feels like he is misplaced. He's not a person you can, and I can assure you, he's not going to get better. Raila knows him. He knows that he has killed many people since the days of MP and the deputy president and now president. Many people have been massacred for him to attain the power and to even retain the power. So for me, I think it is it was a very good result for the world. So that, because this is not a guy who is an example to anybody. Everybody here has children, but I'm not sure you can even encourage them to work hard to become like the president of Kenya, because he's a very bad example to the world. In fact, people want to ask, and the way Kenya are bright people, they are the people who are doing what we call middle level management all over the world, in all hotels and blue chip companies. But now we are giving ourselves a thug, a wheel dealer, a person who is so corrupt until he is even ranked the second most corrupt person in the world. How did we reach here? And therefore we were to fail either way, because I also saw that even seconds after Mohamud of Djibouti was elected as a chairman, Suru had already posted him. That tells you the joy and the happiness people had all over the world and all over Kenya and Africa, where when the Djibouti people win. So, Julia, for I can tell you, things are going to change. I foresee now a time whereby now ODM is going to come and request for a really broad-based government. And that is what happens when you invite strangers in your house and you expect them to have to be humble because they are your friends. But I can assure you, ODM is coming back. They want, as I said last week, they want a broad-based in parliament and a broad-based in government, where it is so broad that you cannot even see an UDA person in that government. And then they bring it down themselves. So Raila will come back to his senses. I'm sure he knows that he has really destroyed all the reputation he had by joining Kasongo. And it is unfortunate, because if there was anything, if there was some things that Kasongo or Kaongo or Zakao was doing right, I'm sure he could have been, but he's doing everything wrong. He's failing in whatever they touch. Na kama vile Wanaswahili wanasema, siku ya nyani kufa kila mti uteleza. Na hii mambo imeanza, ukiangalia vizuri, since finance bill, there is nothing that Kaongo is doing that is actually making sense, that is succeeding. Whether you mention, we say it's finance bill itself, it failed miserably. Whether you say it is for foreign policy, it has failed miserably. Whether you say is the vaccination of cows,
SG umekatwa baada ya kusema maneno ya ng'ombe. You mean you did not vaccinate your cow, SG? Nyakairo, unasikia SG ama ni mimi nimepotea?
Yeah, simsikii, nimesikia tu amenyamaza mara moja.
After telling us that they refuse to vaccinate the cows. Let me acknowledge the people in the comment section. Thank you, Nyakairo. Good to see you. Gypsy Corner, good to see you. Naona nani mwingine huko? James Ndwati. James Ndwati, mumekaribishwa nyote. Ni kama net imemtoa. I hope he'll be back with us. I hope he'll be back with us. I also see somebody called Irene Jerry. I want to appreciate Danny Dario ako comment section. Thank you very much. And Kipris, sijui ameenda kulala ama ameenda comment section. Asanteni sana. Okay, I see SG is back. Acha nirudishe SG. SG na I saw SG, your sound. I think unatumia mic hiyo mic ina kelele. ama
Hello.
earplugs. Sasa now you are clear. Ulikuwa umetupwa nje.
Maneno ya network. So
Mhm.
nikimalizia ndio wengine waingie, nasema we things are going to boil down. In fact, I've listened to somebody who was saying that Ruto should not even be worried about 2027. He should be worried about tomorrow. He should just wake up and worry, will I make it today as a president? Every day it will take the grace of God for him to become for him to continue being president, because there's widespread hate that is unprecedented. That's something that even his own community, you can see how the Keters and the people in the Kipsigis are talking about him. He has become so unpopular within 2 years, and it was expected because there was no leadership quality, and we all saw this. Those people who know how to lead the economy. So now people are realizing actually they made a very big blunder. So he should not even be worried about 2027. Who will support him or not? Who will not support him? I think the road to 2027 will be even more tougher than even 2027 itself, because I am imagining an opposition of Gachagua, who is really causing a lot of havoc. That you can even see he's not even interested in the presidency, like how he is going to remove this guy. And then the opposition of Kalonzo Musyoka, who is again also seems to be now touching the right button. And then now you add the opposition of Kina Uhuru and Raila.
SK, endelea kuconduct kidogo nichukue simu.
Okay. So it's going to be very, very difficult for Kaongo to become a serious contender in even 2027. Because how will he manage this havoc? How will he manage this uprising that is coming from everybody? As we speak, I don't think there's anybody with a payslip who can even listen to him. He has vandalized every person's payslip, and people cannot see anything that he is doing. Because you can imagine 3 million payslip individuals are being deducted averagely about 5,000 shillings for levies, which is about 15 billion every month. And then the employer is still giving 15 billion every month. That is like 30 billion shillings every month. Where is the money going? What is it doing? People are not being treated in hospital. Those houses are the issue. They are being built even in public land. So it is a lot of it's a lot of problems, and I should be worried about how he is going to continue being a president. So kwa hawa machache sasa, mwingine anaweza ingia. Naona kuna watu wameingia sana. Kuna watu wanaitwa Nyakairo yuko hapo. Naona Eli alikuwa, I think we give Nyakairo time also hata to pay point, because I think this is what is going to help us as a country. We keep pushing. Those who are in Kenya, those who are outside Kenya, we keep pushing until we see a country we are all proud of. Yeah, Nyakairo.
Yes, asante sana, the supervisor, PK, Julia and Ellie, and our people in the comment section. I say hello to you all. Bado tunasukuma hili gurudumu la nchi yetu ambayo imekuwa na shida nyingi sana na bado zinazidi. I really feel about my country, and I'm trying to think who is who, because I thought these people had an idea of how to take care of the country plus the inhabitants. Lakini ile mambo inaonekana ni yao binafsi. Na hiyo ndio imekuwa ikiendelea. There is nobody there who stands for mwananchi, is for them. Wakitatua shida zao, wao wako sawa. Wananchi wanaachwa peke yao. We have been alone for quite some time, and we know that nobody stands for us, and that is why we are suffering this much. I cannot imagine spending all those billions of money for something that never worked, and the laws now it's in our country, na bado wanajionyesha kwa watu ati wao ni shujaa. Sielewi ni shujaa wa aina gani huo, wakuwa mnamaliza nchi mkienda kutafuta kitu ambacho ni kitu kinaweza hata tafutwa bila hiyo mambo yote ya kubebana mkipelekana huko, sijui mfanye nini. And in fact, I felt ashamed on behalf of our country. Na mjue kwamba hawa presidents wa nchi hizo zingine wameenda huko, wamemaliza hiyo kazi, wamerudi kwao, wameendelea na kazi zao. Sisi hapa ni kulia tunalia kwa sababu one thing we did not win, and we are the most loser both ways, financially and socially. We have lost. Na bado jina letu limeharibika kabisa. If we imagine how these presidents from those other countries, they were looking at these horrible creatures who have traveled to go and cheer something that they are not sure of. I wish he had won, and then the following day they fly, go there, and then start celebrating. They are going there even days before. Kufanya nini? Halafu mnatoka huko na baridi. How shameful is that? And yet, this Kasongo is trying to tell people he's so proud with that guy, huyo Raila, ati kwa sababu ni mtu wa kuvumilia, ni mtu very punctual, attending meetings, ati ukimuita atakuwa hapo. Yeah, atakuwa hapo kwa sababu nyinyi si watu wa kufanyia watu kazi isipokuwa tumbo zenu. That is why he is available all the time. Ni kwa nini iwe available all the time? Mlikuwa mnapanga nini? Na mbona mume lose? So I don't understand these people. I don't see any benefit for our country of what they were going there to do. In fact, there is a way that if somebody lose in an official way, diplomatically losing. Why? What am I saying? Kama ni huyo Raila alichukua njia akakimbia huko, hata basi afuatane na huyo Kasongo huko. Those two and their PAs, they can be there and do their best and then come back to the country. Why do they have to blow this thing and carry people to go there just to be seen? And in fact, I heard Kalonzo saying something that really, I saw it very idiocy. Watu wanaenda huko na munakaa huko mbali. You're not even within the venue where these things are being held. Mumetupwanishwa huko, muende mkakae huko kama watu ambao hawana kwao. Ati mnaongoja msikie vile kutaenda ndio mfanye nini? And they had even started practicing how they're gonna dance. Did they dance? I wonder. It's very shameful. Nimesikia the supervisor amesema ati Ruto anaogopewa. Ruto hatumuogopi. I don't know whether I got you right. Ruto hatumuogopi. Unajua, huwezi kusimamana na mtu ambaye ako na gun akuue, lazima utatoroka. Sio uoga. Lazima utakimbia kwa sababu unajua hamuwezani. Huwezi ukawa kuna mtu anakujifichia, uwe utamuongoja. Lazima utakimbia. So sio uoga tuko nao, hata yeye ni muoga, lakini nasema hivi kwa sababu hata yeye hawezi ongoja risasi, Hata yeye, hata siku zile anaenda kwa mikutano, si huwa ako guarded. Ni kwa nini anakuwa guarded? Hata yeye anaogopa. Lakini si kusema sisi tunamuogopa kwa sababu hatuoni maovu yale anafanya, ama hatuwezi kumchallenge ile maovu anafanya. Lazima tutamwambia. Lakini ile chombo anachotumia ndicho watu wanaogopa, because a man and a machine are not the same. A machine is different. It doesn't have a heart. It doesn't have, it can be serviced. Lakini ukiua mtu utamservice? No. So that is why people are living in this kind of shambles. And I pray that these things come to an end, because people cannot live in their own country in fear. How about when they go to foreign countries? Are they going to feel secure? Unajua hata afadhali uwe unasikia you are not secure in foreign country, but you know you have a home that you can run to. Now we don't have a home to run to, because that is the most dangerous place right now. Where are we going to live? Those are my questions. And I ask these leaders, do they think that this is the life we are going to lead because of them to survive? They need to change. And if they don't change, they tell us how long they are going to treat us like that, then we can know which way to go. Because we cannot live in our own country breathing like we don't want to be heard where we are hiding. We want to live freely in our country. Na nimeona sasa, bado sijui mimi kama naelewa vizuri. Naona tu mambo yanazidi kuwa mabaya. Okay, Raila atazidi kuwa anasongea huyu mtu. Ndio hii serikali sijui aichukue ama awe amepewa nusu yake na nusu ya yule mwingine. What are we benefiting we wananchi? Mzozo ni ule ule, because huyu baba, huyu Raila alienda akakatisha ile mambo ingetusaidia nchi, tungekuwa pahali ingine by now. But he is now becoming more aggressive, and even Kasongo, having known that really I'm cornered, let me be calm down and let this mzee, but they are still working in the same level. So it doesn't mean that we are comfortable, and it doesn't mean that we have a country. Hawa ni watu ambao hawatujali na hawajali maisha ya watu. However, anytime they comment ati wacha hiyo abduction, nitasema hiyo abduction imalizwe. We don't stand on words. We stand on actions. And these actions are taking too long to be effective. And that's my problem. I wish people stand up and we refuse this and we say, what can we do? What do we want? How can this change? Akina Kalonzo, raise up these people are lawyers. There are so many things that can be taken to court for us to feel represented. They know which law to put into effect. They know when things are going wrong so that they can take action. Sisi tunategemea hao watu ambao wako nje na wanaelewa habari ya law ndio waweze kuturepresent. Because there are so many broken laws in our country. And they need to be taken care of so that these people don't see us like idiots. Our country is getting down every day. And now, having that we had been famous, ati tunajua mambo, tunajua kufanya hivi, tunajua, we are going down. These other countries are looking at us like fools. Na kutuona sisi ni watu tu wa mdomo, kurusha maneno. Na kiongozi mwenyewe yule wa nchi yetu ni mtu hana msimamo. Is a puppet. Saa hii nimeona vile alikuwa anaongea na hii mdomo yake. He is even fearing, he is trying to filter the words that are coming out of his mouth so that he don't say something that will bring Raila to be angry. He is trying to balance so much sababu sasa anaona I'm cornered. But how do I play this game so that I can suit in here, I can fit in the in that chair that I'm sitting. I may lose my chair. I don't want to do. That is what game he is trying to play. And Kenyans, we can see him. He is already shaken. I wish Raila can right now say that now that it was declared, we being the majority, can you take off? Can you vacate that office? It's us now. We are going to help Kenyans. At least we see whether Baba can do that. Raila, whether he can do that. I don't want to call him Baba. That name, I lost it. I don't want it even. So for me, I want to see whether these people can make any change. Can they? Not the UDA. I mean these Raila and the group who he called experts. Can they change the way the country is going for a while, for a short moment, so that we can see what he means? After he stopped Genesis, what did he mean? Can he show us what he meant? Can he show us those experts what they were going there to do? We are still waiting. We haven't seen anything. There is no change. However, those experts are, they have shown us nothing that can really change our mind to consider them as people who are experts. So for me, I feel so challenged and so aggravated kwa sababu mimi nasikia uchungu wa nchi yangu kulingana ati hawa watu si wenye nchi. Sisi ndio wenye nchi na wanataka kututumia kama as if we are not living, as if we have no knowledge of what is right and what is wrong. That is what makes me feel so painful. It is so painful for me to think that people are taking us for a ride because they are there in that office. And they think that office, because it is guarded, we cannot go there. It is true, we can't go there to some extent. But I just fail to understand. You cannot hold Kenya captive for your own good. Utushike sisi wote na nchi yetu, utufanye sisi watumwa. We are not going to accept. There is a way that will come. Na itakuja tu. Miracle itatokea tu. Miujiza itatokea. Kwa sababu hamwezi kuwa mnatuumiza namna hiyo just for you to survive, just for you to thrive. We can't, and we are not going to allow that. But we will work hard, we will join hands, and we see which way to go, because we can't live like this. Hata ng'ombe ikifungiwa zizi, isikie kweli inataka kutoka, it can break that zizi. Hata kupiga huo ukuta itapiga. Paka hata wewe utaogopa. So that is where we have reached. Imetumika nchi yetu na inatumiwa vibaya. Already sasa tumejulikana sisi ni watu wapayuka pahali popote, because that respect that we had is all gone due to the leader ambaye anajiita ndiye anatuongoza, ati yeye ndiye kiongozi wa Kenya. We have no leader unless something comes up. No leader in our country. We are at our own, na tunajua soon things will change and have a way out. Then Kenya can be liberated. Asante sana. Thank you. By the way, before I forget, my people, my Kenyans, I was shocked to see that these people, the whole group, went to Laikipia. And right now, as I'm talking, ng'ombe zimeanza kufanyiwa vaccination na zishafanyiwa vaccination. Mutahi Kagwe has started that kind of a thing in Laikipia, I was shocked to the core. Nikasema, okay, Wamasai au Samburu ama Masai walikuwa wameketi hapo, wanaangalia ng'ombe zao zikidungwa. I don't know what is the meaning. And Mutahi Kagwe tried to explain that the vaccine, it's people who are bringing propaganda. I don't know what he is talking about. And there is no disease in that area that those wanyama wanadungwa hiyo shindano. There is no disease as far as I am concerned. I know some people from that area. There is no disease, but they decided to go and do that event, kudunga wanyama, because they want to do that. My question, any time that you want to show people that this thing is perfect, this thing is not bad, start by yourself. Ningependa sana kama niliona hizo ng'ombe za Ruto ndizo zimedungwa. But the other thing that comes in my mind, because Kenya has got a lot of scandals going on. Do you know which vaccination that was given to those animals versus Ruto's animals? Now that comes to linger in my mind. Kwa sababu watu wameshakuwa watu werefu, watu wa kudanganya, wanaweza tumia vaccine ile ambayo iko ya kudhuru pande ile na ile ingine isiyo kudhuru pande ile ingine, or even others are not vaccinated, ni kudungwa tu wanadungwa. We have to speculate in our country, because what has been going on, we can always not believe it, since we have gone through so much trauma in our country. And that is why I'm trying to say things are not normal in our country. People have been traumatized in so many ways. So anything that comes, you have to ask a question. You have to, first of all, run away before you think, is that right for me? Even we can run away from a good thing. I would say that simply because people have been traumatized so much in our country. People have been mistreated. People have been cheated. There is a lot of scandal in our country. Why not ask a question? Why not first run away? Why not refuse something that you don't know whether it benefits you? That is how the life of Kenyans is right now. And I'll say this, truly, truly, the people who are talking about those vaccinations, they are doctors. They are doctors. They know what they mean.
I have to say something very quickly, Nyakairo, about that. It
Yes,
means
dear.
that soon we'll start dying of cancer. So people, hii inaanza kufika wakati unaanza kukula ile nyama yenye wazungu wanakula, ile nyama rich people are going to be eating. That is where you're going to have to start purchasing your meat, because the meat they're going to be selling right now is going to have cancer. Bill Gates has always been a proponent of reducing the population of the world, and they are saying tunazaana sana. Kama utaki kuzaisha, kama unataka kuwa na cancer, kula hiyo nyama. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Kip. That's exactly what it is, simply because the people who brought that information about that vaccination, they are doctors. They are not lay people. They are doctors. And they talked much just for civil education, for the people to be aware. But now what is going on, that is exactly what we are facing. And they have started from, and let me be a little bit biased in some ways. Unajua kuna wakati Wamasai walikuwa wanachukuliwa kama watu ambao hawaelewi mambo. It was easy to convince Wamasai those days that this is good and they will accept. And people are calling them that they are not, they don't have knowledge, so you can misguide them. I don't know whether it is still there up to today, simply because unaenda kwa local people kuwaeleza ati hii ni mzuri. unaenda huko mashinani, unakuta watu, unaambia hii kitu ni mzuri, inafanya hivi, inafanya hivi. They don't have any knowledge. They don't have education to know what it means. Masai ukimwambia, lakini wacha niseme hata sio wa Masai. Ukienda huko mashinani, ukute raia wetu ambao hawana maneno mingi, wako busy, wanalima huko, wanakaa huko. Ukiwaeleza mambo, ukionekana vile umekuja na gari kubwa na uko na hizo madawa na nini, unaanza kuwaeleza hii dawa ni ya kusaidia wanyama wenu ili ndio watoe mazao mazuri, watoe nyama mzuri. Surely hata kwa Mungu uko na dhambi, because you are lying. You are giving them poison for you just to have a day to do that. Kwa vile ati kwa sababu mshahara yako na Kasongo anakuona unamfanyia kazi ya kudanganya watu uwapatie maafa. Surely hata wewe umelaaniwa. Hata wewe umelaaniwa. These people that are doing all these things, knowing really it's a hypocritic thing. Wanakuja, wanatembelea watu wetu huko mashinani. They cannot go to wazungu. Si waende kwa hao wazungu. Hao wameweka hizo ng'ombe huko, wachome hizo ng'ombe zao. Si waende kwa Ruto, si yako na ng'ombe huko mashambani, tuone ni zake zimeanza. That is how I feel painful when you go to treat people in their remote areas with this kind of language. Mnabebana hapo na magari, mnafuatana hivi, hiyo magari tumewanunulia na pesa zetu sisi taxpayers. Unaenda tena kudanganya wale ambao wako very innocent, kwenda kuambia this is what it is, this is how it is. That is evil. Na Mungu awaone. Mungu awalaani kabisa. Because if you are depopulating, depopulation unaileta ya nini? Mimi hujanilelea watoto wangu, sijakuambia nimechoka na wao, sijakuomba chakula. What is depopulation? You Africans, you are bringing to your people. Do you know what it means? Hii masomo mmesoma ni ya nini? Do you understand depopulation, what it means? Kwa nini wewe usijiue, uache watu kwa sababu hutaki kuona watu wengi? Kill yourself and go. Leave people live with their poor situation. They will know how to sort themselves out. They have never come to your door to borrow food. They have never asked you to come and take care of them. Watu wana survive kivyao, isipokuwa hata hiyo serikali ndio imeharibu maisha ya kila mtu nchini. Mkenya hakuna ambaye alikuwa anaenda barabarani kuomba chakula. People could go on looking for their own welfare with no problem. Lakini mmeleta mashida ambayo imeongeza hiyo depopulation iendelee. Because in other words, even if you don't bring depopulation, already you have caused some situations that has made people die innocently. Wanakufa kiholela, wanakufa bure because of the situation that has been intentionally created by these people. And yet they can spend a lot of money going for AUC, knowing that really Kenya has no medicine, children are not going to school, people have no food, taxation at the highest order, and yet they can go celebrate such kind of nonsense. For heaven's sake, Mungu atujalie. I feel very pain. I mean, I have a lot of pain when I see our people wakiingiliwa. Na unaona hawa watu hawawezi kwenda kwa matajiri. Honestly, hebu angalia. Look at that picture. They cannot go to rich people to do those nasty things. Kudunga mang'ombe ya matajiri. They will just go to poor people. Innocent people who remote mashinani. And they decide these are the people to finish. These are the people to suffer so that we can thrive, we can survive. Tuishi huko Nairobi kwa manyumba makubwa, lakini hawa watu ambao wanaishi wakitengeneza moto ya kuni, tutawamaliza. For what sake? What do they have for you? What do they get from you? Ni nini inakuuma? hao watu wako kwa mashamba yao, wako na kang'ombe yao, unaenda kuwamalizia na kuwamaliza wao. It's okay. Go on doing all those evil things, lakini hata wewe utapatikana siku moja. Thank you. That's my take.
Okay. Mama Nyakairo, umemaliza?
Yes, I'm done.
Yeah, wacha tusikie Irene Njeri. Irene Njeri, go ahead.
It's evening here, everyone. Sasa, these leaders that we have in Kenya are just confusing us. So, I watched that. Actually, let me say, I didn't even watch. I couldn't even get myself to watch all that nonsense that was happening in about the AUC, because it was, as far as our country was concerned, it was nonsensical. Kuna how much money these people spend to go maybe prove a point, especially as far as Ruto is concerned, because I'm sure anajiona yeye, the way he has captured Kenya, alikuwa anajiona he will capture Africa the same way. And I am so happy. Not that I didn't want Raila to win, even though I didn't want him to win, but the loss that happened was so good for Ruto to know that he would not have the chance of capturing Africa the way he has captured Kenya. He's a shameless man, because as I've always said, he has the backstops at him as far as anything that happens in Kenya politically right now. I don't understand how he allowed all those people to go with him, spend millions and millions of shillings for something that was not helpful to our country at all. So, for me, Raila could lose ni sawa, but on the hindsight side of it, sijui tutafanya aje, kwa sababu if most likely I see him getting back together with Ruto and exploiting our country financially, politically, the more. I wish tunaweza fanya venye wanasema, tumtoe tu sahi huyo jamaa, atolewe tu sahi, hata tusingoje ati wafanye sijui nini na huyo Raila, kwa sababu wataendelea tu kuharibu nchi. So I don't know venye tunaweza fanya huyu jamaa tuanze tu plan ya kumtoa asiende mpaka 2027. The damage he has done to our country is, I don't know. Sasa last week ilikuwa too much, so from this week, and then he has the audacity to go ati kuongea na watu African leaders. Like, what was he telling them? Hana hata aibu, hana aone tumeshindwa, acha tu mimi nirudi home. Anataka tu kujionyeshana wenyewe ni mkubwa. Hananga sijui tunaweza semaje, he has no heart. He has his mind, he's so egocentric. He has no mind that sometimes you need to step back a little bit. I don't know. I don't even know how to explain what kind of a man this man is. So ni vizuri Raila alishindwa. Tuone sasa venye tutafanya from now on. But I was seeing somewhere on Facebook from a friend of mine who is a good supporter of Raila, saying that now they're going to join hands and atiwachaguliwe 2027, both of them, Ruto and Raila. And I'm like, sometimes I don't understand us Kenyans. how these two people can, how we can even think of them being our leaders in the next another 7 years. So zenye zimebaki mbili na those 5 ati wachaguliwe, si Kenya itaisha, you know? So it's shameful. And then hii mambo ya mambo ya kufuata the Western countries, I think Ruto is so much into that issue, anafuata tu pesa, whoever gives you money, and he has the habit too of giving money so he can be followed, then he gets money so he can follow whoever, and then they can destroy our country, you know, signing up things that are even dangerous to the community, like hiyo mambo ya vaccination. It's just ridiculous. So I'm saying to what we start talking about how we're going to get them out before the end of their term.
Yeah.
Waende nyumbani.
Naweza kujibu kidogo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't, let me answer you. Maybe unaweza mute for a little. I respond to you. Just mute a little bit. You see, hiyo issue ya Ruto na Raila kujipendekeza ni wao wanajileta. It is not an issue coming from Kenyans. So don't take it that way. And if there is any Kenyan who is trying to say that Ruto and Raila, they can come and now form a government with us, I think those people are daydreaming. So you don't need to worry of that. There is a silent revolution in Kenya. I want to explain to you that. So what is going to happen in Kenya is that both Ruto and Raila are on the sideline. They have been relegated. They are nowhere within the influences circles of Kenya. So those are not things we should even be talking here. Raila Odinga and Ruto are in the same boat. But as you know, Raila Odinga is conniving, as is Mr. Ruto. What Raila Odinga will do is he is going to stand there. He is going to stand. Raila Odinga is usually very good at that. He is going to stand in the mood of Kenyans. And even as Ruto is waiting for him, through the naturality, Raila Odinga could actually reject him because pande ya Ruto hakuna mvuto. So what Raila Odinga is going to do, my own prediction, is Raila Odinga is going to allow the seven or six cabinet secretaries alipea Ruto waendelee kufanya kazi huko. But he is now going to start retreating slowly. You will see conference ya Raila Odinga very soon akijidistance na bwana William Ruto na akijidistance na hiyo serikali. And whatever you saw happening today with bwana Ruto was just a gesture to try and show bwana Raila Odinga wako pamoja. But Raila Odinga hakuenda kwa Ruto because he knew there is something which can happen there. He went there because of his selfish interest, and those selfish interests which he wanted to push through Ruto, they are not there. So, and you also need to remember that Raila Odinga is naturally an ambitious man. He still feels that kuna kitu anaweza fanya Kenya, which some of us we don't agree. So we only say that if Raila Odinga has to come onto our front, he has to come as a backbencher. So ile kitu iko is Ruto and Raila Odinga should be the literal people who should actually worry you. I think much of the civic education which is happening in Kenya, I think people are going the way uliona places like people like in Nyeri saying what celebrating is like there is a way like it's like people are understanding politics now. Sasa Kenya watu ni kama wameanzia kuelewa, watu wako kwa ile box tumekuwa tukiwekwa, like you could feel some interpretation from Kenyans, very advanced interpretation from Kenyans. Ulikuwa unasikia wa Kenya yeah, he deserves to lose. You could feel like there were some Kenyans even in the grassroots walikuwa wanaoneshana that advanced level of understanding politics. So Raila Odinga and Ruto should be the least people we should be worried of. They have already been rejected by people. Mr. William Ruto knows very well clearly he cannot get a second term in Kenya. That is one thing which I want to confirm here, unless kama sisi tukue tumekufa wote. But as long as we are alive, and God is going to give us that life because he has promised life unto us, there's no way in which Mr. William Ruto is going to get a second term in Kenya. There is no path for him. And I want to explain how. As we speak now, Ruto has no platform to campaign. When you are seeking for a second term, you begin by telling people what you have done. You begin with a scorecard. Then you revibrate the party which you had, or maybe you make a new party. Then from there, there is a secretariat which is there to spearhead your campaign. Tell me today, how many people, intellectual people who have courage and people who can, wale watu wako na msimamo, wale watu wanaweza fuatwa. Tell me today, how many people wanaweza itwa watu wako na akili timamu and they be in Mr. William Ruto secretariat for re-election? So I didn't get it. Some of the things we are getting worried of here, they have already been sorted. Ruto has no capacity to have a campaign secretariat. The only people who manage is mega party, is a small party, UDA, are people like Cicely Mbarire, who have already been rejected in Embo. They are small people. Akina Kipto, another guy Kipto, who used to be in Eldoret, those are the small people. People who cannot even influence are free. There's no one. So, Irene Jerry, Ruto cannot even have a campaign secretariat. Na ningetaka hata yule mtu kwa comment section hapa aniambie, if Ruto today wants to have a secretariat, who will be? The other time, he had people like Akina Kisiangani, he had people like there's Muluka, this guy who speaks a lot of Kiswahili. Anaitwaje? There's a lot of Muluka, somebody Muluka. Maybe Jakari, you can remind me. There's a guy called Muluka who speaks a lot. Anaitwaje? Balak. There's a guy called Balak Muluka, Mani Muluka. There's a guy who he is of the scale of PLO. Wanakujanga kwa TV sana as alternates. So he had attracted such guys. Miguna. Our good Hornbill. Miguna was on his side, that side. Ulikuwa unakuta venye hata alikuwa anapiga Raila, he was on his side. And so many people were on his side. Today, how many people can openly come out and say that I'm on Ruto's side? You need such people to coin an agenda. The Hasra narrative was attractive that time. That is why there were people in the grassroots defending him. Right now, there's no one who can defend that Hasra narrative in the ground because it has not yielded or it has not lived to the dreams of what people were told it will do. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to tell you is Ruto cannot be able to even campaign. Ni vile Ruto watuambii, but the truth of the matter is Ruto hata second hata kucampaign hawezi rudi kwa uchaguzi. Saa zingine maybe people might say I overstretch ama I overthink. The truth of the matter is Bwana Ruto, you know, because campaign is an expensive and elaborate adventure. You don't just campaign, you need the fine and the good. Right now, wale watu Ruto wamebaki nao ni akina Sudi na akina Faruku Kibet. People like the former agriculture minister, yule wana huko Cherangani. Those people, they cannot even be part of him. So mimi nikiangalia Ruto tu hivi, I see him as a dead man walking. Hana mutu. Then his lies have been decoded. Now, very soon, Uriona, Gachagua is helping in decoding the lies. People know that Ruto lies all the time, and all the time, Ruto lies. Already now it is known. So, hata Ruto akisimama pale, people knows that vile anakira mingi mabarabara, ili akuja kuambia hapo, sijui itoke hapa, ipike hapa. Already people know. So, Ruto has a selling point. So that's why I'm trying to say here, Ruto, Arab Kiro, Ruto is the least person people should be worried even to the campaign. That's why unaona anagongwa na Gachagua hata hawezi ongea. In fact, Ruto tu namwangushia tu kitu moja tu hivi ananyamaza. He cannot be able to respond. So antidote yake tushaielewa. So Ruto is not that person who people used to think and they felt. That's why even in the African Union, wakati alikuanga anaenda kule ati watu anaongea kule, then people are thinking that this liberator has come. Sijui kama mnakumbuka ile speech ya kwanza aliongea, ni kama alikuwa anasomea Macron yule wa France, alikuwa anasema sijui nini, we need equal payment. Hey, Waafrika wanasema hey, unaona vile yani alikuwa anajifanya huko. Sasa he cannot convince anyone. So Ruto is just a bubble. So huyu hata sio mtu hata tunafaa kukua ati tukiogopa na tukiongea story yake hapa. Ruto is one ballot away. Na tuna story yake tunamalizia. He is one ballot away from extinction. Na huyo jamaa tumsahau kwa kaburi ya sahau. So those Kenyans who are extremely confident that Ruto tunamalizana na yeye. Me, I never feel scared of him. Wakati nilianzia kuona huyu ni jamaa hata ajielewi. Huyu jamaa ajielewi. So I know
I like your confidence in that, and I hope that will be the case. But we can't also forget that Ruto is a very corrupt man, and a lot of us Kenyans, maybe myself included, we tend to forget very quickly. And tumeona venye anamwaga tu pesa, hizo pesa ameiba zote, ataenda amwagie watu, and then that is my reasoning, which is I don't want to be naive that he haezi pita tena. I think we need to be afraid of
no,
that.
I didn't kidogo, hebu nieleze just in a nice way, give me Ruto path to election, because every person hata yule ambaye anaibanga, he has a path to election. In a honest opinion, and the way you are seeing things are shaping up in Kenya, if they were unable to buy even that, unajua that this AU seat is a precursor to show you how many billions did they use. They had power even to buy even candidates, na walishindwa. There is a point where hata pesa iwezi kusaidia. So in a honest way and in an honest opinion, nataka tu unieleze, because you know sometimes I like being practical. Can you explain to me the path of Mr. William Ruto to presidency again?
Okay, I don't have a practical way, to be honest with you, because that is not something that I've thought. But maybe with time and hopefully, and I'm saying, the ideal thing is what you're saying that should happen. But the problem the fear I have is from the electorate, and when you wanafuata Ruto juu ya pesa, juu Wakenya wameamini hongo sana, like just like they did with Gachagua. Those people, they were given money, even people who didn't know why they were impeaching Gachagua. They just got money and they voted him out. So I think it's for me, I still have that fear that he might try to do the same thing come 2027, and then plus if he tried to pull ODM people towards him and those who are on the sideline. So I'm not saying he will win, but I also have the fear that he might manipulate the election with money and
No,
Irene, maybe my thinking is
Irene, don't get scared. Let me give you a practical way kidogo tu ili tulete pia razvik. Let me give you a practical way. This is what happens globally. This is not a Kenyan issue. You see, na pia hii musemo nasikianga Waswahili wakisema siku ya kukufa nyani miti yote utereza is a practical one. This is what happens, any election stealing, na ukuje tafadhali usitoke na uende kabisa. Any election stealing has to be backed by an organic support somewhere. Now, by the way, mtu anashinda uchaguzi. I want to talk to Geoffrey Kimani and all the others, and when the Paul, kama mnanisikiliza, mtu anashinda uchaguzi, you can feel it. If today Mr. William Ruto has capacity to win an election in Kenya, you can feel it. Let me tell you, an election win is not an accident. You feel it. You always feel waves. Unasikianga watu wakiongea mtu tunataka huyu, tunataka huyu. An election win is verifiable. That is what I'm trying to say here. Like, if you have to defeat somebody in an election, it is provable in the ground. Kuna vile tu kiendaga tu kwa ground unasikia watu kusema it is verifiable, ndio najaribu kusema. Na ile kitu najaribu kusema hapa, it is purely simple. Today as we speak, Ruto has panicked and he knows ground haina yeye. You can prove that this guy has no one. Even the few Kalenjins who could be supporting him, they have also panicked. Wanaanzia kuona ni kama wako peke yao. So, historia tunasema ati Ruto atakuja kuiba kura. Kwanza hiyo tusahau. Let me tell you, you do not steal where there is none. First of all, and that is why you will try to work very hard to create a binary situation. What is a binary situation? A binary situation is a close election. 40-50. Alafu sasa tunaanzia kuoneshwa vile ana close hiyo gap. That is the propaganda they use. But as long as that situation of a binary election is not there, and I do not see a situation where Ruto can create a binary situation. Why? Because for you to have a binary situation in Kenya, you need to be supported by at least 3 large blocks in Kenya. Na ziko wapi? Ruto hana. So, Irene Njeri, ile kitu najaribu kuelezea hapa. I know I can look. No, I'm not talking about Kalenjins that all of them, they can even support Ruto 100%. I don't rely on them. Bwana Kimani, so forget about that. Even if Ruto has the whole of Kalenjin 100%, don't worry about that. But what I'm trying to say is, a man who is winning an election, it is verifiable. Ukienda Nairobi, you will hear him. Ukienda Nakuru, you will hear him. Ukienda Mombasa, you will hear him. Ukienda Kisumu, you will hear him. Like, you can feel people saying, hey, this guy looks strong. So, Irene Njeri, I want to ask you today, do you think, as we speak today, people are saying Ruto is strong politically? I'm not talking about strong in terms of money. We have so many people who have money in Kenya. So, musiseme ati Ruto anaenda kushinda uchaguzi sababu ako na pesa. That is where we are missing the point. Having money and winning election are not related. Winning election is about bringing a coalition, because you are not having one person. You are having different people of different thinking. So, does Ruto have capacity to bring all those coalitions together? And which are the coalitions which operate in Kenya? We have tribal coalitions, we have the working class, we have all the other issues, the other people. Today, all the coalitions which brought Ruto presidency together have split apart. He is trying to make a new one. You want to rely with Odinga, where I don't think he can go much. So in a nutshell, ile kitu najaribu kusema, Ruto is cooked. He might attempt to steal an election, but again, stealing, you don't just steal, uibangi ile mingi. And if Ruto attempts to steal the election because hana watu, it will be seen, and it will be chaos to anarchy. So we have retro worry in terms of Ruto getting a second term. He has no capacity. He cannot be able to mount a campaign secretariat, which can actually be a threat. Or Gen Zs in many places in Kenya will turn against him. Don't worry about that. So, kwa kusema ukweli, Ruto ana platform. And if kama mimi kuna mtu hata anifanyi nisilale, ni Ruto. There were some days I used to fear. But the days when I understood that Kenyans have understood how to disseminate lies, wameanzia kuelewa kuchagua mzuri na mbaya, I have no worry. Na Ruto tunaenda kumumalizia, and we will do it round 1 with over 60%. So people should not be worried about that. Tunaweza kaa ni kama we are disintegrated. Tunaweza kaa kama mavi ya mbuzi. But the truth of the matter is, we are on the track and we are ending Ruto regime. So Irene, in a nutshell, don't panic. It will work out. Forces of goodwill will come together to tell Ruto, you must go. So Irene Njeri, you can put your case in 2 minutes, alafu tupea Razfik, alafu turudi kwa Nyakairo. Is that clear? alafu ukiniambia it is not overconfidence what I'm telling you. I'm telling you what will happen starting next year. Ruto anamaliziwa mara moja, round 1 one tachwa.
Okay, well, that is our prayer that tumalizie tu mapema asubuhi, if not sooner than that. Yeah. So, sasa kitu sasa sielewi tena sahi, like our leaders wenye tuko nao sahi wanatakia Kenya aje juu maendeleo imeisha, shida ndizo ziko mob huko. I mean, I don't understand what their plan is, but we're hoping that Kenya, the next time we do an election, it will be one that people will elect somebody. Na mimi sitaki hao akina Gachagua na akina Kalonzo na akina sijui Mudavadi hao watu wote tu waende home tu. We start from a clean slate. Hao watu wote watolewe tu, na wenye wameiba pesa wafungwe kama venye huyu jamaa wa Kiambu alifungwa. Watu warudishe pesa za Wakenya, ndio tuweze kuwa na Kenya mpya. That's my prayer, and in my small space that I have, that's what I'm gonna work on. Tusirudishe hao wazee, waende nyumbani wote kabisa. That's all I have to say for today.
Okay, but umepata confidence ya kwamba tunang'oa Ruto? I need you to get that confidence.
Wacha tuone venye, wacha hii mwaka iishe, alafu
No. Tutamng'oa, don't worry. I will take you through that process. Huyo jamaa tunamng'oa. Hakuna kitu ambayo tumeguza so far ijafanya. Finance bill tukaangusha, Raila tukaangusha, Ruto is the next target. Vitu yote tunaangusha. Don't worry. Anyway, last week.
Vipi Njiru? Habari ya Stone, Julia, Nyakairo na Njeri. Yeah, I've been following the show from behind the scene, and it got so interesting when Njiru is saying that Ruto and Raila working together is like nothing. I think you're being a wishful thinker, my friend. That's the last thing that you'll ever want to wish for Kenya, for Ruto and Raila to work together. And even myself, I'm a Raila supporter, but it's not something that I would wish for to happen for Kenya, because the only politician who can, make things stop in Kenya, let's not take that for granted, is Raila, whether you guys like it or not. He did it with Kibaki, mpaka kapewa nusu mkate. He did it with Uhuru. He did it even with Moi. He's doing it with Ruto right now. When he was running for AU chairman, let's be honest, hakuna vile when you're a candidate for AU chair, you can be against the government. You need support of your country. If you are trying to lobby all these other countries to vote for you, nawe mwenyewe huwezi sikizana na serikali ya nchi yako, you're not making sense to those other countries. But it appears that most of those other countries were smart enough. They looked beyond Raila candidacy and voted right how they were supposed to vote. Unfortunately or fortunately, Raila didn't get that seat. What will save Kenya is, first of all, as much as don't support what Raila did with the Gen Z, so decision working with his decision working with Ruto, over the past few months. I don't know how that is going to last now that the AU thing is over. That was the most unpopular to most Kenyans. But right now we need to go past that and focus on who are we trying to remove from power. Raila is not a president, you know. He's not a vice president. He's not even a cabinet in that government. It's about time that, you know, as much as we criticize some of the things that he does wrong, let's stop the hatred. Because with the hatred now, you'll see most of Raila supporters, they'll start taking advantage of that and turn tribal, which we don't want Kenya to go that way. Once it becomes like it's like a tribal thing, Ruto will take advantage of that na taiba kura asubuhi na mapema na hakuna kitu Wakenya watafanya. Like, let's be honest, the only person who can call an effective demonstration in Kenya is Raila, apart from the Gen Zs. And now, when he diluted Gen Zs, you know, they're selling a different narrative to the ODM supporter Gen Zs, that, you know, they need to sit back and they need to be careful and stuff like that. We don't want to go so much tribal so that it appears as if it's either 2-3 tribes fighting against each other, because Ruto only needs perception. That's the reason why he's been traveling across the country, and they've been paying these big rallies to show how watu walitokea Kisumu, how watu walitokea sijui Isiolo, but they're not showing us how there was also a part of a section of those crowds that were protesting. You know, he just needs perception to show how popular he is. When it comes to election time, kama bado tutakuwa tunatumia Kimskit, I can tell you that for free. Ruto atashinda asubuhi na mapema. Atazima stima na kila kitu. Kuna kitu watu watamfanya. So
okay. I think okay.
Hello? Can you hear me?
But I don't know why you are giving Mr. Ruto and Mr. Raila Odinga too much credit. Maybe let me ask you as you contribute. Tell me now, which other value is Ruto and Raila Odinga remaining in Kenya? And you know very well that Raila Odinga issues have been discovered. We have understood.
They might be.
One minute. Allow me to ask you this.
Okay.
We have already discovered that Raila Odinga is a con man. That is why every time he has refused to finish the business, anakuja anatuambia kura imeibiwa, then anapitia mlango wa nyuma, anaenda anaungana with the same people. He told us that they stole an election from him. So why are you trying to tell us that we need the blessing of Raila Odinga for us to achieve any meaningful democracy in Kenya? I disagree. Kenyans can force their own path. Since when he joined with Ruto and maneno ingine imetendeka hapo, have we died? So why are you trying to make Raila Odinga look as if he is the only person who can make Kenya recover? Why, if he is that important, why was he unable to lobby the AU to vote for him, wakiwa na William Ruto, if they are that important? And they are being defeated by people from a very simple and a small country. I think you are exaggerating the influence of Bwana Raila Odinga. I don't think he holds the parameters which he used to hold before. I agree, the Raila Odinga of 2013 and 2017 could be impactful. But the Raila Odinga of today is a conman and a sloth. Thank you.
Yeah, so as much as he's been a conman, his fan base is still intact. I can tell you that for free.
No,
those people who criticize him so much are those people that have never supported him before.
You don't need the whole country to win an election. We want a coalition of sensible people. This idea whereby last week you want us to massage Bwana Raila Odinga, and he is busy making mistakes, one mistake after the other, and he has been serving his own appetite and his own ego and his own self-interest. And you are telling us we be busy here looking for him. And that guy has been making himself millionaires in all the endeavors he has been doing. I want to tell you, in the retro politics, which I know, I will not follow that path. And as a Kenyan who can make his own self-determination, Raila Odinga is free to work with Mr. William Ruto na tutamenyana na yeye. We will have a coalition of good people who will fight him. Yeah, naona Rasvik ameenda. I don't agree with Rasvik kutuambia tuanzie kubembeleza Raila. I think that is a mistake which we have done for so long. So Rasvik, go ahead.
Yeah, so about these coalitions, even the Rigadi coalition, it's nothing different. It's nothing different with Raila and Ruto's coalition. What any majambazi, you know. I don't think any Rigadi has added any value to Mount Kenya, and right now they're like hero worshipping him, like he ain't your king of the kings when he goes around. So we just need to be sober-minded. We need to look at each other in the face and suggest amongst ourselves, you know, on way forward than keep talking about this same old recycles, you know, over and over. Haitabadilisha Kenya kwa sababu these people, first of all, you know, they are in the same investments group, irrespective of mtu yuko UDA ama yuko Jubilee ama yuko you know, Wiper ama nini. They're in the same clubs, you know, behind the scene they do business together. When it comes to electing you know, East African community legislators, you know, they negotiate. So the moment we cycle around hate so much into these people, we are also influencing their fan base. Their fan base are seeing as if ni ukabila.
There's no hit here.
Yeah.
I said we need a coalition of sensible Kenyans. That is what I said. I said we do not need a coalition or to go and look for Raila Odinga. I just said the sensible Kenyans who feel they can work. No, Raila Odinga abandoned us and he went to work with William Ruto. He made our work more difficult. So forget about that.
Yes, don't underestimate that coalition. That's the worst coalition you want.
I don't need him. I don't need him. I don't need him. He can go and work with whoever he want to work with. He left us and we don't need him. He cannot come and water down our coalition.
Njiru.
That's the worst coalition you'll ever wish for Kenya.
Maunga.
Yeah, hi everyone. Njiru, I've actually just entered to echo Rasvik's sentiments. Rasvik, it's good to see you. It's been a while. Happy New Year.
I know. Happy New Year.
Yeah, what Rasvik is saying is valid. And Njiru, by now, let us stop the excessive bile. It's not making a difference because Raila has already done for us the major part that we would have wanted to do the emotions. The level at which you're pushing emotions, as Rasvik has indicated, those guys do businesses together. Their children go to the same school. They attend the same parties. They have their business partners. They play golf together. They are in exclusive clubs together. So the truth is, we are the ones in this club of common Kenyans. So what we do with that is what's important. We are many. We are the base of this country. So can we take advantage of the fact that we are the base and then move with that force of that we are the base? The moment we keep still talking about these people, I think we're helping them achieve a goal. Their goal is, can we constantly disturb their minds? Can we make it a point to for them to keep talking about us so that they can assume that, you know, like they cannot do without us? So that way, in fact, they'll find where our minds are and they'll easily be able to angle towards where they should go with us. So ideally, all I think I need us to do at this point is decide very deliberately and very intentionally. Decide as Kenyans, we are moving, knowing fully well that there's potentially 100,000 leaders whom, if at all we called upon their names right now, we can line them up and they can actually give a roadmap to where Kenya should be headed. Let us not be stuck on the same political class. You know, I heard today that there was a pastor, some clergy guy who sent a message to Babu, you know, through Sifuna. Ati Babu is a good man. So I was like, when I read that, I'm like, surely how desperate are we as Kenyans? Are we at this level? And so what I'm thinking is we should let this AU thing exposed our minds to a lot of things. We've been hoodwinked for a very long time. It is usually said that whenever we have tears in our eyes, it clouds our vision. But of course, you're with your heart, you're thinking clearly, but with your eyes, you cannot see clearly. So now that we were done with the emotional part of everything, it's almost as if God was preparing us for the things that are ahead. Let's take, for instance, if a time like this last year, we had gotten a message that maybe Raila slept and did not wake up, Kenya would have erupted and something would have happened. Imagine a scenario such as this. God forbid. It's not like I'm saying that all of us are mortal. Therefore, I am not saying that he will go ahead of us or so to speak. But all I'm saying is, imagine a scenario right now where you've heard that he did not wake up. What would be the end result? What would be the reaction compared to had it been a year before? So God was preparing this path for us and trying to tell us that you guys set your eyes upon a man. A man can lie, and that is why we're usually told that God is not a man that he should lie. He's so consistent, but a human being, and especially one that is synonymous with interests, will one day wake up and their interests are going to supersede yours. They won't even tell you. They'll throw you right under the bus and betray you and do anything that works within their interests at that particular point. So where God has led us to, he's led us to the point of knowing that Kenya belongs to all of us and Kenya does not belong to any individual. So at any one time, someone can drop the ball on us. When they do, the game has to continue. And it's a game of life. And that includes us breathing on our own and making sure that the rest of our lives is better than what we had yesterday. And then God was very, very gracious to us. He actually showed us a new army that he had given us in the Gen Z. So that's to say that we actually literally have a team of people who have understanding of where the country should be headed, and they have the knowledge of how to take it. And then all they require maybe just a bit of mentorship, as a bit of fine tuning, and Kenya is safe. So eventually, we literally have a confirmation that we have a good place to grow old into. So I don't think there's ever been a time in the history of this nation where we are at a better place than now. So what we have to stop doing is we have to stop focusing on people who have confirmed to us that we cannot even confirm that even one of their actions has been about us and not been theirs. So what we can do, lump them up, and like those ones, just make sure that we relegate them to oblivion, and then we forge forward with a dream team. And a dream team, as we had clearly identified, we have Matiang'i as an option. He may not be out here now, and trust me, from the few cases I've been talking to, because trust me, that is the truth anyway. A Kisi will never give you a job if another Kisi is available who's capable of doing the job. That's the truth. But what have those Kisis again come out and confirmed? They have come out and confirmed that they build their capacity and they have competence. So at the end of the day, just because Jero, there have been Maura, Kamau, and all the other Kikuyu names listed in government for the number of years that Kikuyus have headed this nation. And I mean, so what would be the difference with having Kisis filling up their space and then filling up the rest of the spaces with a little more of the other Kenyans who are there, as long as they're competent? So the truth is, since we have set our sight on a way forward, can we stop being bitter? Can we stop being so emotional about a guy who's totally inconsequential? Because now we have confirmed there is no one who is in the future of this nation who's interested in what happened in Addis yesterday. They're only glad that hiyo ilikuwa funzo kwa watu wenye tabia kama hizo. That's about the only reason why they're making that reference. But other than that, they're forging forward. Can we move with them at least? Can we save our energy and save our emotions towards the people who actually need to see us happy and forging them forward? And then we participate in our space to make sure that we are giving the best contribution of what we can give for now. Thank you.
Sawa, Maunga, hiyo ni mzuri. I understand. I relax, but my point of injection remains that I feel we have an enough coalition of sensible Kenyans who can actually change this Kenya to the right direction. I feel
so Njiru, regarding coalition is sensible Kenyans, for example. Let me ask you, because if we are sanitizing Rigathi, and on this other side we are throwing stones at Raila, you know, from Raila's perspective, fan base, they see that they see a lot of irony there. That you know, our to first of all, it's Mount Kenya that got us to where we are. Let's not take that for granted.
Last week,
Yeah.
okay, again, we are back at
Yeah.
it. we are
Okay,
going back
so
at it. Yeah, the truth is, even Rigathi is part of that past that we're not
yeah.
making reference to for whatever reason. So what I'm saying is, we will claim Mount Kenya took us there, but they had their own democratic right, by the way, to be able to express themselves in the way they did. They had a contrary opinion. The same way, even as we supported Raila, what did Raila do? He came and joined the worst of people. The very worst that Kenya has ever produced. He actually came and joined them. And I don't think there's ever been a time when he has shaken somebody's hand or decided to have dalliance with someone and is as comfortable as he is with Ruto. Yet Ruto has committed the worst of the worst. Kenyans have disappeared. They've been abducted. Our children have been killed and put in sacks. That's what I can bet you. I can never quite forget. Okay, is that Rasvik's mic ndio inapiga kelele kwa background?
Yeah.
So the truth is, our Raila whom we chose has by far collaborated with the worst that Kenya has ever opted to give us. So trust me, I don't think we're any different from the Mount Kenya that we're claiming took sides with Ruto. So Rigathi is going to be in our past for that particular reason. We should just forge forward, guys. We should just decide this is where we're headed. It is clear. We cannot live in that past. It has been of nothing but pain to us. So we made those mistakes, and so we're moving forward. We are moving forward to better horizons. There is no way hatutaki kutani into chumvi. Thanks.
Okay, so I think Rasvik, you can finish your statement.
Njoo, can I say something?
Okay, but you can say alafu Rasvik akuje. I'll be back.
So the truth is,
Yes, Irene, go ahead. Alafu Rasvik akuje. No problem. Ni kama Irene, kwa nini umepotea? Last week, go ahead.
Bado Irene ame
Yeah,
mute.
nilikuwa nasema tu, you know, it's about time we stop giving this same old recycles airtime. We are giving them a lot of airtime, and the more airtime we are giving them with a lot of negativity, we become so emotions until tunakuwa wakabila bila hata kujua sisi ni wakabila. We need to have you know, constructive conversation of way forward. By amongst ourselves, we can make good leaders. Hata kwa hii show, most of us can make good leaders than what we have. We need to be thinking from that perspective.
Can you hear me?
And go back to the grassroots.
I don't know why my mic is not working. I'll hold on for now.
No,
Irene, we can hear you. Go ahead. Hey, tena amejifunga. Aya, Rasvika ataendelea tu.
Yeah, so Dini, we need to focus more on our communities, from MCA to MP to governor, from grassroots. Hiyo ndio itatusaidia. If we just focus on presidential, itatugawa more than ever before. That's it for tonight.
Sawa, Rasvik.
Allow me to ride on what Rasvik just said. Guys, the only other direction that this political class knows they can go is by dividing us along tribal lines. And that is what they have started doing. That is what they started throwing at us. So it's about time Kenyans realize that that is the weakness that they're just trying to strike. So let us lose it, because the truth is, let us now start critically analyzing and asking ourselves, what is it that we need to do as Kenyans? Suddenly, I've had to start very strongly recognizing, identifying myself as a mother to a Kikuyu, for a simple reason. This boy the other day had us, and we were talking about, and as usual, this Matiang'i thing, I've been talking about it rather powerfully. And then he turned to me and asked me, why must it be that you're talking about an individual and mentioning their tribe? Why can't we just all say, and like this is a 22-year-old, like as a matter of fact asking you, like why can't it just be a competent Kenyan mom? Why must it be that? Why must it be that now you're saying, oh, kissy? I'm like, no, I have identified the kissy factor just because I'm making a distinction. But the truth is, we're looking at the character of an individual. That they come from a certain community is just something that we mention. But it is not necessarily anything we're anchoring. But trust me, these kids are offended by the fact that we identify as a tribe. It is something they find extremely offensive, and it is something that they find totally inconsequential. It has always been inconsequential. Actually, the only thing that ever I think identifies us differently is our culture, but that's about it. But other than that, the process is the same. Where the rest of you guys are in the diaspora, I mean, you don't even know where those people's homes are. You don't even know where their villages are. You don't even know where their ancestry is. But for some reason, you've coexisted with them, intermarried with them, and you work with them, and some of them you have actually embraced as family. So at the level where Kenyans are, can we be very deliberate? Can we be very intentional about deciding that I will love you for your Kikuyuness, I will love you for your kissiness, I will love you for your Luyaness, I will love you for your Embuness, and all of that. Just by the fact that you're a human being and we share a geographical location that is the same country and we identify as Kenyans, can that be such a factor? That is literally all we're riding on, and that is good enough. And that anyone who's trying to mention that in any other way, other than just identifying the fact that you come from this region, is someone that we need to deal with, and deal with decisively at the point of occurrence. Because that is the direction they've started taking right now. They've realized they have no other way of fighting us. They've realized they have no other way of getting through to us. And like they now have to come and appeal to our tribal nonsense. That is what we have to drop. Thanks.
Thanks Maunga. Sijui Njiru ameenda. PK uko area? And good to see everybody. Good to see Maunga, Nyakairo, Irene, Jerry, Razvik. Long time no see. I love the discussion. I love where we're going. I love the fact that I love the mention of the Gen Z attitude. Really, I agree with you, Maunga. Huwa wanashanga. In which stone age do we live in? Every time they hear these tribal utterances and all that, they are taken aback, like, watu watabadilika lini? I love their attitude. Asante sana. Stone, endelea. Karibu, you can go on.
Asante. Irene alikuwa na struggle kuja. Irene, are you ready now?
Yeah, now I'm ready, and I want to echo the voice of Maunga that we should not be tribal, or when we speak and somebody has an opinion, it doesn't mean that you're being tribal. Like, for example, I'm a Kikuyu, and I dislike the Kenyatta family a lot, and that is why I didn't support Raila. If he had not attached himself to that family, I would have voted for him. And I'm a Kikuyu, and because I'm not tribal, but I just don't like their behavior. So it's not always like when Kikuyu speak against Raila, they hate him. It's because I don't like his behavior of being very selfish, always being an opportunist. Whenever he finds a way that he can benefit himself, he forgets everybody else and he goes there. That's the only reason why. Like, if he had gone to this AUC by himself without attaching himself to Ruto, I would have supported him 100%. But the fact that he attached himself to somebody who is so evil, who has had our kids killed, who has had our economy to its knees, I would not support him, not because I don't like the man. I think he has done a tremendous job in the democracy of our country, but he has turned out to be a very opportunistic person. Like here in the US, when I don't like when people speak and then people start saying, "Oh, you're becoming emotional, you're being racist," and because that's the behavior sometimes these people have with African Americans. Every time they speak their mind, every time they express themselves, because they express themselves very passionately, they are told, like the way they did with Michelle Obama, they are told that they are behaving some sort of way. So let us stop that nonsense. It's childish, it's archaic. We need to be together regardless of who we are. Tutafute mtu mzuri aongoze Kenya, tutafute watu wazuri waongoze Kenya bila kusema ati the tribal. For example, I did not care whether Gachagua was impeached or not, because he is one of the reasons why we are where we are right now. But if he will be the roadmap that will help us remove this person that we have as a president right now in Mount Kenya, I will for sure support that. If he brings people together that will create a movement that will remove the Ruto from presidency, well and good. And I'm not supporting him because he's a Kikuyu, because I know he's doing that because of what happened to him. But it's for the good of our country if he becomes a vehicle that will help us remove Ruto. So tuache hiyo mambo ya tribalism, ati kushinda tukiambia watu ni tribal, ati tunaongea hivi juu mimi ni Mkikuyu. Hapana, mimi ni Mkikuyu, but I always don't support Kikuyu candidates, or I personally, and I say it out loud, and people around me know I don't like the Kenyatta family. I think they are the ones who brought us where we are right now. Moving forward, twende sisi wote pamoja kama wa Kenya. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Julia, niongee?
Yes, speaker, I take over. Endelea.
Okay. Na wasalimu wote. Good to see Irene and good to see Maunga, Rasvik, Nyakairo and Jemo and myself. Na wala tuko kwa comment section. Since when we started the show, there is one thing that it keeps on coming, and there is a character we have that really bothers me as Kenyans. By the way, iko common kwa watu wote, and I wish it was positive because it cuts across all people irrespective of tribe. Mi nakaitanga kaujinga kawa Kenya. Tuna kaujinga fulani na ni kabaya sana, na ndiko tumedisplay mpaka Addis Ababa. Yani kaufala, kaupuzi, kaujinga tu. I think it is every country I think has such a kaujinga. Like when you talk of the US, kuna kaujinga ako wanakabatizanga jina racism. I've been to the US for some time now. I try to look for that racism. To say the truth, huwezi iona mpaka uende ukatafute. And when you are looking for it, utaiona because you'll have that perception. Utaona kila kitu inafanywa, then you brand it that way. For example, nipeane tu ka example kadogo. Mtu amesimamishwa na karao. Okay? Yaani umesimamishwa tu na karao. Alafu wewe kusimamishwa tu unaanza fujo. Unanisimamisha kwa nini? Sasa huyu karao si yako job. Huyu karao ako job. Amekusimamisha. Ile tu unasimama alafu junior amekusimamisha, skiza. Me, that's how I behave. Hata Kenya, anywhere, any country I am, all the countries I've worked for, I've never had a beef with karaos, traffic and all that. You akikustop, sini amekustop, namsikiza. When you are a visitor, ukikuja unoko kwangu home, what I do, I karibisha you. Na kuonyesha kiti, karibu sana Irene, mambo poa. Alafu nangoja uniambie mission. Sianza kuuliza, umekuja hapa kufanya nini? No, sasa once mtu amekusimamisha ni karao, you listen, atakwambia. Then from there you get a point of whether you can now start defending yourself. You can, usimamishwi salamu zako ni quarrels. Anyway, I was giving that example because what happens now, ukishaanza vita na yeye, sasa huyo juu sasa labda ni rangi ile nyingine, ata-invoke crown yake and the conflict begins there. Then people now wataangalia imefanyika hivyo juu huyo ako rangi hii na huyo ako rangi ile. I'm not ruling out at kuna hizo story racism nini na nini, there na hizo sasa ndio ukitranslate into Africa. Sasa utakuta umeingia kwa ofisi fulani unaangalia watu, unaona ala huyu anakaa anatoka saidi ya kwetu, unamuuliza chamugewe, alafu anakwambia chamege kaliano, bas unaingia hiyo chini ya maji na hiyo lugha, you feel comfortable. Sasa ikiwa kuna msapere hapo karibu ama mjaka ama mlunje, atafilaje? Juu mkishaingia hiyo saa mnaanza yo mune yo chamege tugul chamege ga chamege tuga chamege, the way it goes, the feeling will be very negative. Okay, so sometimes the way we behave, we may not be intending to impact negatively, but what happens, it is perceived so. Now quickly ndio niongee those two ujinga tuko nato kapika other than ako ka tribe, because naitanga ka ujinga juu like now mwananchi wa kawaida in Kenya is only an idiot or a fool that goes carrying tribal card. Hiyo ni research yangu, nimekuwa nyumbani, it's part of my profession, and I've worked crisscrossed the country called Kenya. I have worked with almost all tribes at all levels. I have never at any one given time felt odd, because I know how to appreciate it. And that's why, by the way, some of us can speak several languages in our own country. That is part of appreciating each and every one. So, ako ka ujinga ka every other time we buy that card which is invoked by the politicians, because politicians will always look for something to make sure you are pitched against the other. It is politicians who talk to unganisha Kenya. Sincerely, tell me, kuunganisha Kenya is when now you say you have elections, then there are two people, you have two candidates. Una Gor Mahia and IFC playing, there will be two groups of fans who will jitter and jeer at each other during the match. But after the match, that's it. When they go huko mtaani wakiargue, of course they will argue FC ni better than Gor and all that kind of. You can never stop that. It is like coming saying, oh, Arsenal na watu wa Man U wa unite, wakuwe pamoja. Watakuwa pamoja aje? You will always have two sides, two erring sides. Yeah? So it is ni vizuri watu tujue kwamba hii kuambiwa tunaunganishwa tutakuwa pamoja, it's a narrative that has been indoctrinated into our heads. Every day since I was born nasikianga tukiambiwa Kenya iungane. It's garbage. Kenya inaungana ikiungana nini? We are good where to go, and that's why we have election. Otherwise hiyo mnaita kuungana, then don't have competition, because every competition you will have different sides supporting different sides. And for me, that's fantastic. That's healthy. There is no, hata Yesu akirudi leo, hakuna siku utakuwa ati a united Kenya. Ati watu moja. That's garbage. And that's what I was so happy when Gen Z came with it, because that's a fact. Kaujinga ako, the story of weaponizing and demonizing tribe. Hiyo pia ni upuzi naletwa nao, just like what I've said. Gen Z, si ati hawajui tribe ama wataki. They belong to a tribe. And there is nothing wrong. Like now, my kids, they know their dad's tribe, they know their mom's tribe. And whether they like it or not, they belong to one tribe. Okay? Traditionally, they belong to the tribe of their dad. And there's nothing wrong with that, because that's how it is. That's our culture, which we cannot start ditching to bring in other people's culture. Not that I would care if they belong to Wakitaka Wajiita na tribe ya their mother. It doesn't matter. They are still my kids. Okay? And they are still Kenyans. So I think we are so So now we are supposed to be so advanced that we should shun off those weaponization at the tribe and all that. Number 3 or 4, when you weaponize tribe, we isolate you. Simple. We isolate you. If you are crazy with the stone PK, and if stone PK is touched, you come wearing and glowing and doing this, we tell you, where can now your stone PK you are? Okay? Where am I going now? I'm going to that point whereby we can never discuss Kenya jurisdiction, political jurisdiction, without recalling and reviewing the messes that have been done by these old people. Hakuna siku tutadiscuss kwa meza, because you'll always ask, how did we get here? That question has to come if you want to make any progress in life. Why am I here? Tulifika hapa aje? So that question will never, you can never. That's why I disagree with anybody saying tuachane na akina Raila, tuachane na akina Kalonzo. It is not possible. Hata Yesu akikuja leo, that mnakaa kwa meza mnaangalia na mnaongeza way forward ya politics ya Kenya bila kutaja Raila. Hiyo mnajidanganya. Because one thing, like Raila is a landmark. Kuna kitu amefanya. Ruto is a landmark. Moi, we keep on talking about Moi because he was a landmark. But there are negative landmarks who have impacted so negatively that you will never forget. That's why people talk of people like Akina Luanda Magere. I was so happy when Eli brought those kind of things. They were impacting on people, and more often they were impacting negatively. Yeah. So nikimaliza ndio mwingine akuje. If we just decide that wacha kaende vile kataenda, don't block that river flowing. If you want to call yourself tribal, go ahead. That's my theory. Ukitaka kujifanya mkabila, we. Ikiwa utakuwa na following itakufuata kiukabila, we enda nao. But the majority who will think hiyo ni ujinga na ni upuzi, they will overcome you. So Raila, na some of those following of yours who, as Vika said, are fanatic and still keeps the base. Keep the base. Be blessed. Raila, keep your base. Kaa now. One time utakuja kurealize you are alone in an island, peke yenyu, just like the way it has been for some time. All right? So, Kachagua, you are only building kabezi kadogo kaka watu wako, utakaa nao hivyo. All right? Then, those who see power, who see reason as to have a better, who are now many, they will gang up against those chiefdoms, those tribal kings will be isolated. And then the majority will rule, because that's what will happen. And where we are headed, if we stop wasting our time trying to ati kumaliza ukabila, that's another stupid statement. Utamalizaji ukabila, ni wewe ulileta. You only finish what you brought. Yeah? What you brought is what you can finish. Hitler alijaribu kumaliza watu. He never created the Jews. That's why they never got finished. Ni kama kusema utamaliza dhigiriri kwa nyumba. You cannot finish them. Hata ukispray. What happens? You just mitigate. So let's not dwell on what we never created. Okay? Let's not I stop talking and saying I come from this tribe. The only thing we should fight is if I use it to weaponize and to, kind of mistreat other people. But if I want to talk about my tribe from morning to evening, achaneni niongee. Na wale watataka kunisikiza wanisikize. Ni kama wale preachers wa street Nairobi. Mtu unaanza kuongea vitu zako hapo, unaona ana watu 2, 3, wengine wanakuja wanasikia hii ni ujinga, wanaenda. We should have that and we will be so well. Any leader talking tribe, wacha aropokwe, wacha aunganiche tu tribe yake, tuone kule anaenda. People with the power of reasoning, like the Gen Z, like I would ask those who are reasoning like the Gen Z, we follow the Gen Z, make that movement work. Those who want to talk tribe, go ahead. And the Gen Z, they know tribe. They know. Only that they are irritated by the misuse of that. Okay? They are irritated by the way we have mistreated people. That's why it haunts them. But if we had not done atrocities on them, then of course you can imagine like the young people who saw what happened in Molo and all that, what they feel and think of somebody saying I'm a Kikuyu, I'm a Kalenjin, I'm a Luo. You can imagine that trauma. You can imagine what they went through. And now wengine ni wazae. So such things are things that we can help heal if we don't weaponize. Ule anataka kujaribu kuitumia tunamu-isolate. Let me not repeat myself. That is what I wanted to bring in. Otherwise, tuache the river to flow. Hii river ya Kenya hatuwezi stop by the way. By the way, kama Kenya ita collapse, hata muombe maombi gani, it will. It will. And I'm not being a prophet of doom because it's a transition. It's a way. It's like a nyoka. Nyoka huwa lazima ishedi ile old skin. And it's na mimi nasikianga inakuanga ni kama painful whatever process. Siku research vizuri hapo. Okay? Kenya has to shed of that SHIT that we have been having. And it will be painful for Rwandese to eat together. To eat together, although they pretend. For them to stop looking at each other as a two-seater, they were told, we pretend to, but we don't want to hear you say it. Not as well. Exactly. So that we need somebody who will come and say, wewe ukizungumza ujaluo yako na ukikuyu yako na ukalenjini yako, this is how we will deal with you. If we find you condemning somebody else juu ni kabila ingine, this is what we will deal with you. Then itanini? Unaambiwa you pretend, just like the way you have colleagues at work, some you don't like, but because you are under the same roof, you have to say good morning in the morning, and then you go to your desk and work. Yeah. So ndio hiyo tu sasa tutavumiliana kuwa wa Kenya, but we cannot force you to stop thinking the way you think. But tunakwambia you think the way you think in your bathroom, in your toilet, with your wife and your children. Thank you, Julia. Ama nani anakuja? Julia yuko karibu. Somebody has something to say? Hello.
Yes. Let me say something before this new person has come. Jamo ajaingia. Thank you, PK. Surely that is something that is really eating people. The tribal thing. It's really bringing people down. Yani tunakuwa kama hatujielewi kwa sababu ya tribal. If I speak habari ya Raila hapa na ninasema mambo ya ukweli ile amefanya ambayo imeudhi watu, sioni ni haja gani ati mtu atasikia vibaya kwa sababu ni kabila ya Raila. And I'm talking the truth. When people are trying to bring things to a better situation, lazima tuongee ukweli ndio tuweze kuelewana, kwa sababu ukikosa kusema ukweli nitaona wewe ni mtu hypocrite, mtu akona usiri wake ambayo haiwezi saidia. So anytime tunajaribu kuleta mambo yetu ndio tuelewane, lazima tuwe watu wa kweli. Nikisema ni Raila amefanya, Mjaluo asisikie vibaya kwa sababu Raila ni Mjaluo. Nikisema Gachagua alifanya, Mkikuyu asisikie vibaya kwa sababu Rigathi ni Mkikuyu. We are the people to make that tribe doesn't matter. It's us who matter. And that narrative tumeuziwa kwa muda mrefu. Na ninasema hivyo kwa nini? Sasa vile tumeendelea, tumesikia mambo mengi sana yanaendelea kuhusu makabila. Hebu niulize, Ruto alipokuwa anaenda Central, alikuwa anaenda kutafuta nini? If he is not looking for anything else, alikuwa anaenda Central kutafuta nini? Alikuwa anaenda kutafuta kura. Siku zile Wakikuyu walifukuzwa pande ile ya Rift Valley. Did Ruto know? He knew. na bado anaenda huku kutafuta nini? Kura. Na bado anasema watu wako na ukabila. How can we finish ukabila ikiwa mtu hata yule kiongozi ndiye anaongea habari ya ukabila sana? Ndiye anaonyesha watu ati wale watu ni wa Kikuyu, wale watu ni Wajaluo, wale watu ni Waluya. How can we come together? And if you cultivate your own way how to get to that chair, unatumia makabila, how can that thing end? It will never end. At this very time, huyo Ruto anatafuta watu kutoka wapi? Amesema hakuna kuvet watu waingie kwa nchi. Tumesikia kuna watu watatoka Uganda ndio wampigie kura. Ni nani anaunganisha sasa? Anaunganisha mpaka nchi zingine na Wakenya. So this narrative should stop. Na mwenye yeyote anaongea habari ya wa Kikuyu, Wajaluo, wa Kalenjin, wa Masai, nini yote. In fact, those are the people who have a problem, not us. Na shida yetu sisi ni maendeleo ya nchi. Hata hatujuagi ati huyo ni Mjaluo ama ni Mkikuyu. We are busy. Na lazima tuachiliwe sisi tufanye biashara zetu, tunaenda nyumbani tunalea watoto wetu. We don't want to know all these stupid things. Na tumeletewa na akina nani? Hawa watu ambao wanatunyanyaza. Ndio wameleta hiyo mambo. In fact, if you sit down and listen to these people, they have no good thing to add us. Towards us. Kile mpango ako nayo ni mbinu gani nitatumia ndio niweze kuweza hawa watu. Nitafanya nini ndio niweze hawa watu wanisikize. But ile mbinu wanatumia ni mbaya, ni ya kuumiza watu, ni ya kutenganisha watu, ati ndio aonekane sasa ako pandi ile wale wamsikie. Ni kwa nini mtu asisimame katikati ya nchi aseme mimi ndio kiongozi wenu na mimi sitaki kusikia hii ama ile ya kufanya watu watengane, nataka watu wawe pamoja. Asimame hapo katikati, aongee mambo ya kweli na promise mambo atafanyia watu na afanyie watu, aone kama sisi tutapiga kelele ama aone kama sisi tutakuwa tunamchora. Sisi tutakuwa very busy because kiongozi wetu amesimama imara, hana haja ya kujua Mjaluo, Mkikuyu, Mkalenjin ama nani. Yeye ni kazi anapigana nayo, ametuletea maendeleo, amefanya yale yote alikuwa anatuambia. Hata kama si yote atafanya, at least tuone anajaribu, na asiwe na wakati mwingi wa kwenda kusosea watu, kuambia watu mambo ambayo ni ya kutenganisha. That is how a country can come. I don't know whether I am correct, but that's my feeling and my opinion, that kiongozi asimame pale katikati, aseme watu ni wangu, sitaki kujua ni nani ama ni nani, lakini nchi iendelee, na hivi ndivyo tutafanya. For example, kweli kabisa hata tukiangalia ni watoto wa kabila gani wamekufa wengi, tukiwa kweli kabisa tuko na ukweli, tuseme mambo ya kweli, ni watoto wa kabila gani wamekufa wengi? Gen Z ni wa kabila gani wamekufa wengi? If you think that, you'll be shocked. Na unaweza ona kiongozi ambaye anasimama hapo anasema watu waungane, watu waungane. How can those parents waungane na watu wengine wakiwa na machozi? Kweli wakiona kweli sisi tumetengwa na watoto wetu ni kuuawa, wanauawa. In fact, what I would say, I'm a Kikuyu, lakini Wajaluo na Wakikuyu wameuawa sana. Honestly, hao watoto wameuawa sana. Na wameuawa kwa nini? Hakuna mtu wametusi, hakuna mtu wamegonga, wameuawa tu kiholela. Kwa sababu wameonekana wanakatana na mambo ya serikali ambayo ni ovyo. Serikali ambayo haitimizi yale walisema watatimiza kwa wananchi. And when those children they stand na ukweli. Kwa sababu ninataka kuuliza hata huyo mtu ambaye anawaua, hiyo mambo yote hao watoto wanasema ni ya uongo. Can you imagine how painful it is to parents? Watoto wao walikuwa wanaongea ukweli, watoto wao walikuwa wanatetea hata wa Raila, raia wale wengine ambao hawajiwezi, and now they are dead. So that is what it stands for the country. Hatuwezi kuwa na kiongozi ambaye anasema ati anataka watu wawe pamoja, anataka kuunganisha watu. Unaunganisha nani? Sisi tumeungana, ni kututesa, unatutesa tukiwa tumeungana. How do we survive? If we do what you want and then you come and put us as disarray, what are we going to do? The next minute we become rebels. Hatutakubaliana na wewe. And that is why people are not cooperating with this regime, because you cannot be, today you say this, tomorrow you say this. Sisi si watoto wa shule, na watoto wa shule wanataka kusoma, hawasomi kwa sababu yale yote umepanga si mambo mazuri ya kusaidia nchi. So wananchi wa Kenya wamedhoofika, wameteseka, wajui la kufanya, hawajui waelekee wapi, wamependana na wanakuja wanaingiliwa katikati, wanaambiwa msipendane, because the acts of this regime is to tell people not to come together. And when you are not together, they want to stand there and say, I want to bring you together. We are not going to be like that. Sisi wa Kenya tunapendana. I don't think Gen Z were wrong at all. Vile walisema they are tribeless. That thing really iliingia kwa vichwa za watu. Na hata wa leo, it's ringing a bell. Hakuna mtu hakuamini hawa watoto wakifanya mambo walifanya. It was the best and the best of the country. Wakenya wanapendana, hawa viongozi ndio wanatutenganisha, na hatutakubali, tuendelee na kupendana. Asanteni sana.
Wow, next. Hey, studio inanyamaza. Jemo.
Well, hey, kitu moja naweza kubaliana na one thing napenda na hiyo statement yenye nani amesema. I like that statement, yeah. We are busy. We are busy. Tuko busy hapa tachambua. Ukitaka kuwa topic tunakuchambua as long as it's about Kenya. Hakuna kuambiwa ati sijui nini. Hey, Raila akiamua ndio anataka kutolewa manyoya bila maji, ni sawa. Tutakuwa busy na you know, that should be our responsibility as a citizen of Kenya. We have to. I mean, I wonder should we be talking about Museveni? I mean, after Addis Ababa and what happened there, that's what we should be talking about. Mambo ya kusema tusiongelee the incident that happened. Hapana, tuongele nani za Museveni juu ya kushow up, ama tuongele huyu wa South Africa for showing up late? We have to talk about our own people, and that's what it's gonna be. And also, I agree with that statement. Let's not be emotional. But I also suspected that the person advising us can be talking from an emotional state of mind. So ni kama to misadvise while it's making an emotional advice. I understand. This week, for the people that love Baba, they can be emotional, and they might be the one that's advising us not to be emotional. Okay? So hata nao pia wachukue your advice. Let's put feelings aside. We address issues. And I also heard that mambo ati tulisanitize Wamunyoro. Who sanitize Wamunyoro if it's not Baba? You know, they are the ones that took Wamunyoro from the government. Anybody that says no to Ruto and is looking like they are saying no to Ruto is, in a way, the person that is aligned with the country's agenda, hata kama they are pretending. But for Baba to align himself with Ruto, that's an automatic sanitization of Wamunyoro. So hiyo hata ni kazi sisi hatufanyi. Baba anaongelea akiwa AU leo akipiga makelele huko ati tumeshinda na tumeshindwa, na anasema the same statement with Kasongo. Wamunyoro alikuwa wapi? Si alikuwa kwa kanisa mahali akisema tu angepita whatever. So Baba is talking from supporting from a point where he's in bed with Kasongo. And at this point, we will have to just say he's doing a good job of sanitizing Wamunyoro, and we don't have to do that. If that's my opinion. There was a lady that was talking. I don't know, it's kama ni Nyakairo alikuwa naongea. She kind of made me feel really bad about our country. In a country where we lost, and our leaders are still in Addis Ababa, throwing parties and acting as if mimi hiyo kitu inanichosha. We had presidents like the president of South Africa. He flew in late. He flew in just to vote. That's it. Niko na echo hapa nyuma, wacha nizime hii TV. I just came in. Niko na echo hapa nyuma, wacha nizime hii TV. I just came in. Sorry. I was out, so nikaingia, nilikuwa mwacha show ikiendelea. So kuingia kwa studio, kumbe mimi ndio ninajisikiza. For our country to be that irresponsible, imagine the top leadership. Our president should have flown back to Kenya ASAP if he was a good president. There's so much going on in Kenya now than I will assume in other countries. He has so much in his plate than any other president, especially in Africa. His house is not in order. He's over there extending inaitwa nini, loser party. Well, some of these presidents, they showed up with small numbers. Some of them flew in just to vote and go back. But yet we have spent so much money to go host a losing party, and we are there past the day. I swear to God. Hata mimi nilikuwa nasema vile Nyakairo alikuwa nasema hata heri wangepeleka hao watu jana jioni baada ya voting. Hii party ipigwe Sunday baada ya kusherekea. Na kama haingekuwa kitu ya kusherekea, wangoje baba pia arudi kwa airport ASAP. Kwanza atoke mlango ya nyuma, watu wasijua alienda wapi. So we have to discuss this. These are the people who are unfortunately representing the face of our country. As we are going down, we are not going down as a people. We are going down because some people that are representing us are representing us on the global stage. Na mi ujua, there is no way these presidents don't know what's going on with their peers. Some of them are maybe laughing at us that our president and the candidate are still in Addis. Nilisikia mtu alikisema mahali, one Gen Z alisema ati Addis Ababa ilidis baba. Na bado baba ako Addis Ababa. We have to be serious. We have to talk about these things that Razvik alikuwa anasema tusiongee, na tutaongea. We will sensitize people. I saw the ninio Kasongo walikuwa naeka hapo ati wanaimbia baba narudi nyumbani. Some people are thinking that's just staged, and it could be the truth, or that Gen Z are happy that baba narudi nyumbani. In whichever way, if Baba comes back to Kenya and continues his Kasongo dance, the way these people, if that's the true picture, if that's what they are expecting Baba to come back to work with them, and Baba comes back and work with Kasongo, that's end of it. Njiru alisema vizuri sana. Njiru alikuwa aliweka all the possibility and all the scenarios that Ruto might win 2027, and the way he explained that scenario, there is no possible scenario winning for Ruto. And Baba should just take a look of what happened to him when he associated himself to Ruto. That same energy AU is the same energy itakuwa 2027. So nobody is saving Ruto. No matter what, Baba is save Ruto. You know, he tried. I mean, them working together, it was a very tragic. It had a tragic end. So Baba cannot save Ruto, not especially single-handedly. And the way Kenya is going today, Ruto has issues on the weekly basis. Sasa tumetoka last week, tulikuwa na mambo ya AU mbaya, imeenda mbaya. The previous week ilikuwa Isiolo mbaya. By the way, hata tukianza kurudi week by week mpaka turudie the guy that was abducted wa Uganda, it's a incident after incident, and they're all organic. Ruto is not in good shape. Hata sidhani anafanya kazi mbaya, kazi mzuri kuliko yenye shetani hufanya. I think the devil is jealous of Ruto because he's outperforming him. So we'll continue talking about Ruto. We'll continue talking about Baba. We'll talk about all the leaders down the line. At this point, I think we need to dilute all the energies that some of these leaders hold, because that's how we end up even picking and electing some of the MCS they front. So if we don't talk about the top guys, they are the same people who pushes the MPs and the stupid MCS. We cannot talk about MCAs without talking about the people who usually endorse them. So that should be the order. And that way, some of our people will disassociate themselves with even the endorsements that they suggest when it comes to the local leadership. So that's it for me for now, and I'll send it back to the studio.
So Jemo Amas, I have a question. Unataka kusema Raila Odinga hajarudi na Ruto?
Mimi nilimuona nikiamka, nilimuona unajua Raila Odinga na Ruto, they should have spent the next 30 minutes in Addis Ababa wakiambiana bye na watu wengine. They unless ujaona hiyo video, they were talking in Addis Ababa.
Lakini hiyo ilikuwa like almost 48 hours ago now.
Ruto was talking about disappointment that Raila alianguka. So I am assuming that was after the results.
Mm-hmm.
And even with that, they stayed there and they had their inaitwa nini, mashakaya party, and they were acting as if it's nothing. But deep down, Ruto looks, and you can tell on Ruto that his little agenda has been flanked. But serious leaders who really care about their countries should have performed that task. Whoever has health issues and couldn't fly the same day, aende kwa daktari afanyiwe nini. Wale wengine wote, matter of fact, the time they announced that Raila ameshindwa, MP wote wangekuwa wako kwa the next flight ya kurudi Kenya. It is Raila and Ruto setting bad examples, and it is shaming our country. You know, we don't even have the pride, and we are supposed to be the pride of Africa. Sasa tumepigwa huko, man. We are shaking, but we are celebrating our loss. What kind of pride is that? And the country has the what is the logo is the pride of Africa. Ruto has just undressed us. There's no more pride in Kenya.
Yeah, he has. Kuna jamaa aliniuliza wa Nigerian, what kind of a president you are? Yani alisema tu akajaribu kuexplain na English ati huyo rais wenyu ni mshamba, ni mshenzi. Ni mshenzi. Then he's began asking me, huyo rais wenyu amesoma mpaka wapi?
Well, alikuwa poesiology ya gari akiambiwa watu yeye ni ako na PhD. Sasa tunafaa tutafute hiyo shule ilikuwa gani and who was teaching him. Matter of fact, those people need to come out na waseme ni ukweli alipita ama alipitia tu uko mbio mbio.
Alipita, but I think he's just adamant. He's huyu jamaa ako adamant like watu wenye unajua kuna watu wameamuanga my ways correct and anybody's ways wrong. So from the time all of us here tunaweza kubaliana kwamba as we grew, as we went to school, as we graduated, interacted with people, there are a lot of things that we learned. A lot of good things. Vile kuvaa, kuongea, kukula, kupika, kulea watoto. I mean, we can account that to our interactions with people of different kinds. Lakini Kasongo mwenyewe ni kama yeye ameamua hiyo ndio maisha yake. Na huwezi kamwambia. Sasa one thing, Kasongo believed he could buy he bought the election. All his life he has bought people to get where he is. He either intimidated them, killed them, threatened them, or bought them. All his life. From the days of youth for CAN 92 and even I think before that. Sasa yeye amepeleka hiyo kasuba hiyo kwa AU thing. Na kwanza niwaulize jameni, all of you mnaweza nijibu. Did Raila have to campaign? Like Raila amesema that he met each of the African presidents face to face. Did he have to meet them face to face? I don't know kama kuna mtu akona jawabu. Anybody with an answer to that?
I think he was good. If Raila did not associate himself with Ruto, his legacy and his previous works, if he did not taint it with Ruto, his legacy will have just spoken for himself. He's even hata kama ni mzee kiasi kulingana na vijana wengine, they will have just did him that a little bit of the last, gorida la heshima kwake, the last major role he has or he will hold before he retires. Because a lot of these presidents, they have seen how many times he has failed, and they could have done that out of just empathy. So
swali langu, did he have to? He
no,
said he
did.
Spoke to each one of them. Ni lazima kuwaona.
Julia,
did not have
yes,
to.
I think it was more personalized, meeting those presidents one-on-one during the campaign, because it's the presidents that influence how the election is going to be in the African Union. So I think that was like a key thing during the campaign. It was a good way to lobby. It's only that it didn't go his way. Sometimes during campaign, you meet voters, you try to convince them, but at the end of the day, they don't have to vote for you. They have liberty to vote for whoever they want to. But it was a good thing.
But it was good, Rosvik, but he did not have to do it.
Why not?
Is one
if
thing.
He was able to.
He did
Why not?
Have...
If he was able to? If he was able to, why not? Why do you think was not a wise thing.
Nobody is saying is wise or not. The
Yeah.
question that you have to, or because guarantee you, we are also seeing people who did not campaign like he did, and they are the ones who won.
What makes you think that those candidates did not meet this president? They were also campaigning. It wasn't just Raila campaigning. They were also doing the same thing, on their own. It's only that it wasn't being highlighted in Kenya because Kenya had no interest of those other candidates. They were also doing aggressive campaign and lobbying. At the end of the day, it goes to the highest bidder who lobbied most, because Africa is Africa. At the end of the day, there's always cartels and the influence in religion, language, Anglophone, Francophone, and stuff like that. So there were so many things. At the same time, also this thing of how Kenya abduction and so many evil things have been happening, they played a factor. But every candidate had a right to campaign their way, which they felt was more effective to them.
So we think like, okay, we are all in agreement. Raila's effort seems to have been futile because nilimhurumia when I say that I met each of these presidents. Now he met them, yet they had made up their minds that
Unajua,
tutampigia kura.
Julia, can I say something?
Yes, yes, Nyakati.
My, can I say something?
yes,
Yes,
yes.
go ahead.
Thank you. To me, I look at this thing and I find that both guys, Raila or Ruto, they still stood on the way that these people understood them. Either Raila went to this individually seeing them. You know, there are times where you can go tell somebody, I want you to do this for me. I am this and that and that. And you open up another way of that person trying to dig out about you, what you have done, what he may want to know about you before he cast his vote. These guys already, they had shot their feet, both of them. I believe even Gen Zs, as I understand, they had written so emails concerning what was going on in AUC, complaining and saying this is not the right person, simply because this happened, and this is the evidence. So for these two guys, hakuna ambaye alikuwa anaonekana kwa macho ya hawa watu wakiwa watu wazuri. They looked hypocrites. Kwa sababu for one, fisi wakiwa wawili na wameenda pahali wameua ng'ombe, lazima watafutwe wote wauawe. What am I saying? These are people from one country. This guy, Raila and Ruto, they know what has happened in our country. So many people killed. Gen Z wameabductiwa, wengine hata hawajulikani mpaka waleo pahali wako. And you want to tell me these leaders in Africa, they don't have guts to think about these guys and say, mimi kama hivyo ndivyo wamefanya, I cannot vote for such a person. Whatever luck he had for the first time, as I saw that he had won first and second, it was just that particular time that maybe he was given a chance. Maybe people thinking, okay, let me do it. But for me, I just feel it was not the right time for these people to go and defend their way so that they can be voted in. Kwa sababu ile mambo yote imefanyika Kenya, wote wawili, they are liable. Mimi, that is what I can say as a Kenyan. Simply because hakuna mtu yule anaenda kufanya na yule mwingine anachungulia. Both of them are culprit. That is what I can say. Mimi ni maoni yangu, nimeona hawa watu wameangaliwa vizuri sana na hawa leaders wa Afrika, wameona hawa ni majambazi wawili, we cannot deal with them, let's forget about it. Na kuna watu walifanya intentionally not getting there simply because who are these? Let me leave them alone. That is my point, and that's my take. Certainly.
So, do you people realize even Museveni hakuenda? I thought Museveni is one of Raila and Ruto's staunch supporters. Can we call that betrayal?
Museveni had important issues going on in Uganda. That's what Ruto should have been doing. Vote and go back home. This thing that Raila was running around campaigning, if you look at what Raila was doing and what Ruto was doing on the other end, it means like, it gives you a feeling where kuna mmoja wenu ametoboa chupa na wewe unajaza hii side ya juu. So like Ruto is deflating the tire, hii gari iendi. Raila anajaribu kuweka pumzi, lakini akifika huko kuongelesha mtu ana defend actions za Ruto. So is he really campaigning? You know, when you have to get somewhere and you somehow you have to apologize, even if somehow you're getting to the table and starting the conversation on a very uncomfortable place. And the same person that that is fronting you to the African stage is the same person that the entire the southern side of Africa is having an issue with. Unaenda ku campaign, fly in, Ruto has tweeted that he has spoken to Macron. So are you really calling that a campaign? Alafu kumbuke kibaya cha jitembeza.
Alafu, last question, Jemo.
Anajua hiyo kitu, angekuwa anajua kujitembeza sana is an act of desperation. And people see desperation. People, once you show that you are desperate, they kind of see that you are not genuine. That's why you should never be that person that wawoye tafadhali. You know, once umeingia kwa woye vibes, then people feel like, okay, you are not even confident with yourself. So you're over speaking, you're overdoing things. You are doing the most. And I think that's what Raila was doing. So I can't really call it campaign. If he spoke to everybody, then that's really sad. But ye mwenyewe angefuata tu wala wazee wetu wa East Africa wenye walisema kibaya cha jitembeza. You also need to, you should be talking to the other presidents, and more importantly, speak to your own president. Mbie bwana hapa unachoma. At least cheza chini. He should have campaigned himself to Ruto more than he's campaigning to other people, because Ruto was the one that was doing the damage. Him being senior to Ruto, he knew what the diplomatic issues that Ruto was doing was bad for him. If you cannot advise your own president, how can you stand in front of all other presidents of Africa and say, I'm calling you together to settle an issue about Africa in future? So that's not really a campaign. I feel like he should have advised Ruto on some of the policies Ruto is making about this Congo issue, you know, diplomatic policies. Raila should be, if he's in government, it's a broad-based government, he should be advising Ruto on foreign affairs. Don't just say we are here bringing our experts. And the same person that you are suggesting you are the expert is the one that's making diplomatic issues that's tainting your image, and you didn't even get voted because of that. I think hiyo ndio issue imekuwa na Kenya. So Raila tu, I think I'll try to answer your question.
Wow, so I want to go to Comfort. Now, as a Comfort comes in, Comfort, you can also weigh on this. Didn't Raila smell the soup, or how do I put it? Smell the air, because this thing, yes, I'll come to Comfort. This thing just built up like, first, Kenya is in a crisis since last year, June 2020, June 25th, yes. I mean, things have just been boiling. Raila has intelligence, and I think he has intelligent information. He's a smart man. He has been there for a long time. He knows when people reject you and they reject you. He knows the feel, and he may have more intelligence than we have because he has the opportunity to interact with the international leaders, the presidents, their cabinet secretaries, and all that. So this thing goes on and on. And then, and as we also are watching in amazement, as Kasongo sends Twitter messages saying that nimeongea na you French president, mara tunaona kuna mkutano ilikuwa Nairobi, and Kasongo is meeting with rebels. I mean, Congolese rebels. And there is a government in Congo, okay? And things boil up, and we are going close to the AU election. And they boil up to climax where South African soldiers are killed. I think Raila watched all this build up. Did he have to have a crowd go to Addis Ababa to celebrate his win? Was he so sure then? Did he have to bear that embarrassment? And even last minute before that day, I think 24 hours before the election, before these people traveled to Addis Ababa, the SADC people say they were going to back their Madagascar candidates. That was a warning enough to tell Raila Odinga and team, things are not so good. Comfort coming, you can weigh on all that and anything else. And then everybody else can also join in and give their feel about whether Raila should have seen the signs of times. Karibu Comfort, and good to see you.
Oh, good to see you. And hi, everybody. I'm talking over my phone. I can see I was in and out on this topic. I didn't even know you guys had a nice show like this. Congratulations for having that. And yeah, I think if you're talking about Raila, we had talked about this way back. And my opinion then is still the same. That this kind of a job is more of a secretariat job. People look at the CV and all that kind of stuff. Raila had been in the AU in the roads and transport sector for a while, and so they look and see what you have done and what you can do, and what he should have done is just gone on his own. You apply for the job and do it. It's not a kind of a job where people are flying all over to campaign. Kenyans brought the whole idea of campaigning and pouring money and calling people. They made the whole international job or continental job look like another, what we do best, campaign from day one until the next election, we're still campaigning. It's not that kind of a job. It's more of a serious thing. It's what you can do, what languages you can speak, what you can bring to the table, your history. So when he pegged himself on Ruto, we also said, I mean, who is campaigning for you? The person campaigning for you really believes in you, or you share the same views. Others, they cannot campaign for you. So if Ruto had begun well on the African continent, being Pan-Africanist a bit here and there, people saw through him, he became a liar. They saw he was just lying throughout, and he was trying to eat from all sides. He wants to eat from Russians, wants to eat from China, from the US. He was all over the place, and his decisions, siding with Israel openly, he's supposed to be a diplomat. Because Kenya is half Muslim almost and half Christian. You don't go, you don't have to make a stand on some things, just remain neutral. So there are many things that added up, and all that garbage was pegged on Raila. Everything that Ruto was doing. We have the Gen Zs, we don't know what they wrote in those emails. These are very smart kids, let me not say kids, young adults, very smart. They lobbied. They wrote to every single president and explained a lot of stuff, maybe stuff they did not know. And those countries also have their own Gen Zs. They saw how the wave picked up from Kenya, it went to Nigeria, it was going all over the continent. They also know that they have Gen Zs who they'll need to face. So what I would say is that there's that one part that really brought Raila down, putting Ruto as his campaigner, somebody who has sided with the wrong side of the Sudan, wrong side in Congo. He's abducted our neighbor, the Ugandan opposition guy, abducting him, the Iraqi people, the Turkish people, abducting them. The rule of law for him does not stand. They also know that this is a guy who rigged Raila out of his presidency. It's not that they're in isolation. They know all these things. And they know that choosing Raila is choosing Ruto, because then that is guaranteeing him to win the next elections. Now, going to Raila had been told by the Gen Z to just stay home this time. We are the ones who are going to run this thing. We'll fight for you. Just stay home. He didn't. He didn't. If anything, the Gen Zs had really brought Ruto to his knees. He came and spoiled everything. And then for us, when who was immune, we were shocked. Then he went to the other side. Then he had the broad base and he was running it from his telephone, pretending he's not the one who is organizing. There's no way members of your party can join, as opposition, can join the government without your permission. He cannot tell us that Badi and Wandai, all those people went on their own. No. So he wants to eat in every government. Then, so then there's that side, and all these people get to see what is happening. So I feel that the whole thing was messed up, and he was not going to even make it, and he didn't make it. Now the thing is, now he has come back to Kenya. The Gen Z are still there. Many of them lost their friends. A lot of blood was shed. And when they were about to get results, it's Israel who stopped it. So the Gen Z, who are the majority, will not be with him. Okay. So now all these things, the way he was saying, oh, those people joined the broad bread, I call it broad bread government. All those people who joined it were, they went on their own. You're going to see him, as somebody is saying, he's going to now ask for half the government. Now this government, they have a budget of 4.2 trillion that they want to pass through. Where they get the money from? It means they're going to squeeze everybody even further. They want to get into a M-Pesa. M-Pesa is like a wallet. Can you imagine somebody stopping you with your handbag and they say, I need to tax the money you have in your handbag? It's a wallet. You can't tax me for the amount of money I have on my M-Pesa. But those are the kind of things they want to do. Because so I just feel that he is on the wrong foot. We are done with that generation. We are done from all this from the 60s. The same people. We want fresh blood. We want people who will be young and savvy and around the country, owning it, knowing that is their future, not people who are about to check out, coming to do a few more last mistakes. So that is my view. That was a mistake, a waste of time. We should have told him not to even go. We told him. He still ran, and then on the way there, he made the wrong friends. And Africa is not stupid. The news spreads. So they karated him. They made him feel like he was winning, lose. Then I heard that amongst those people who know him well, apparently he did remove his father from Fort Kenya. He did a coup on his father, and his father whispered to him or told him or cursed him that he will never be a leader in Kenya. And maybe that's why he wins but doesn't win, in my opinion. He comes close to winning and doesn't win. So if you are to draw a trajectory, pegging yourself on him getting back on the ballot, I don't think he'll win. And I don't think people will vote for him. We've passed, when I was on the ground, the Gen Z are ready. That bus has passed. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Comfort. You brought in and you've said something that I listened to very carefully. That this appointment, AU chairmanship, is not a political seat. It's
Yeah,
who are you,
yeah.
right?
And yes, and that's why you don't go with 100 people to start dancing for you. Yawezekana, I mean, it was awkward, but
It's
go
like
ahead.
your CV. It's like, I mean, they look at you. Are you
Yeah.
qualified to do this and your experience? So you can easily just lobby from your desk and just call a few people. I mean, and float your CV there. They know who Comfort is, and then they decide whether to vote for you or not. And then also, I think now the other factors come in. But I guess now I'm seeing that point. So this is my question. I want to ask Rasvik this question. Did Raila see this defeat coming? Do you think he saw it coming? Didn't he see the conflict of Ruto with the South African countries? Didn't he see the showdown that Ruto was setting a stage between him and these presidents who were supposed to vote for him? And if he saw it, did he have to have a crowd in Addis Ababa, the over 100 people to cheer him? What do you think, Krasvik?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think from the way he had campaigned, I think he was confident enough because personally he said that he met most of the African leaders, so they had assured him that they were going to support him. But being a secret ballot, somebody can tell you, yeah, Julia, mi kura yangu ndakupatia. There was a time Mudavadi was running for president, and his running mate was somebody from Mulima, and actually that person from that polling station didn't actually even vote for him because he got a sufuri. So things happen, shit happens. At the same time, Raila, let's not take it for granted. That person, that man is loved by millions and millions. As much as we also have millions that hate him, his supporters are like diehard. Supporting Raila is a cult. I'll tell you that for free. If you're like a Raila diehard, that thing is like a cult. You can never convince Raila supporter otherwise. Those Raila supporters who are like so much into it, they love him for free. Whether he wins, he loses. And most of the people that actually went to Addis, there are some who took buses, some found their way themselves there, just to support him, just to show some love to him. That's how much they love him. It might be awkward. It might be something that we don't like, but to Raila supporters, it was like priceless. Actually, you'll see how they're going to receive him when he comes back. It will be like that, Baba, while you are away there. That's how Raila supporters are. It's something that you can never change about them. You can't just brush it off. Whether Raila wins or loses, they still love him. They'll still support him on whatever way forward that he decides. And Raila is not like the first Kenyan candidate to run for the AU seat. He's not the first candidate to campaign for this seat. Uhuru proposed Hamina, and Uhuru set up a campaign team for her. But it wasn't so hyped because she's not like a Raila who is like has millions and millions of fans. That's why it wasn't this hyped. This time, this AU seat was hyped because Raila was one of the candidates, and uh, it was compared to kind of like Mandela running for the seat. That's how most people saw it. Uh, and that's how most people felt. So, Comfort, CEO Raila was the first to campaign for that chairmanship. Actually, way back, I think there was a Kisi, Erastus Onkundi, that was an assistant vice chairman for that seat. Uh, it was way back. I don't remember the exact years, but a Kenyan has been vice chairman. Erastus Onkundi was a Kisi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me
So
just say one thing quickly as you
yeah,
continue. Yes,
go
of
ahead.
course, I knew Amina Mohammed was campaigning. And I'm just saying there's a place. I know I was also in Azimio. I was part of Baba. I know the feeling of, he's really a magnetic person.
I'm just saying there's a place, like even if I was going to get a baby, my first baby at Nairobi Hospital, the whole village doesn't need to be there. There can be 2 or 3 representatives. But when I get home, like you're saying, when you arrive back to Kenya, then that can be there. It was a bit awkward. I'm just saying it was awkward to others. And the way, when Ruto was flying to all those people, inviting them, and I know Ruto likes to use money, so it may be awkward, but some people may have taken the money, but they knew they were not going to vote or felt bad about it, but still took it. Poisoning the well. I think his well was poisoned, and it's all about perceptions, and people can change their mind when they see something like this. They'll be like, what is all this? That's all I'm saying. There's maybe 2-3 people might change their mind, but those are the 3 that may affect you. I'm just saying there's a place for everything. We appreciate and we know, of course, that Baba has a lot of followers. But even if it's your followers, you can even tell them, let us meet at a different hotel or at the car park. But for here, let's just have 10 people come in. I know some people were pretty agitated, some other nations who did not see it as job as the right place to have all those kind of things going on. Or even they had another hotel ready to party for his win. This thing of celebrating before you have won is also an issue. But yeah, it's not the first one to campaign, but it was a bit overboard. But that is not the main part, sir. The main part is who was campaigning for him. Yeah, thank you.
I agree on.
Last week, may I ask the 2 of you a question? One of you can, or may say last week. Now, you saying that Raila brought a crowd to Addis Ababa. This is a foreign land, okay? There are about 40 or so presidents, not even 50, voting. And you bring a crowd, and the crowd is celebrating in foreign land. Don't you think that was kind of intimidating? And probably there are presidents who had wanted to support Raila and decided this is too much. We can't do this kind of thing. What do you think was the effect of the crowd that Raila took to Addis Ababa? Or however much you are saying he didn't take them, I saw him hosting a lunch for them. So he was aware they were there. I saw him having lunch with that crowd. So what do you think was the effect on the vote that Raila may have?
I don't think the crowd had any effect on the way the members voted. The way members were going to vote was predetermined even before those crowds on how they were going. There's a letter. The southern countries had already decided that they were going to support their Madagascar candidate. Unfortunately, their Madagascar candidate didn't even do well. So if you look at the first 2 rounds, when all the candidates were there, actually Raila won the first 2 rounds. So it went up to the 7th round. So on the 6th round, the Djibouti candidate was ahead, but he still didn't have the 2/3 that was needed. That's when, if they could have gone to the 2nd round and he couldn't garner 2/3, they could have deferred the election to another date. That's when Raila decided, you know what, this is nonsense. Why don't I just step down and we have him? That's exactly what happened. So the crowd had nothing to do with how people voted in Djibouti. I mean, in Ethiopia.
So I was asking you that because I watched the votes from the 5th, 6th, the votes kept tilting, even before the Madagascar person withdrew. So it seems there are people who kept changing their minds, like, nimepika kura hapa, nitapika kura. So me, I'm thinking, Ras, this is my take, that behavior, so they allow Njiru, that behavior, I may be wrong. The Raila followers need to work on that behavior, and I think that behavior has negatively affected his progress throughout his political career. If you listen to some people who talk so much negatively against Raila, for example, there is this notion, it is overblown, it is not, it may not be correct, that if Raila becomes president, his followers in Nairobi will stop paying rent. There's no evidence towards that. I mean, I don't know whether anybody can provide evidence and say that when Raila was this, people stopped paying rent. There's a statement that goes around. Why do people have that notion? Don't you think his supporters make it work? Then I also want to ask you, when you say millions, what do you mean millions? Last year when there was an election, 2020 when there was an election, Raila Biari got 7 million votes. And those
So
7
that's
million.
not millions.
So I
7
wanted.
billions, is it thousands?
Okay, let me finish.
His supporters actually did not vote for him,
Okay,
but
let me
the answer did
finish.
not come out.
Let me
Mhm.
finish. That 7 million includes people who are not Raila diehards. Even me, I voted for Raila. I'm not a diehard. Okay? That includes about 2 million from Mount Kenya region. Because according to IBC, 1.9 something million Mount Kenya people voted for Raila. And I think they stole his votes from Mount Kenya region. So because me, I still believe they stole his votes. Even today, I'll never change my mind about that. So I still believe that Raila got over 3 million from Mount Kenya region. So if you say this notion, people say Raila has millions of supporters. He has, we can just talk about the population, according to me, I may be wrong, from Luo Nyanza. And if we start looking at the people who have had followings in Kenya, even in the days of Kenneth Matiba and Rubia, Kenneth Matiba and Rubia could share votes, could share Mount Kenya following, and could still afford to defeat Raila after sharing Mount Kenya following. So I'm just trying to prove to you, Rasvik, that there are people in Kenya who have had bigger followings than Raila, yet we have not seen that fanatical following that puts off the rest of the crowd. So I think that fanatism that they took to Addis Ababa was really bad manners and should never happen again at international levels. And also the fact Ruto made it appear like lazima to campaign. Ruto even went ahead to tell South Sudan that pledging some money South Sudan. He went ahead to try and show tuko na pesa ya kupeana, mtupigie kura. Did we try to see all those things? That is really, somebody saying Luo Nyanza vote 70%. And first and foremost, I looked at 2022 numbers. 2022 numbers, there is no constituency in Luo Nyanza that voted over 65%. And I asked myself, this is Raila's stronghold. Why? Why did they do this? Why they can't even turn up to 70%? That was my other biggest concern. So he doesn't get, he has a fanatical following from Luo Nyanza, but he doesn't get the fanatical following, according to me, never translates into numbers, the numbers he needs. And Raila, I think with that kind of an attitude, he spoke to these presidents, and of course, they were nice to him and they spoke well to him. They respect him. I mean, you need to show someone like Raila Odinga respect. You can't disrespect him. But deep inside their hearts, they had already made up their mind they are not going to vote for him. Yet again, he did not read it again. And the evidence did not read it. He allowed this crowd to travel to Addis Ababa. Had he read this, he could have been like, akae Nairobi, nikuja Nairobi, tuna vile mambo itakuwa. I'll give you time to react to that last week and comfort, and
Yeah,
then you let me welcome Jiru, then you can react to us.
No, I just have a quick question to you, Julia.
Yes.
So if those numbers didn't translate to votes, why did Kibaki have to inaugurate himself at midnight in an undisclosed area if they didn't translate into votes?
I was talking about the days when we had Kibaki and Matiba. Maybe you are too young for that. We had an election in 1996, 1997, 1992, where Moi vied, Kibaki vied, Matiba vied, and Odinga vied. And the old man, Moi was number 1, Matiba was number 2, Kibaki was number 3. Yet they shared the votes. Still, they managed to be number 2 and 3. Yet we don't think, according to me, I didn't count them to have fanatical following. So my concern is this fanatical following in Nyanza never translates into votes. That is my take. Let me call Njiru, then you can react to that again. Yes, Njiru.
Julia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, you see, hiyo story ya fanatics mumeileta ni vizuri sana. I think since the inception of the Luo Union, that is Gor Mahia, the late Gor Mahia, I don't know the reason why Raila Odinga has carried the fanaticism of football into politics. I think that is one thing which they have been unable to, he has been unable to separate from. You know, in football, there is usually a lot of hype, whereby like ile wakati watu wanaenda kwa mchezo, let me use that example Stone PK amepeana, Arsenal versus Man U. Even before mpira uchezwe, unasikianga Arsenal wakisema hii ni yetu, hii ni yetu, only for them to wait next season for another season to win the cup. So that is the problem which is always here. This issue of celebrating the wrong time. This is a repeated scenario. Unakumbuka hata ile hata 2022 walituwekea mpaka carpet ya red hapo. Sijui kama mliona watu mliona tukiwekwa carpet ya red hapo somewhere in KICC. Tukaona carpet ya red ishawekwa and they made some of us kuanzia kupasa misuri, then suddenly tukaanzia kuona the havoc at Bomas. I don't know if Julia you saw that. Tulioneshwa tu carpet pale KICC ya red, carpet mzuri sana imepangwa vizuri. Then finally sijui tukaona Martha Karua na some few people wakiaddress the people who have been elected through Azimio. Then from there tukaanzia kuona sasa ile mashinda ilikuwa pale Bomas. So what there is here, and I want to explain here, I think our general Bwana Raila Odinga has been maybe his team or the people who manage his election, maybe, or his political affairs, Akina Mutua and the rest. This guy from New York, I think there is a lot they need to learn, because it is very unfortunate that this shouting, like, I think Bwana Raila Odinga in his status, he was not, I think, mimi hapo ndio, in his own status, he was not supposed to allow close to 200 people to go to Addis Ababa. I think he took himself not serious. Instead, and then unaona, by the way, he refused to do his assignment. So he was busy concentrating with the fans. Watu wa kupiga manduru, he was busy concentrating with Akina Omosh 1 hour. Instead of concentrating with the SADC, instead of concentrating with the ECOWAS, concentrating with the North Africa Alliance, he was busy concentrating with the Omosh 1 hour, how they are going to go to Addis Ababa, as if these are the people who are going to vote. So I think it's a show that the Honorable His Excellency Mr. Raila Odinga is not a serious human being, because anything of that status required seriousness that it deserved. Lakini inaoneshana tu Raila alichukua tu hiyo kitu kimzaa, just as the way he has been taking other things kimzaa, and we have been unable to convert anything where he has been able to participate. Some elections could have gone into his win, but anachukulia tu vitu mzaa, he doesn't take things serious, wengine wanakuja wanachukua. Elections are claimed. That's one thing which I want to say. National elections are claimed. You claim your win. Odinga tu ako hapo tu amezuba, and then tunaanzia tu kuona win yetu inaenda. Mr. Ruto did not win that election of 2022. I want to confirm to you here. But he was bold enough to claim his win until hata Chebukati mwenyewe akaona, let me declare the confident one. Sasa wetu akiwa ameweka mkia kwa mapaja, sasa sisi tukajikuta tu tuko pale, and we cannot be declared winners. Let me tell you that any election is always claimed by whoever is confident, especially in these close elections. So the failure of Mr. Raila Odinga to put a serious face where it is needed has actually made him
to suffer these collateral fates. It is not natural to lose 6 elections. It is not natural. There must be so many things working against you. So tuache kuanzia tukusema sijui nini, whatever is happening to Raila Odinga, there are things beyond human intervention, and I think he needs deliverance. Tuache kumpapasa ati tukimwambia it is okay, it's okay. When a human being, everything he puts its hands, he fails. And the Bible says very well in Jeremiah 29:11, I have good plans for you. Hata Mungu mwenyewe ameconfirm he has good plans for you. How comes hizi plani za Raila kila saa zinakuja tu zinaanguka? It means there is something very serious working against him. He needs deliverance, either from himself or from his own doings, or maybe from his own associations. But the truth of the matter is that whatever has been happening in Raila Odinga life is something which needs a pity. I feel he is a guy who has been unable to redeem some of the things which even a regular citizen could have actually redeemed. So this idea where I am hearing Kenyans telling him, it is okay, it is normal to lose. Yes, it is normal to lose, but it's not normal to lose 6 times. So Comfort, hata wewe nataka uniambie, how would you feel when you lose 6 times? It's not normal. Something did not work. So the truth of the matter is that now I think every sensible thing in this life has rejected Raila Odinga, and sometimes it's always good for people to understand. That is why even in America, people like akina Al Gore, wakijaribu uchaguzi wakiona inakataa, they now go and become climate activists. I don't know why Raila Odinga is still putting his kidole yake kwa siasa. I think, in my honest opinion and analogy, I feel Mr. Odinga political eye has drained, and kwangu mimi naona it would be better for him to become an emissary or another person, but not in politics now. I think his days of politics are gone. He should look for something else to do. He can become a peace ambassador. He can become something else. But hii maneno ya kujipanga ama kutolewa na watu wengine ati aende akatafute kura, mimi naona sasa that thing is not working for him. And in any case, if you want to still be kwa debe 2027, he is a very familiar candidate. And I want to tell you that Bwana Odinga will beckon to another loss. So Raila Odinga cannot convert any political duel, and it is the highest time that Mr. Raila Odinga needs to retire, and he consider himself a grandfather who can be passing knowledge to people who want now to change our nation. Right now, Mr. Raila Odinga has proven that sometimes fate decides otherwise, and I feel he needs also to understand that it's not always things have to do or to become what we want. Ukijaribu vitu mara moja, mara mbili, mara tatu inakatana, wacha kushinda hapo unafinyiria. This one is not an issue of where tunasema mvumilivu urambivu. Sasa this one is beyond that. This one is an issue whereby you are unable to read the signs that politics has rejected you, and you have to look for other places where your efforts can be rewarded. We agree his participation in Kenya can be seen, but his elective position in Kenya and in the world has been rejected. Thank you.
So, are you thinking it's the problem with Raila Odinga or his followers, Njiru? Because, I agree with last week, he has a really big fanatical following, especially from Nyanza. But I guess they are yet to wake up from their sleep.
Can I say something?
Yes, Comfort.
I think Raila is a very great man, and very gifted, very smart. He knows politics inside out. I like the way he explains things of the history of Kenya. He was the one who was very instrumental, having studied in Germany, to bring Majimbo to Kenya, the devolution. There's such great things he has done, and also designing the roads and that kind of a stuff. But I know there's some people here, maybe they can tell us more, because I know in Kikuyu we do have curses. Curses that can be passed on. The things you can do, kill goats and other things. I don't know whether that's the same with the Luos, but I know my father and Kaminwa, a long time ago, my dad was representing Raila during Nyayo times when he was thrown to jail. He was in industrial area, I think he was in jail, and they had put a prisoner uniform on him. And my father is the one who passed something to do with you cannot wear prison clothes and be treated like a prisoner even before the court has decided on your case. And I know my dad always was on his side when we were all voting for other people. He really believed in Raila. Now there's that historical thing of how he always wins and then he doesn't win. There's something there. One, he does start the fight to win, to get back the win, but then he takes a handshake. So the school of thought that see Raila as someone who has managed to navigate through all those years by always having half the government without having to do the real work. That maybe that is his strategy, because he's never gone broke. I was on Azimio. We're getting money from everywhere, from all sorts of things, but it was money in. I didn't see it come out really. We're not like feeling the money in the campaign. But I feel that there's that one school of thought that he wins, he fights just enough to get half the government. And that has been his style throughout. On the other hand, truly, he doesn't win. Or he's not a finisher. Maybe you don't wait and see all the votes are counted. You don't fight, you don't follow up. I remember when we were doing the night before the elections, we had to change the agents had been compromised, so we had to get new cards for Azimio. Those cards, the ID cards for the Azimio agents, those cards go to the agents, I think around 8 a.m. Ruto's agents were already there, they had already been paid. And then Azimio decided to say, we'll pay you after you do the job. That was one mistake. Then the other mistake was that they had not cleared with the IBC. The new IDs had not been signed until 10, so some of them were getting to the centers at 11. So a lot of staffing happened and all that. It's just the finishing parts, the finishing. And that's the part where Ruto put the money. The agents are getting 2,500. He gave his 5, and he gave them ahead of the job. So these are the people who are not sure whether they would get the money. There's a lot of stuff going on. I just feel that, and then the next day, the actual day of the vote, I remember I went to Capitol Hill with the team. From there, we went to watch it on television. People were already removing champagne. These are the team. They're removing champagne, watching on TV, watching bombers on TV. And then instead of being there to make sure that everything is fine, we're watching like everybody else. And this is the team, Capitol Hill team. Then we saw, Allah, what's happening? There's a place in KICC, there's a place over there, what's going on? 3, around 4 o'clock, that's when I think, or 3 o'clock, is when Ruto came in, super smart, his mother, the whole team. Things happened so fast. Yet people are already celebrating before you actually have won. So this thing of celebrating before the actual finish can also be a problem. But I think the finishing touches has also played a major factor. Back to you.
Julia,
Wow.
can I ride on Comfort?
Yes.
Hi, Comfort. Nice to see you and congratulations. Ulinifurahisha Kenya.
Yes, welcome.
I was around. If I knew the date, I would have come. Because you did well. You called it as it is. But you should have hammered the Manyara. Manyara is a flip flopper.
like
At
his
that time,
comment.
nobody was saying that we cannot wait. And actually, my relatives were very worried. People were so scared. They're saying, "Oh, don't come here." Maybe they're following you in a Subaru. But go ahead.
Okay, anyway, you did good. You did good. Hizo masubaru achana nazo, mi hata siziogopi, kwani if they kill me wamemaliza wengine, ni nonsense. Anyway, yeah, comfort you kuna vitu umesema, which are real. We know most actually Raila's history, we know it so well. I'm happy you've been a candidate, and so you know the insight. And truly speaking, the most disorganized human being in politics is Raila. You know how you become the most disorganized? Because of the people you choose to manage your maneno. Even if you are the smartest, then you have idiots like Akina Junet. You are doomed, totally doomed. Those things, comfort you are talking about, that kadi zimechenjiwa, agents wamechenjiwa, money. For me, I've suffered 3 times. Agent money. They say they will give, they don't give. Even if they say that watapeana hiyo siku. In politics, you don't tell people do, then I pay you. You risk. It's risk from the day you declare you are contesting. Unajiachilia. Huwezi anza kusema ati accounting and all that. I remember during COD, he totally messed us. And I was in one of the meetings, I almost shouted at him. We had the heaviest donation, more even than what Esmio had during COD. Remember, during COD, and I can say this on TV, we even had funding from Toyota. Toyota donated Land Cruisers to have at least a Land Cruiser in every constituency in the country. To do what? To help, which was supposed to be attached to an MP candidate, a COD MP candidate who was the master agent for Raila. So the MPs were to manage those vehicles, brand new Land Cruisers that would help you run with a special team. Yani run all over, because cruisers, they cruise everywhere. Do you know what they did? This I'll reveal here. Those Luo people, and I'll use that term, those Luo who pretend to own ODM, they had them with their girlfriends all over Nairobi. You can imagine, you go to the headquarters, you find like 50 Land Cruisers parked. Kila mtu anatoka amedrive peke yake. Alafu zinagawiwa upande wa Luo Nyanza peke yake. They say, huko Embu County, it is not stronghold. And yet they were donated so that you have them wherever. And huko anaita si stronghold, he gets 20,000 votes, 30,000 votes. So Raila is very poor. As much as we think is clever in terms of organizing elections, he's very poor. Look at all through even simple things like his PA system. When you tell him things like PA system, he says, watu wataangalia. People like Akina Mdomobagi, jokers, So he's a very poor organizer, to tell you the truth. Now, when we talk of Majimbo comfort, Majimbo came from independence. It is not Raila who brought it. It is his father and the Matanos and everybody, all those genuine MPs that came after independence. They are the ones who thought the best system to pass grow Kenya was by Majimbo, which is what we have come to realize. So Raila is just but a true supporter, but he's not the originator of that. Otherwise, all the blunders we have had with Raila, it is his making. He is not hands-on when it comes to that. He trusts one man who is total failure, Junet. I can never even give Junet to manage even my kitchen or anything, because he's a total joker. He's a very corrupt guy. All right, yani ushaona ule tu mwizi open. But I don't know what oath they took with Raila. Sijui Raila kama ni mtoto wa Raila, maybe, I don't know. But you can't separate Raila and Junet, which is another stupid thing. Unaambiwa
These guys, anaharibu, you don't listen. It's very difficult. Very difficult. Raila is very difficult. And that is why you find when the Gen Zs were about to take over, he was being told, don't call that press conference. People are telling him, Baba, don't go out, don't do this. Even some of the Nyanza MPs who really are very sober, they tried to prevail him, but he violated. In fact, I'll look for that clip. He went with, I don't know who he went with, and then he said what Gen Zs are doing is what we are doing. I mean, mpaka we thought either amerukwa na akili ama something really happened. But that is it. And you see the result of the result is he will never get it. Hata kukiwa kuna curse, yes, maybe the curse can also cause you a lot of confusion like he is. Because Baba is really confused, by the way. Very confused. Because he does not want to listen. He doesn't want to listen. Now, when we are talking of the red carpet, yes, it is true. Raila was actually won 2022. But do you know what he was told to do? He was told to cap that red carpet, akuje, despite people telling whatever, akuje na call out his numbers, na aseme, na deliver speech, arudi kwa nyumba. Then people will do what we were supposed to do. He refused. He got scared. Aligwaya. That's when we realized Raila is a coward as much as people think he's strong. Okay? Then when at Bomas, Ruto did what he did, he feared to come out. Aliogopa. That is the truth. People give different versions of stories. Aliogopa kuja Bomas because there was going to be chaos. Yeah, let there be chaos because people died anyway, even thereafter, for Delhi and everywhere else. Yeah, so he just postponed the death. Yeah, so when you see, his failure and all this, even the international people in Africa, they know how he has blundered with his election. Raila was very loved initially in Africa, by the way. But the last two elections, that is when people gave up in him. Ask me, I've been in quite a number of African countries and I know the attitude they had. But the way he managed his last two losses, people said this guy is not a serious guy. He's not, which is true. He's not serious. Anaendanga hivyo, then anaenda anajipendekeza. So I really don't give him accolades anymore because bitterly after learning that kumbe si kuibiwa ni kujiibisha. Unajua mtu ukikaa nde uibiwe. That is what he does. And then he doesn't recognize that people are losing lives. All of a sudden, yeye vile anasemanga watu wanasahau kama ngiri, he forgets like ngiri himself. So for me, I would never forget when my people are killed and massed in a place like Kodele. I would go berserk. Yeah. But him, he just goes like this and then simple, wisha. Nothing. You will never even hear him talking about compensation. Although I don't believe in compensation when a life is lost. I would prefer mitigation. So Raila is very annoying. People are so annoyed. You can imagine Kenya celebrating. He's the most second hated to Ruto. Because if Ruto died today, you guys, you are just talking about celebration ya baba kupotea. Kenya itaenda holiday 1 month. I'm telling you. Yeah. They have proved Kenyans can hate. And they hate you when you bring it to them. Can you imagine? And these guys, they are so blind because wanasema mutadu. Can you imagine? Unajaza Boeing unaenda despite the situation in Kenya. And you expect to come back home laughing. It is the most annoying thing that is going on. So whatever Raila wants to do, all those is legacies or watu wamesema potelea mbali. He's the past guy again where people will forget who you are very quickly. And unfortunately, we are moving to new generations who will don't give any damn about whether alifungwa jela miaka 8 or anything like that. There are so many people, the others who are jailed for 20 years, 15. Yeah. So yake itafutika tu hivyo. Tabaki hapo kwake nyumbani Bondo. Back to you, Julia.
Okay. So maneno ya Raila Odinga we can say he has done a lot of good things for Kenya, but now Comfort is asking us way forward. What next? So maybe what is way forward for Kenya?
Isolate him and his fan base. Yani assume them, forget about them. Wakitaka kujoin kule, tutakuwa tunaenda na Gen Z wajoin, but never ati give hope ati kuunganisha, sijui kuunganisha. Tuachane na hiyo kitu, kila watu waende ile njia wanaona ni mzuri. Hii yetu ya Gen Z tuende hivyo sisi wote, wale tunafikiria juu ya Gen Z, juu ya New Kenya. It is him now to join us if he wants to join. That should be the narrative. Si kumwangalia ati anatuongoza. He can't lead us anywhere. That's nonsense. He hawezi, that I can say, even in front of, on top of KICC. Raila can't take us anywhere. Hakuna. Hakuna. Nowhere.
So am I right to say, I may ask, anybody can respond to this. Am I right to say 2022 was his climax? Yani 2022 aling'ang'ana sana, alipigiwa kura mpaka na wenye watu wenye hawajai imagine waweza mpigia kura.
It was his Damascus moment, the best of his best.
The best of his best. The best. Unaona kama where the people go for races, mtu ana mita 100. Unakuta siku moja amekaribia tu amepata number 4, amemiss medal na yani a few seconds.
Julia, on that narrative analogy,
Yes.
race, I've always thought about Raila. You know, when you think about 2024, the entire election cycle and campaign, there was someone that posted today about all the the times that Raila had run for, for seat as a president. And alikuwa anasema ati Raila ati 1992 Raila takes an early lead. 2097 he took an early lead. 2013 and it's true.
What have you
I am coming to understand Raila.
Few minutes ago.
Raila might be training for the wrong race. This thing is a marathon. Unaona mtu anakufa alitrain for short race ya 100 meters. Kumbe kitu ilikuwa inaenda mpaka lap number 24. This guy just dies out quick. Sasa ukiangalia hizi early leads za nani, I used to have a friend of mine that did the same thing on a 3000 meter indoor, because I used to run for college, na akakimbia 4 laps za indoor, unajua ni 200 meters a piece. So alikuwa amefikiria ameenda sana, alisahau tuko na zingine kadha wa ngadha. Huyu jamaa alikufa tu kama Raila na aka drop out. So sometimes you wonder, is he really serious about these races? You know, some of these races hata ukisikia vile amekuwa described hapa, they start celebrating on the first 2 laps, wameenda washa pop champagne. So maybe even his people that pushes him, they cheer him and give him confidence that, and sometimes he thinks that he doesn't have to work too hard. Unajua watu wakikuchampion way too early, na wanakwambia hata ufai kutrain, because hivyo ndio sasa yeye alikuwa anaona na story, walikuwa namwambia uko na uhunye, we hata ufai kutrain for this race, we uko nayo asubuhi saa 2 na mapema. And he didn't even train for that race year 2022. That's how you find out that his agents were nowhere to be seen. He couldn't pay them, even with the government. So he's never prepared, because they have this confidence. And in any race in the world, even if you're going to go for a job interview, jamani, you have to sit the night before and go through the competences that you're supposed to do and go back to experience na unaangalia, what is it I'm going to say? Raila does not know how to race, to compete with others. And I can say this because, tulikuwa mahali pengine leo tunaongea, wanasema ati ni Kenya ndio inapelekanga, Kenya ndio imekataliwa. Nikasema kama nile ya Amina Juma, I pulled Amina Juma's profile na Musa Faki. During that time, Musa Faki was way qualified than Amina because he had been a prime minister and he had been a foreign minister. Amina was barely a foreign minister and sports minister na hizo vitu zingine. So more experience was with Musa Faki. So that was a merit. This one, you pull this other guy wa Djibouti and then you pull Raila. So unaona Raila had the more experience based on merit, and this time his strategy of going to his training, again he comes back to the training. You go to the race with the wrong boots. Now the boots are Ruto. You went there with the wrong shoe. So you are there and just naturally you can't run because kiatu umekuja nayo ni ya mjengo, sio ya kukimbia. Ruto is so heavy, and if you look at it, yes, it is true when they were saying Raila was the most qualified, but this time he came again to the race with the wrong equipment. If he was to run during the Uhuru's time instead of Amina, I think that time you'll have won because hapo ingekuwa ni apples to apples. So I feel like Raila, yes, it's true. Ile time alikuwa 2022 was, climax yake ya political, na just listening to how unprepared he was, and also sometimes you wonder, this guy has had these sequences of you go and then you shake hands. So sometimes he might be unpreparing himself because he knows he stands to gain more as the loser of that race than. Unajua sometimes unaangalianga medal enye unapewa na unaona mi nitapewa, the value that I will get personally will be more than the medal. The only thing that comes with leadership is that you are supposed to show the people, the fanatics will know that you are not the real deal. So Raila taking the presidency angejiprove wrong to the followers. So he might as well not take the leadership where he turns out to be like Kasongo, kila mtu ako disappointed naye, but he can take the money and benefit from the whatever that comes with the power, because this guy rolls with more security than Kindiki when he's in Kenya.
So ni kama unasema yani Raila ni ka celebrity ya aina. He works like a
Ndio.
celebrity.
Hataki hiyo race, hataki kushinda. Ndio akishinda anaenda up kama Kasongo, anaye his fanatics, they believe in him so much. Imagine Yesu akishow up asema hezi kuokoa, hezi ponya hata homa. So he doesn't want to disappoint the people that believe in him that much. And that's why even sometimes you feel like if he's unprepared, he just wants it to be like that. And all his people, because they believe in him so much, they start popping champagne. Raila says, hey, the gold medal ya #1 na vitu zenye zitanipata nikiwa kwa opposition, I'd rather take the opposition. That means I don't have no responsibility, but I'll be rolling with as if I'm in the government. Hence, handshake, broad base, na ile ingine ilikuwa mkate nusu ama ilikuwa nini hiyo? Ile ya Kibaki. So
coalition.
the coalition. So sometimes you question him, but yes, it's true. 2022 was the climax of his political show. I think going forward, he cannot lead us if he has been misled by someone as simple as Kasongo. I don't see how you can lead people if you have been misled all the way to AU and you failed. So what is he gonna tell us? He can tell us he loves us, tutamwambia saa, tunakupenda pia, but enda home. Kaa hapa baba. Uwekewe mtu mwenye anakujazianga chai ya baba isipoe na isifike nusu. That's all we can tell him. Meanwhile, let's continue handling Kenya as Kenya has been, as we have been doing as a people. But mambo ya baba ni kweli. Wenye wanampenda walikuwa wanampenda na hao ndio walimislead baba pia. Hao walipop champagne, they made baba feel like he won. Hao walipop champagne ndio walikuwa wanafaa achunge kura. You see the type of people Baba hangs around. Hao walienda Addis Ababa ndio walikuwa wanafaa kuambia Baba Ruto anakuangusha. But yet, they'd rather just champion the guy all the way to his failure. These are the same people that will be singing and dancing and beating the dust at his grave. You see how people are. Sometimes hata kukua na watu unawafu. Sometimes the people that loves you the most don't tell you the truth. Na ni mzuri kuanga na watu wawili watatu. Wenye, unajua wanasemanga penda adui wako juu wanakuambianga ukweli. Because how? Because hata kama umevaa suti, atakwambia hiyo suti imeparara na iko na madoadoa mahali. Ule mwenye anakupenda nasema iko sawa tu, because hataki kukuhurt your feelings. It is Baba's people who fail Baba, and sometimes also, and most of the time, Baba fails his people. So it's a ripple effect. Wanaendanga tu kwa hiyo merry-go-round. All we can do is just pray for Baba and for his people, man. I think they need to wake up because they are pushing Baba too far, and it's time Baba need to retire.
Jemo, tukumbushane kitu moja hapa ambao nimesikia watu wamesahau. I know msimamo amekuja Julia, I know, but nakumbushana kitu moja hapa.
Pige usisahau niko na 9% tu.
9% ya nini? Battery ama ya
Kwa simu ya.
Haya, sawa. Ni point moja tu nakumbusha watu hapa. Raila never was thinking of going for that seat ya AU. It was not Raila's idea. It wasn't. If you guys go back to the clips, you go back to how it came about, what was happening, events ambazo zilikuja, maandamano nini na nini ikatulia, Baba akafika mwisho. Okay? Alikuwa almost anafika mwisho. He was contemplating. Alikuja maandamano aka give up. But he didn't know how to communicate to people. Okay? And then there were offers left, right, and center. Okay? So that akapewa an offer that will make him still remain great, that will not lower his ego. Ndio akasuggestiwa hiyo idea aproposiwe akuwe Kenyan candidate. It was not his thing kabisa. There were shoes that he had never thought he would wear. So he never got even prepared for it. Why? Because when he was there as the high, whatever, that position he had, he didn't perform. But people don't say the truth. He didn't perform. In Africa, you cannot perform coordinating these groups. You go to them, they pretend mnachukua picha but wana madharau. African presidents, until we will have them properly elected, is when you'll have people that can respect. Saa hii ni thugs kama akina Ruto. So they don't care. Ati unakuja umetoka Kenya ati wewe ni high commissioner sijui na nini. Those of you who have worked around Africa, you know what I mean. Wanakuangalia tu as huyu anatoka na huko na nini na nini. He didn't perform at all. He didn't deliver anything. He was just narrating stories. Road from Accra to Nairobi. Everyone knows that. Yeah. So there was no enthusiasm for him to go for yet another seat in AU. Take that to any near bank near you. Thank you. Msimamo 9%.
Nimebandika jina jipya, msimamo 9%. Asante sana ndugu yangu. Asante ndugu yangu PK na ndugu zangu wote ambao tuko hapa kwa studio na wale wengine. Yangu ni mafupi. Ila haukuwa mpango wake Raila haswa. Huu ulikuwa ni mpango wa KK. Tukiangalia awali ya mambo kabisa, KK wakati Azimio ni Azimio na KK ni KK. KK ndio walikuwa wana huu mpango zaidi hata kuliko na Azimio. Walikuwa wana prefer zaidi Mzende kule beginning kwamba haikuwa yeye. Cha msingi lingine ambayo nitalizungumzia, najua mengi mmeyazungumza hapa, lakini lingine ambayo nitalizungumzia ni kwamba laiti kama angekuwa ameenda binafsi, laiti pia kabla aende kule haswa binafsi kaswa kuomba ile kazi ama kutafuta ile kazi, kwanza
huko alikotoka kuwe kuna mazingira mazuri. Ameonyesha uongozi kwa kusimama na haki, hususan pale wale vijana walipoandamana kwa jambo la tija, jambo la kitaifa, jambo lilikuwa linasubiriwa haswa na mataifa mengi hapa barani Afrika, kuona kwamba kweli wananchi kumbe haswa wao ndio kusema, na wakisema haki kani lazima wasikizwe. So kwa kuweza kuikandamiza hii haki ya hawa vijana wetu, ambao naweza sema si vijana wetu but ni haki ya Wakenya wote, kuweza kuikandamiza kwa kuweza kuungana tena upya kule ambako alikuwa anapigwa na akaelekea huko huko, nadhani pia hii nayo imempa imemshusha. Kutangazia mema wakati ukiangalia nyumbani kwako kwenye mambo haendi sawa, familia haikai sawa sawa, alafu unarudi kwamba huu haukuwa mpango wake, ulikuwa mpango ambao ulikuwa umelazimishwa kwamba uende namna hiyo. Nadhani mpaka muda huu kutokana ni mpango yao, licha ya kwamba ndio ameanguka, lakini bado kule kule ambako anajua huku kumenifelisha kwa sababu ya tabia mbovu ya uongozi uliopo kwa sasa hivi na picha mbovu ya taifa machoni kwa mataifa mengine bara Afrika. Sisi bado amesimama pale pale, anasema huyu jamaa amenisaidia pakubwa, ina maana huyu mwanangu wa mbavuni, unaona. So still bado yuko pale pale ameganda, yani kwa kiasi kikubwa Ruto amemfelisha, na alafu pia Ruto hapa amegain, amefaidi kutokana kwa hili, maana lengo kubwa ilikuwa ni kummaliza kabisa kisiasa mzee, kwa sababu uongo si kazi. Sasa hivi kuja kugombania tena hii nafasi, sidhani siasa nani nafasi yake ya kisiasa katika hili taifa. Sasa labda sasa tuende katika huo ukabila tuweke mbele, lakini si utaifa. Siasa iliyobaki labda pengine ambao amebakishwa nayo labda ya ukabila, labda yeye na watu wake na yule naye na watu wake waungane na waseme kwamba wana watu, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba kisiasa amemalizwa kabisa. Na ni ile ndoto aliyozungumza na kauli ya Kasongo kwamba huyu mzee nitampanga, niachieni mimi nitampanga tu, na kwa kweli alikubali kupangwa na amepangika tena barabara zaidi. Kule amekosa na hapa pia, na hapo umaarufu wake haswa nadhani umeshuka kiasi kikubwa, kiasi kwamba kitambo auregeshe kama pale mwanzo, labda pengine wafungamane na waachane, arudi spidi haswa kuja kuhakikisha kwamba labda pengine kama ataweza hilo na kama litakuwa na mashiko, kwa sababu kufeli kwa huyu mzee pakubwa naweza nikasema ni tafsira na sura ya taifa, yani halipo kabisa, yani halionekani kabisa. Si Kenya ile ambayo tulikuwa nayo yenye sifa kede chungu nzima. Sasa hii ni taifa ambalo kila mtu ana wasiwasi nalo kibiashara na mambo mengine tu, kwa sababu ya mambo yalivyo katika taifa letu, wizi ambao inamaanisha corruption, usalama, unaona. Hata ile la Kiza Besigye hili kuja kukamatiwa ndani ya nchi na viongozi wako pale pale, na tulichukulia jambo la kawaida kwamba nchi jirani inaweza ikavuka ikaja ikachukua mtu hapa katika taifa letu pasipokuwa kuna jambo lolote la kufanyika. It's like yani tunaenda tu. So kwa kweli mambo mengi yamemfilisha huyu mzee, ni kwa sababu ya ubovu na tafsiri ya uongozi tulionao. Kwa sababu kama ni kampeni kaipiga, yule mwingine hajapiga kampeni kama alivyopiga kampeni Raila, lakini kwa sababu alikuwa ameshaona na yeye watege tu yangoja mle wa kupiga, akapiga vizuri, kwa sababu Kenya haijashirikiana na masuala mazima ya Kongo. South Africa wana kilio chao. So kwa kweli huu uchafuzi wote, lawama yote mimi naibeba kwamba ni hii regime, na pia haikuwa inamtakia mazuri, kwa sababu wangejua kwamba wanawania hiki kiti, basi wangeweza kurectify hapa katika hili taifa. Kwanza waonyeshe kwamba wao wana utu, wanajali, wanashtuka na wanasimama katika haki. Hawangekanguke kuwa na hivi kuachia mdomo tu pasipokuwa kufikiria impact ya jambo unaliongea, madhara yake itatokea nini. Swala la Israeli, swala la huyu rais wa France, haya mambo yamechangia pakubwa kiasi kwamba mzee kapangwa, naweza sema ya kapangwa. Sasa tusubiri tuone itakavyokuwa, lakini lililobaki ni miungano ya kabila mbili tatu, kuona kwamba sasa sisi ni lazima tutabaki kwa power by force, lakini azma nzima ya siasa ya Odinga naona mimi sasa hivi imeshatafutiwa nafasi nzuri ya kupangwa na imekubali kupangika. So mwenye kufaidi hapa ni Ruto, kwa sababu hata kama atakataliwa na Wakenya, lakini hata kwenda peke yake, atakwenda na hao wengine pia. Hiyo ndo mpango wake. Kama nitafail mimi haswa, hata hawa wengine hawatakuwa na sifa pia. Kama ni kwenda, tutakwenda wote. So the only ways wa Kenya tunahitaji kufanya sasa hivi ni hawa wote kuona kwamba wameungana, wote wanasema ajenda, hawana mazuri na Kenya, basi wote waende, kwa sababu kweli wa mambo baba amejikoseshia hapa mwisho. Ameanza vizuri, amemaliza vibaya, na makweli kumwanza vizuri si kitu, umalizaji ndio kwenye unajua nzaa ya umizi, anayemaliza maliza ndo huumiza zaidi. So huyu ameanza vizuri, amemaliza vibaya, na kwa sababu Mungu anataka kuonyesha maovu ambayo yanafanyika chini ya maji na hawa tunawaamini, basi hapa Wakenya tumepata funzo kwamba yule mwambia yeye ndiye siye, na mwambia ndiye si, anamwambia siye ndiye, kwa sababu huu ushirikiano huu, kuna vitu vingine hapa chini ya maji anaosema na kina Miguna huenda yakawa na maana zaidi, kwa sababu tukiangalia siasa ya Kenya jinsi ilivyo na mambo yalivyo kwa sasa hivi, haiwezekani mtu yeye anashakuibia, mtu yeye ashakufanya lolote lile, mtu yeye ashakupelekesha, tena mwisho wa siku urudi umsaidie mahali ambapo anataka kungolewa. Meaning kwamba hawa watu huwa wanakaa chini, kuna vitu ambavyo sisi wa Kenya hatuvioni, lakini viko chini ya maji. Wanaelewa dini zao, wanaelewa mipango yao, wanaelewa yale ambao wako nayo chini ya pazia. So to me pekee nitaachia hapo, but let's not tusikate tamaa wala tusichoke. As Kenyans lazima tushirikiane, tuhakikishe kwamba hawa watu wameenda. Siasa huyu mzee mimi kwangu haina mashiko tena, kwa sababu atatuambia lipi. Ikiwa vijana ndo wamekufa, baada usimamie hilo, wewe unaenda unatafuta viao ambavyo unasukuma tu, mwisho wa siku unakosa. Na mengi tu. Kwa hivyo nitaachia pale PK. Asante.
Asante, msimamo, asante. Kwa hivyo msimamo unaona kama au mafans wa Raila Odinga ndio wampotosha?
Hawa mafans wa Raila Odinga, kwanza tuangalie kwanza wengi ni akina nani. Unajua hatutaki kumeja pale mwanzo Kenya ilivyokuwa ina mshtuko, Julia akinguruma kweli Wakenya wote wanasikiza, but this time around tufungue tu ule kweli haswa ni akina nani wanashabikia. Jusi kwamba kuna ile crowd the whole Kenya inashtuka kama pale mwanzo, meaning ni wao waliobaki sasa, wa baba left, ndugu zetu wale, na baba akienda left akienda right, bado wakakalile mentali ile ambayo wamekandamizwa nayo kwa miaka na mikaka, watu wakijitengezea minofu na mapeni. Hawa tunafaa kwanza katika civic education humu tumguseguse hapa. Julia yangu tumguse Swahili hao, hata kama mtakuwa mnachukizo mnaumiza, lakini kwa sababu mna kweli mle lazima tumuingilie, ili hawa wazinduke, waache kutumiwa kisiasa kwa faida ya mtu mmoja, then wao wanabebwa kama umma kwa msitu wa kuweza kukava watu. So at least ndugu zangu tu wa Nyanza waamke. Si mimi Julia, si wakati wa kuponta ati wakati huu tunaadhibu mlima kwa sababu mlima ni wakati sasa tuko kwa serikali. Maana hii blaming ambayo haina tija, hii inafanywa na hawa wanasiasa, ndio wanatusababisha hii hali. But kurudi katika masuala ya kitaifa, shida yangu mimi kama pengine mahospitali hayana nini, basi in the whole country ni hivyo. Kama bei ya vyakula imepanda, ni the whole country kwa hivyo. Kama kuna utepetevu, masuala na shaa na na shisha na what, the whole country ni hivyo. Si sisi waraia wa kawaida ndo tumaachwa pale tukishikuwa na ushabiki, lakini mwisho wa siku tunaumia ni sisi. Wanaofaidi ni wale watoto wao wanapelekwa na ulinzi, wanasoma shule nzuri, wana kila nafasi ya ajira ikitokea nzuri, wao ndo wako mbele, wao ndo wenye kufaidi. Sasa sisi tumeachua ile ushabiki tu, tunakuja tunamshangilia mtu ambaye ametumesa. vijana waliokufa wakati wa 2022 tukipigania haswa awamu ya kwanza ile ya maandamano, haki zao zimeenda wapi? Wale walipoteza maisha. Tukirudi hasa tuangalia hao Gen Z waliozuka baada ya kuona kwamba huyu mzee ameshindwa, acha tumsaidie na sisi tusimame katika msimamo. Wako wapi? Mbona wamechanguka kama nzige? Akina Kasipuli hata nao tumewaona akiwa Addis Ababa wanajiunga katika vyama, kwa sababu na tulikuwa tunaona kwamba hawa wana hizi ndio ndoto ambazo tuko nazo. So wao wenye kutuharibu ni hawa wa viongozi wa zamani, hawa wa zamani, Kalonzo, Raila, hawa wote wa zamani, akina Mudavadi na hawa wote wamekaa kwa hii siasa kwa muda, wanadhani hii Kenya ni yao kwa kweli, na wanaweza ipanga the way wanataka wao, si vile ambavyo wananchi wanataka, kutokana haswa na mwongozo wa katiba yangu tu ilivyo. So to me, Julia, naweza nikasema ufuasi wa huyu ni kidogo tu, wachache tu ambao kakundi tu, lakini si ule mshiko wa watu katika nyoyo ulikuwa kuwepo kwamba huyu ndio mtu pekee tunasimama na yeye kwa sababu ataweza kubadilisha hili taifa. Hiyo kitu haipo na wala haitarudi na leo. Asante dangu.
Asante bwana msimamo kwa maoni yako. So we are thinking, this is what I'm getting, is that Raila Odinga and his fanatical following are refusing to accept the new dispensation. Na kana kwamba they are still imagining that old times ziko. Nyinyi ningetaka kujua kwamba kama hivi sasa Raila Odinga angeitisha mkutano Uhuru Park, whether we will see the same turnout that he used to have. I would like to see that. Whether aseme anasemaga Jumatatu tukutane pale Uhuru Park. I would like to see whether he get the same kind of turnout. That is what I would like. And ningetaka kuona hiyo nijiulize kama kwamba kuna watu bado wanamfuata hivyo. Na I also have a question to all of you, na maybe last week we would like to talk, ni kama amekaa jaongea Nyakairo, whoever wants to talk. Now, kwanza sijui niulize Stone PK. Katika uchaguzi wa 2022, who have the majority members of parliament in Nairobi and the majority MCAs in the Nairobi City Council? Ni Azimio ama ni udaku? Kuna mtu ako na hizo numbers?
Azimio.
Ni Azimio dada.
Okay. That is my take. Now, do you think right now that was question number 1. Sasa hizi tukiwa na uchaguzi, mnafikiria je, ODM inaweza pata majority?
Hiyo ni ndoto ya
Kwa
mchana
sababu
Julia.
ukitoa Jalango
Nasema tuwe na uchaguzi saa hii, ODM inaweza pata majority.
Ni ndoto ya mchana. Not only kama watapata majority, labda wamteme huyu jamaa tena, warudi haraka kwa Wakenya, wasimame wamteme mtu, lakini kama watamweka mbavuni alafu waseme wanaenda katika uchaguzi kwa muda huu, ODM ina hakuna.
So, what do you think?
Julia, yeah, let me say something. Julia,
yes, I'm coming to you last week.
Dakika moja nani?
Okay.
Stop. Okay. Unfortunately, tusijidanganye. Wakenya ni I think Wakenya ni washenzi. I can say that sometimes. You'll be so surprised that in Nairobi ODM bado itakuwa itapata majority. Wacha nikwambie kwa nini. Just a few last month I think there's a youth, he used to be a soccer player, alikuwa naishi Mbotela, Otuoma. When Otuoma passed on, the Makadara MP, who is a Ladwa, yeye ndio chairman wa ODM, is very popular in Makadara for some reason. But the last time nilikuwa home last year, nilipiga raundi Eastlands. I was so embarrassed just to see the condition of the roads. Alafu kuona vile Eastlands imechapa, since I grew up in Eastlands. So Eastlands imechapa, but these are the kind of leaders that bring nothing to us, that we still praise, we sing their song and stuff like that. So Kenya, it's about time we grow up and start thinking with our brains than kufikiria saa zile tumepewa handouts. It's so sickening, Julia. And
Stone PK, unfortunately. So tusijichoche hapa tio sijui wa Kenya watachagua watu wengine. They are the same people wanachagua our leaders. Hawezi stand for what is right, you know. Wanangoja time election, we make these wrong decisions, alafu hapa tunakuja kupigana ya bure kwa sababu ya ODM, UDA and stuff like that. So I won't be surprised because the voters are just the same crazy people that make these crazy choices all the time.
Okay,
I think
let me give you a dynamic. You know, I still live in Eastland, whereas tulienda majuu Kahama Eastland. Nairobi, we analyze it per constituency. Eastland ni enthusiasm. For your Eastland, they will still have a Ladwa, okay? But now when you go to areas like Westland, go per MP. Madare, they will still keep that guy, you know, because it's about Luo versus Kikuyu. That is where we are now, okay? So where you have majority of Luos, they will have ODM candidate winning. Where you have mixed, itakuwa wale wana namba kubwa ndio wanashinda. So it will not be business as usual as per the constituencies and even the wards. Yeah, because ODM right now people are so bitter. You know that there are no sympathizers of ODM now. ODM itabaki kwamba itakuwa ni ya Luo Nyanza. That's where it is headed. Okay, Luyas will have their own. That's the most disappointing thing, that one of the strongest parties that people felt kuja kusaidia na kutuokoa kutoka kwa ujinga ya KANU, it has fallen tena badly. In fact, ODM will collapse in a very what do you call it, dramatic way than KANU. KANU, you know, KANU died pole. But ODM has killed itself. And that's why people are wondering why someone like Sifuna, what he's still doing in that party. But we have got the answer of late, kwamba it's the money, you know, they get some money and all that, you know, so they want to stay until the end of the term. You will see the migration, okay? The people will leave. But in areas like Nairobi, unaona mtu anahang kwa ODM because of the tribal factor, okay? You know, Nairobi, you have predominantly Kikuyus and Luos here. That's why Azimio had a very hard time to get a candidate, and we goofed when we put in a Jubilee candidate to try and balance instead of having a pure ODM candidate in Nairobi for governor. So those things will play. You go to Westland, yeah, the Luyas will dominate, and if the Luyas will be in ODM, yes, then ODM will get. But the way things are, ODM in a disintegrate. Kabisa. That is my take in terms of where the ODM is headed. Akina Alado ata control tu huko. Eastland imekwisha kabisa. I still live there. I mean, living there, we have a house there. I have my relatives there. So I keep on going once in a while, and not even once in a while. Every time I'm there, I spend quite. And by as Vic, najua home kwako kwenye kule kulikuwa kwenye maji. Hotel ilikuwa ni mtaa yangu. Kama ulikuwa unajua mtu alikuwa anaitwa Kiora Chando, you can Google. And, no, I know you are home. Thank you.
Yeah, it's so sickening to see all this happening.
So we are still going to go tribal. That is sad. I get it from PK in Rasvik.
It's not tribal at all. Eastland sio Wajaka ndio wamejaa, and Aladwa is not even a Luo to be precise. It's just poverty. Ya Kenya sometimes it has made people to be crazy when they make decisions. Alafu ukiangalia nini, majority of those who vote in Nairobi, they're the poor people. Middle class hawaendangi hata kupiga kura, you know, wanangojanga results. Sijichoche. That's the problem that tuko nayo Kenya. You know, ukiona maandamano, sio maandamano ushika sana from watu wametoka Iceland.
lakini vile Kasongo amechafua payslip, I think this time middle class wamekasirika kuliko wenye wana and the thing about Nairobi, it also depends if you are to hold elections sahi, Any ODM person that is siding with Kasongo is not gonna go back, no matter what and how much they love his people love him. Number 3, if we go to the next general election without Baba, because Baba usually endorses those people, it's gonna be hard for them, and that's why these people don't like Baba off stage, because they ride on him. So a lot of these people could have never been MPs if they never associated themselves with Baba. So your love wenye unasema Razvik, most of it is not because they are loved. Mtu kama Jalango hakuwa anapendwa hivyo ya kusema ati angeshinda tu, ni ile tu alijiassociate na Baba na akabeba. Other than that, if Baba is not in the picture, and I can see a big issue when coming 2027, if Ruto convinced Baba to support him, so Baba is not going to be on the ballot, a lot of them are not going to side with, because they're going to vote against Kasongo anyways. So it's going to be different. So Julia, I feel like if that election is held today, the dynamics have changed. The payslip people that Wamnyoro was talking about, the 3 million will come out plus another 3 million that are supported by them, and they will vote everybody out. So this time is not going to be watu wenye wana nini kazi, the poor. So dynamics zimebadilika, whether Kasongo likes it or not.
So you think Kasongo and team are stuck thinking kwamba Kenya should come out and say Mkikuyu wetu, sijui Mjaluo wetu, na ni kama hali kwamba tunaona, especially if the Gen Z mode takes over, it is like we don't need you, nyinyi wote mmetubao, we don't need all of you.
Ujue hata agency wameamwisha wazazi wao. Unajua there is a hidden anger that also parents are having, even if they are not out there speaking the way kina agency wanafanya wakichorana. You know, when Kasongo stands in front of people and say nyinyi nani msimame, not Kasongo, Sudi ananiambia mimi nikiwa mtu mzima kwa kanisa, wangapi wako na agency hapa, msimame mkono juu, sasa mwende muambie watoto wenu. You know what kind of nonsense is that as a parent? Kuna kahasira fulani wazazi wa Gen Z wako nayo. So ukieka Gen Z na wazazi wao, I don't think kuna hiyo mapenzi sana kwa hiyo nchi ya watu. Wazazi wale wenye ule mzazi wa Mwangi, baba Mwangi mwenye alilia mbele ya judge, huyo ni mtu anaweza, hata kama yuko Nairobi. There are a lot that are in Nairobi that have seen all this mess. And no matter how much they loved the people that they voted for last time, they are seeing these are the same people wenye walikuwa wanapiga sherehe na Kasongo na Baba kwa party yenye imeanguka Addis Ababa. Na wakisikia pesa ngapi ilitumika huko while watoto wao au Gen Z and the younger brothers to the Gen Z and sisters are still at home because hawajape pesa ya shule hijatoka. A lot of parents are going through a lot of pain. The issue ya ID, kulipia ID, ni nani anabeba hiyo issue? Sai, sini wazazi. Hizo dynamics ziliisha. Razvik, I would love to, I want to agree with you, but I'm sorry. I think hii conversation ingekuwa 2022 ningesema yes. And now people are going home. Na kama mnapenda watu wengine pia lazima tuambie ukweli. That's why I keep telling Kenyans, we need to tell our folks straight up to their face, we love you but we are sending you home. Hata wasikakwange tu mheshimiwa vile walifanyia a bunch of people in 2022. Mheshimiwa kwa street, mheshimiwa unapeana pesa. Ni wangapi walipeana pesa na walienda home? Wakaenda kilia kina Bahati. So kuitwa mheshimiwa na kuonyesha unapendwa, sometimes it's not everything. These dynamics are changing and they will keep changing. That's just a little bit of what I feel.
Okay, personally, I feel that this is my take, that we are going to have, Kenya must just have a revolutionary leader right now. Na mwenye tutapata huyo ndio bado tunajiuliza maswali mengi. And a revolutionary government. Revolutionary means people who are not gonna keep the status quo at all. Now, I think the next parliament will have so many Gen Zs. The next parliament and the MCAs, Gen Z watakuwa wengi sana. That is my take. And at the top, I'm looking forward to seeing the likes of Omtata, the likes of Mother Karua, the likes of at least people wenye hawaja, they are not tainted. That is my hope. Wenye hatuwezi washtaki kotini tuseme walitupora mali. Unaona? So me, because this came from Raila talk, Raila is gonna be misplaced so bad. And I am wondering whether he even has the courage to even vie for anything after this. He gonna be misplaced so bad. And not just Raila, any other politician of his caliber, hiyo group yote, they're gonna be misplaced so bad. Yani wenye unafikiria kwamba mimi have been an icon, so follow me. They're gonna be misplaced so bad. Hawatatoma. In fact, all this, I think, all this, the whole parliament will be swept away unless Nyanza people choose to keep theirs. Mimi chenye najua, the whole parliament from west to east, north to south, itafagiriwa kufagiriwa. That is what I think that will happen in the next election. And kwa sababu Wakenya wote sasa, irrespective of their tribe, Wakenya wako na hasira. If you want to know wako na hasira, they are booing everybody. The evidence is, now, munaona vile what happened in Kondele. When they received the news that Raila had lost, and the NTV man was asking them questions. Waliclimax hiyo kitu na nini? Ruto must go. Huyo mtu aliwaambia waseme Ruto must go. Ama it just came out naturally. It just came out. Nobody had called those people to go and sing Ruto must go. It just came out. Wakenya wote, from west to east, wako na hasira because they are going through so much. So right now, any person who will present themselves as a revolutionary leader, na wenye wanajua, people think they can trust them, will carry the day. Now, on top of that, what is helping this thing is the behavior of somebody like Gachagua. It was ill-advised for Kasongo and the team to kick out Gachagua. Because right now, he's going to be the pain on his ASS for the rest of the time. And Gachagua said he has only one agenda, to send Ruto home. Gachagua just anasimama. Those who are busy saying that Gachagua anasimama, Gachagua is not vying for, he has not said he's vying for anything. Gachagua has said he has only one agenda, to send Ruto home. So Gachagua will do what it will take him, even if it means backing anybody. Anybody Gachagua thinks that will send Ruto home, Gachagua will do that. And we cannot refuse here. Gachagua has successfully mobilized Mount Kenya region. Not because they think he should be the president, but because even them, they have one agenda, send Ruto home. Hujasikia watu Mount Kenya wakisema hata wanaweza pigia umbwa kura kama huyo umbwa itatoa Ruto from State House. That is the agenda of Kenyans right now. So I am thinking that we are out for a surprise. Personally, I was surprised when Raila was not voted for this AU seat, because I even up to yesterday morning, I've been thinking kwamba he is on the front line. Actually, that was, however much people are saying atashindwa. I think in my heart, I was refusing to buy that, because I was, for one main reason, I believe, and I am still not stopping to believe that these African presidents, most of them are corrupt. Kama ni akina Museveni, watu kama hao, I was not thinking they were going to make any changes, and they were going to change their mind from voting for Kasongo, for Raila Odinga, because they don't like Kasongo way. But surprisingly, there are people who decided that we don't like Kasongo, so Raila na Kasongo in the same basket. We teach you a lesson. So that came as a surprise to me. A lot of people said he was going to lose, but personally, I was thinking they'll try to maintain the status quo. The other thing I thought they were going to maintain the status quo is because they prevented 6 African presidents from voting, claiming that their governments are not democratic. And mimi, kuangalia states kama Burkina Faso, I think Burkina Faso is more democratic than Kenya. So nilikuwa nayo hiyo ni hypocrisy kabisa kabisa, na nikaona watapeleka hiyo hypocrisy kwa huo uchaguzi, na nikaona watapigia Raila kura kwa sababu they are all hypocrites. But then some few of them decided we are not doing this thing, so I was surprised. So for me, my take is Raila Odinga doesn't stand a chance in the political arena in future in Kenya. Because why? Raila Odinga cannot vie to be a governor. He cannot vie to be a senator. If he can vie for governor in Bondo, he can win. He cannot win for governor in Nairobi. He cannot, according to me. If anybody has a different view, it's okay. I would appreciate that. Okay? He cannot win to be a governor in Nairobi, but he can vie for governor in Bondo, but he cannot vie to be a governor. He cannot vie to be a senator. So Raila's political life is done. The only thing they can do with Kasongo right now is reshuffle the cabinet, wampatie kiti mahali. They can do that. I will not be surprised if I see that coming. And I'm asking myself, how long is Kasongo's government going to last? Ninashangaa sana. People have been saying these things will happen, and the things are actually happening. Somebody even said Raila was going to lose the seat. Na sasa I'm beginning to believe those prophets. Sijui ni prophets wa wapi hao, lakini kuna
Julia,
maneno mengi. Yes.
naomba
Yes,
nichangie
ma'am.
kidogo tu, kiduchu
Yes,
tu.
changia.
Kwanza tuelewe siasa yetu ni kupakana matope, na kabla upakwe matope ushajipaka matope. Masikio ya Wakenya imechokana na huu uongo wa kila siku, kiasi kwamba yani hii serikali nzima haipo kabisa kwa Wakenya. Huo ndio ukweli ulivyo. Then tuongeze sasa kupakana matope, kwa sababu wako na loopholes nyingi ambazo hawa watu hawawezi jidefend nazo. Wakati wa kampeni, hawa watu wakija juu ya magari wakianza kushambuliana, hawa watu kupita ama ODM kupita itakuwa uongo, kwa sababu tayari wenyewe washajikaanga kwa mafuta yao. Ni ile kwamba kipenga kipigwe, tusikize sasa watu na lugha zitakazotumika kuweza kuwaponda hao, kwa sababu already tayari washajiponda wenyewe. Not only labda pengine kuwe na wizi wa kura hapo, but kama si ni hivi tu, hakuna mahali haswa hata waungane namna gani, waungane haswa Wajaluo na Wakale waungane, wako na sword, but hiyo haimaanishi kwamba inaweza badilisha Wakenya wengi akili zao. So to me, nitaongezea hapo kwamba siasa ni bwana nyingi ni kuchafuliana, na ili usichafuliwe zaidi lazima ufanye mambo ambayo kidogo yanahesabika. Kangalisi mambo mawili matatu manne ambayo yanahesabika machoni kwa wale ambao unawarai kuweza kukuchagua tena. Sasa kama hayapo, wewe unategemea kuna lugha gani? Je, huyu mpinzani sasa akitaka kuponda kama Gachagua, so nakubaliana wewe kwamba Gachagua ametake part nzuri tu. Wanataka tu uongezeke zaidi, tupate mtu mmoja ambaye ataweza kusimama ajitokeza aseme sasa mimi nitasimama kwa njia hii na Wakenya. Sitaki kuongwa, sitaki lipi, wala siogopi kufa wala lolote, nitasimama kwa hili na Wakenya wote watamfuata yeye hata kama hana hata shilingi. Mimi ndio nataka kuongezea hapo tu kwamba siasa ni kuchafuliana na hawa tayari washajichafua. Asante.
Asante. Wacha ni highlight. Ubuntu anasema kwamba hata Museveni did not vote for Raila. TZ did not vote. Watu they are hypocrites. Wanaambia Raila watampigia kura.
Hata Suluhu mwenyewe pia, hata Suluhu hajampigia kura.
Hata Suluhu mwenyewe ni kama kwamba according to the rumors going around hakumpigia kura. Sasa unaona sasa hiyo hao watu wote si wa kuaminika. So that is what sasa Raila Odinga, mimi Raila Odinga kama ningelikuwa na yeye ningelikuwa nisipumzike nitulie na mke wangu miaka yangu ya nyumaye ikuwe ya miaka tulivu. Hii mng'ang'ano, he doesn't need it. He doesn't need the insults. He doesn't need the insults and embarrassment and humiliation, because not just Raila Odinga, any politicians au wenye wamekuwa in Kenya au wazee, nawaambia ukweli, they will not cope. They will not cope in the next political dispensation. They won't cope, because Kenyans are so aggravated. PK, I think we can wind up. Ama, what do you think, PK?
I think we can. People can give their final round. It's been very good discussion. Watu wanaweza enda winding dakika moja ama mbili.
All right, winding. Who would go fast?
Anybody can go fast. I wish kila mtu atupatie way forward yani.
Yes, way forward. Rasvik, way forward.
Yeah, now that majority agree that Raila is irrelevant, I think we need to pave a way forward without dwelling so much on him, because he is irrelevant. As per majority here have mentioned different reasons why he is irrelevant. So I will just suggest that now we should focus more of our energy into focusing on sasa tutadu, sababu majority have mentioned is windless, is done and all those good stuff. So that should be our focus now, because we'll spend 6+ hours every night just discussing him, and he's so irrelevant in the future of Kenya. That's my closing remark for tonight.
Asante Rasvik. Nyakairo, your way forward.
My way forward tugokira tene, sababu huyu Raila mambo yake yamezidi kipimo. Najua yeye sasa hata akitoka huko watafuatana na huyo kasongo wake. Hakuna vile tunaweza watenganisha hao watu wawili. Na tena tunapatiaga Raila a lot of confidence. Raila hana confidence. Sisi ndio tunafanyaga awe na confidence ya kuonyeshana kama ni shupavu ama ni is a soldier that we can follow. Hii mambo yote ambayo amefanya, ambayo ni ya kuonyesha watu ati tunamsikiza ati anasema, mi hata sijawahi kujua ni aje anasema, isipokuwa sasa akisema Tuesday tunatokeleza, akisema Wednesday tunatokeleza. Sijajua ni nini maana yake, kwa sababu ameimaliza vibaya sana sana. And the other point I wanted to make before we say way forward kwa wote, Raila alisema alienda kwa kila rais hao wa Afrika, na nimesikia kumetumika pesa mingi sana ya Kenya kwa hiyo sherehe, hiyo mambo hiyo ya AUC. Na vile tunajua wa marais wengine Africa, they are very corrupt. Huenda labda hata wale walikuwa wanampigia hizo kura ni wale walikuwa already amepea kiwango fulani cha pesa, sababu what I see, Raila kama si mgonjwa ameambukizwa ugonjwa na Ruto, kulingana na ile maisha tumeona na mambo ile tumeona vile wameendesha. These are people wearing the same shoe. Hawa ni watu hawataachana, wataendelea tu kufanya mambo hiyo mabaya, kukiona, kutuharibu vichwa, like a mockery, sababu already wako huko kwa serikali. So me way forward, yule mtu atatuambia wateni tufuate hapa. By the way, mi kwa upande wa Gachagua, is a Kikuyu, ama Kikuyu, but I don't like him. I didn't even like him before. But if he has a way of giving me a chance. I mean, giving us a chance to understand him, to listen to him, giving us a way forward. Mimi nitamsikiza. Nasema hayo. Asanteni kwa kunisikiza. Good night.
Asante. Ubuntu nimekutumia link. You can join as you also give us your closing remarks. Jemo.
Well, thanks for all the participation that tumekuwa nayo hapa. That's good. Yeah, I feel like Gen Z way is the way forward. You know, the last few statements that were made about we are suspecting that Museveni did not vote, and anaitwa Mama Samia hakuvotia Raila. If I will believe that, yes, it's true that they did not, because a few seconds after election yeye alikuwa post the new Djibouti guy as if alikuwa amefurahia pia. So I am saying this because if they did not vote for Raila, and that's why I'm saying Gen Z is the way forward. Remember what happened when Museveni came to Kenya and said if he was to be put in a casket, he will have done in Uganda. And a few minutes later, not a few hours later, he was in a casket. And so is Mama Samia. The Gen Z way has proven to be a very effective way. So if we can continue what we have been pushing based on good leadership, which is why I'm saying Gen Z way, and lack of tolerance when it comes to stupidity encroaching within our political environments and atmospheres, meaning we cannot be lied. Kutoka Isiolo vile tunapangiwa mabarabara kutoka nini huku tunasema uongo, and Ruto must go. If we can continue putting the same pressure and without forgetting our good friend Raila. Unajua, when we say let's not talk about Raila, when we told Raila to stay at home, we decided to leave him alone. What did he do? We gotta keep Raila on the rear view mirror, kuhakikisha tukipiga kona anapiga kona na sisi, si ati tumemwacha tu kwa alafu tunamwonea somewhere mbele yetu akiwa na kasongo. Gen Z way, Raila hakuna mahali tunamwacha. We're not giving that guy a break, because the day we gave him a break, he endorsed Kasongo and he formed another government against us. So that is, according to me, the way forward. Thank you.
Wow, Gen Z way. So me, Gen Z way is that we continue with the campaign on the social media platforms. Na mtu kama Gachagua tunampatia mic. Gachagua apewe mic, Gachagua apewe mic. And you need more Gachagua. So you won't even this guy mwenye this anaitwaje? How do I forget his name? Mwenye mtoto wake alikuwa abducted. Muturi. Tunapea kina Muturi mic. Kina Muturi, they are doing a good job. Tukipata akina Muturi, akina Gachagua, wapewe mic. We keep these people on their toes, because you see, umesema kitu. Museveni akasema akiwekwa coffin, anaweza onyesha watu kitu. Even before he finished saying that, akawekwa akina Samia Suluhu. So I think those people are now scared of even associating with Kenya. Yani ni kama nyinyi ndio mnafanya tutukane na watoto wenyu. Na watoto wetu wenyewe hawatukani. Ndio mnafanya tutukanwe. So our children are not insulting us, mnafanya tutukanwe. So that is, I think, the attitude of Museveni and akina Samia Suluhu. And I think the rest of the governments in Africa are of like, hata kama sisi ni wabaya, Ruto ameenda overboard. Unaona? They're like, we don't want to associate with these people. Hata kama sisi ni wabaya, because them too, they are hypocrites. They are corrupt si ati ni wazuri. That's why they refuse those 6 African countries from voting, because they have a problem with their stance, and because hao wenye walikuja kuvote, those outdated guys who cannot change the status quo, who thinks things must run the way they have been running. So they have a problem with revolutionary leaders like the one from Burkina Faso. So I think I agree with you. Gen Z way is a way, hakuna lingine. And the parents who are a lot of them are the voters, the parents of this Gen Z. I have no doubt wako na hasira mingi. First and for all, the abduction of the children in Kenya and the killings. Secondly, pay slip ya wazazi imepungua, watoto enda college. Yeah? So I mean, everybody, like Ashagwa says, everybody has a bone to pick with Kasongo. Jemo, uliko umemaliza, nikaribishe Ubuntu?
Yeah, I think nimemaliza. Nimemaliza, yes.
Okay, Ubuntu, we are giving our closing remarks. Ubuntu, karibu.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ninyi mnaenda kulala, sisi ndio tumeamka sasa, tunaenda kibaro bana.
Ndio tunaenda kulala.
So I believe mko wazima mama teacher.
Tuko wazima kabisa.
Hapa vijana watasema huyu teacher Julia huyu sasa yeye ako kwa siasa, lakini sasa afai kwa siasa because she's so soft. She has to be hard because politics, it doesn't need somebody who is so soft kama teacher Julia. Are you serious? She's the teacher? I say yes, she's the teacher, but politics, it doesn't need somebody like her. She's so soft.
You mean I'm soft? Wow, you're seeing by kama niko soft.
Not me, not me. I have youth here. They normally together we listen politics, and then wakisikia ukiongea wanasema no. Are you serious? She's a teacher, and she's a teacher, and then in politics, but she's so soft. She doesn't need you know what I mean? So yeah.
That's funny.
Yes. And then wanasema okay, Uncle Stone PK, he has to stand for president. We are ready to support Uncle Stone PK.
Stone PK for president. Stone umesikia? Umepata vote hapo.
Stone PK is Stone PK has to stand for president, but Auntie Julia, no teacher, no, she's so soft.
No politics.
Somebody like Stone PK. In fact, my boy is up. Mom, Stone PK, yeah, he has to stand for president because your country is so corrupt. Maybe he can pull down these corrupt people.
And hang them.
And hang them, yes. No, Mom, you can't. They're so corrupt. But Uncle Stone PK can pull down these guys. It pains me, Mom. You go every day working. You wake up at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. You're going to work, and these corrupt people, they take everything from us. It pains me, Mom. But Uncle Stone PK can deal with these guys. But teacher Julia, no, she's so soft. She cannot do that.
Julia
Yo, Stone umesikia hiyo?
Yes, and then when is Stone PK coming to visit us? Uncle Stone PK, you know that. I don't know to talk public, you know. So
I'll pass there on my way. So unajua ninasimama.
You'll not pass. Utabaki hapa, tutakupiga barado, baki hapa. Uendelee.
Yes, Julia, kumbe bado tuko live, hatujafunga. Karibu nitoboe masiri zingine.
Winding up.
So TZ haiko vote kwa nini? Nyinyi unajua tunaongea nyinyi amuelewi. Imagine Ruto akuvotia Raila. Ruto alivotia jamaa wa Djibouti. Na kama Uncle Stone PK nitakutumia nini utaona. Believe me, alivotia huyu jamaa. Yes. Akuvotia Raila. And then there is this
tuma tuyanike hapa kwa channel.
Yes, alafu kuna hii nini, kuna unaona penye alienda kuna nao jamaa kamshika kwa mkono akiongea hivi nini, so mkianika huyo jamaa mwenye amenitumia sitaki kuongea, nitakutumia nini, tuko na private number, nitakwambia baba akuvotea huyu jamaa. Imagine alivotea jamaa Djibouti.
Wow.
Yes.
Alijuaje na ilikuwa secret ballot?
Kuna wandani, si nilikwambia kuna hao majamaa zetu kule kutoka maji kule wako kwa sitaki kuongea, nitakwambia na kutumia alafu. Yes.
Julia, unasikia hiyo?
Yes. Yes. Alivotea jamaa Djibouti. Imagine alivotea jamaa Djibouti. Sasa ndio kuna mambo inakuja ni secret, lakini yeah, hata si ya kusema. Sasa huyu jamaa tutaongea baba, otherwise naisha nice day, alafu tuongee chini ya maji, tutaongea sawa babangu.
Sawa.
Yes. Sasa ni
Yes,
I kind of tend to disagree with that. On this election, it was more of a Ruto project.
No. You can't disagree. Ujui wewe, nyamaza. Utakuja kujua, utajua, utabaki umeshangaa. Yeah, ni ukweli. Mimi huwa sikuja hapa tunafanya propaganda. No. I'm sorry. That's the truth. Don't PK baba, nakutumia utaona, sawa?
Ukinitumia nitashare na nani na demo tuone na rafiki.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Mbarikiwe, mchana njema. Bye. Bye.
Who is next? Julia. Julia, nani next?
You can go Stone PK. I think sijui kama Rasvik alikuwa ameenda. Rasvik ulikuwa umeongea?
Yeah, nilikuwa tu na comment hiyo story. Juu ile hiyo kitu ukiangalia watu wa UDA, they were more sad than hata Raila mwenyewe on the loss. So I kind of tend to disagree on that. That Ruto did not vote for Raila. That's a fat lie.
To see nini because people, watu wana my insight. Mimi, I don't dismiss anything on face wherever. I want to see that and also talk to people because there's nothing secret, by the way. That's another thing we should know. Kuna secret.
It could have been that after a few rounds, maybe the last round that pushed the guy over. Because once Raila dropped out, Ruto had to vote too.
And then
exactly.
And then this guy, we are too inaitangwaje ile tuko a bit when we are careful to there is an English term nitakumbuka, when you spare the truth ama you spare facts. Najua kama sasa we refuse to acknowledge who Ruto is. Unajua, but those people who know
ukweli PK, Ruto anaweza kuwa aliaibisha Raila. Imagine
huyo jamaa
anaweza, is that kind.
Ukiambiwa na wala watu close, si nyinyi ndio mnasemanga mtu ni evil. Mtu evil anakuangaje?
He is that evil.
This guy, mimi kilio changu, why I'm so bitter with Raila is that of all the people in Kenya, I swear I would never associate with Ruto, hata kama I'm dying. That's why I believe Raila is also evil. I don't believe anybody under his normal mind unless he's evil, unless ni mchawi vile watu husema, ndio akaanza kuassociate na Ruto. There is no reason or excuse. Knowing what Ruto is and its facts given by people, his close associates, from hanging people with wire to doing all those sorts of things, to doing what he did with it. And it's not that tunapewa history ya Luanda Magere ya maia years za huko, tunapewa reality, somebody doing what he's doing in our lifetime, and we still have doubts about who Ruto is. Ndio nasema wa Kenya, hata Yesu akirudi tutakuwa bado kwa shida.
Just on PK, one thing I actually believe, and I keep asking people, like, what makes you think that kina Mbadi wakipewa bad instructions that are very bad, they don't refer to Baba first for approval. Baba, tumeambiwa tuwae 20 billion huku na huku, unaonaje? We'll take care of it. You know, Baba knows more. There's a lot when you put people in government or for treasury. There's those numbers that you know might come back to you, and you have to run it through Baba.
Exactly. So he's as
For
evil.
approval. So
Yes.
Baba knows more than what wananchi knows. We know the little Kenya shillings here hapa na pale ka 120 ka Sudan. That's what we are tuna cry. Baba knows they are done
They
it.
meet together. Don't spare that. They meet together. Shetani wawili, waizi wawili.
When the energy MP is saying something that you can tell it's so bad, unataka kuniambia haja run it through Baba because he's doing what will they're doing what might please Ruto, but they have to run it through Baba. No wonder they're always on the different sides of books because Ruto wants to do something, they run it through Baba. Once Baba approves it, they don't go through Ruto again for confirmation. It's just like people on different pages. So unaona Ruto anakuja anasema something that could have been ran through the chain of command. Baba is the second in chain of command in Kenya. No way, there's no way you can put somebody in treasury and they see a bunch, even the 2025 finance bills. Nimeiona hapo walikuwa na discuss, nasikia ati people will be paying 10% of property tax. Now farmers will pay additional 5% for the crops. There's more money coming out of the taxes for payslip. It's going up. All these things, they are going through treasury, and Baba has the first, opportunity to see this type of things. So he knows more. When you're saying Baba also is evil, I agree with you. And I'm sorry for the people that loves Baba. Baba knows more about your miseries, and that's why he never talks.
Julia. Haya. So kila mtu ameongea, basi Julia ameongea, ya mwisho mimi niseme. Haya, mimi yangu ya mwisho kwa kipindi cha leo ni kwamba way forward, jameni, tufuate ile ajenda yetu ambayo tulikuwa nayo tukiongozwa na generation zote, na ilikuwa ajenda ya kujaribu kabisa kila liwezekanalo kusukuma Kasongo, Kaongo, whoever it is, akwende. Yani agenda ya getting back our country in the hands of the people. Now, how long it will take, I don't know. But that should be our focus. How do we do it? We do it by ignoring all other side shows, which to me are rhetoric. And these side shows ni kama hizo, tuungane pamoja, tuunganishe Kenya, tuache ukabila. All those are stereotypes, they are distractions, they are useless. Okay? Watu wale watataka kuwa tribal, they can be tribal. Wale wataki kuwa tribal wanajua there is power and peace in diversity. We should tuungane pamoja, trying to shape. Now, another thing I would say as a way forward, when we have our Kenyans who are being forwarded on the table for consideration, tusianze kuruka tu. Stone Picaya akimenshoniwa, mnaanza kusema hapana, Stone Picaya anatembeanga na upande moja, iko hivi. Stone Picaya hata chanuangi yeye. Stone Picaya, let's not do that. Let's have
all those who Kenyans are saying wakuje kwa meza, because eliminating them is the easiest. Nikipea akae kwa usimkataze, amesema anataka urais, acha akuje tu, time will come, anakuja tu, tunaanza kuchambua, pole pole tuchambue, tusidismiss, just kuchambua, tunaweka package, kuchambua, tunaweka package, and then we will have a variety of people. But when you mention mtu unasikia huyu alifanya, then who do we have? Okay, because we are not going to have a president from Uganda, or president from Tanzania, or president from Europe or US. He will be among us. And also we should encourage, I think in Lagiza Majema aliongea juu ya ama ni comfort when alisema ati we have people even in this platform, these people who are out there, they are not at disabled or people, they are people of intellect. When Uhuru was coming in, he had a very good agenda. Some of us resigned where we were resigning because Uhuru was being inaitangwaje head start. Alituma watu na akaanza akasema serikali yake anataka kuhusisha those people who are building countries out there in the name of expertise in other countries. And these are really technical. These are really people working in various organizations, various NGOs out there, they are experts who can do the much they are doing out there, given an opportunity. They can do it even for less money. And people want to come and volunteer and build this. And people are even ready to volunteer for Uhuru the past 3 years to jumpstart the country. Okay? Yeah. And unfortunately, when that was about to happen, it was hijacked by the cartel. Just like the way if easy, they will never want you to be on the right track. Okay? So Uhuru was calling people, and I want people to go back and Google or inquire. Uhuru sent people searching for experts, for Kenyans out working out there. Wakuje wasaidie nchi. Not only in terms of you being an MP or whatever, but in any capacity, consultants for the government and all that. Because government in Kenya, the country needs every sector. Na kuna experts in every sector who can wana group pamoja na those who are already in the country. And then we go there. Who says, like, if you want to do a surgery, you can retire all corrupt people, give them either early retirement or ilikuwa inaitwa handshake. Then you review it again. You can do that. Yeah? So let's volunteer, wengine tuanze tuenda kutafuta if elections are going to be held and IBC zitatengenezwa nzuri, which we are advocating for, then people can take charge because we are the ones to build the country. That is my way forward. Thank you very much. Julia?
Yes. I agree with you. Our way forward is to embrace these leaders who want to change Kenya. Unaona, me, I belong to the school of thought of supporting people like Matiang, Omtata, Mother Karua. And I also appreciate what Gachagua is doing. So as for me, hii sio time ya kwanza kusema ati Gachagua alikuwa kwa serikali. Sasa hii ni time ya kumpatia mic. And me, I've been looking forward to PK and JMO and Rasvik. To that time, Gachagua atatuambia even exactly what happened in the 2022 elections. Mimi nataka Gachagua awache kuweka breaks. Sijui ameweka break ama ameitiwa kitu State House because he's also the type that can be called to State House and being given something na akubali. So that one also we should not be surprised that he can do that. I am also embracing anybody who will bring in votes to kick out Kasongo. People like Kalonzo. I may think he's a watermelon, but I don't really think he can bring in votes to kick out Kasongo because our agenda now, we Kenyans, whether those who support Raila Odinga or support who, we only have one enemy, and the enemy is Kasongo. So we should now figure out and decide and make up our minds that that is a person that we need to deal with right now. So I love what our young people are doing, and I really love what they are doing so much, because kuna kitu nimeona people said that somebody insulted the Gen Z akasema kwamba ati mnasambaza information kwa social media ati mkiambia the other presidents not to vote for Raila Odinga. Na akasema social media is not vote, na hata mta vote. It is the presidents who gather in Addis Ababa to vote. But I highly think that these people waliharibia Kenya jina hadi kwamba hata mwenye alikuwa anaona kama Kenya tuko na akili akaona hapana, will not vote for this person. So people are taking light the campaign by the Gen Z on social media, but that campaign means a lot. And PK, this is what I would look forward to. Unaona kama juzi, I saw Comfort in an interview with the Manyara team. Did you, uliona hiyo interview yake PK? PK, did you see that interview? PK, you saw the Comfort?
Yes, ndio nilikuwa
Yes.
congratulate.
Yes. You know what I'm looking forward, PK? I don't know how we can do this. I don't know how we can connect and have local channels from here, okay? Local channels like what you were saying the other day, where we have our people on the ground who will speak to the people even in vernacular. Ikifika wakati wa campaign PK, mimi naenda kwetu Nyandarua naamua I will not sleep as I watch corrupt people go back to power. Inakuwa 24/7 to decampaign them. If we can join hands with the Gen Z, the Gen Z have played a super game on social media, and now kila mtu ako na simu. Pia sisi tunaweza enda mashinani, because if we have this, we connect with local radios, or we have our own local channels to provide civic education on why we need to have the right people on the ground as our MCs and members of parliament. I think we're gonna change Kenya. And another thing, when I was back in Kenya, I could see people even sending messages through Safaricom. Ikifika hiyo wakati ya mwisho, we shall even use Safaricom to send in messaging and decampaign the corrupt leaders. Tuambia wa Kenya hapana. It is this time we must overhaul this leadership in Kenya. We must have the right people in power. That is my hope, PK, that kwamba tutakuwa na hiyo nafasi, that we shall play our little role to provide civic education to Kenyans on the need for good governance. Na story ya kupewa 100 alafu mnaenda kupigia huyo mtu kura, alafu mnaanza kusema tungelijua, hiyo story iishe. That is my take. Asante, thank you so much. Thank you everybody who was in the comment section. Danny Dairas, Innocent, sijui kwa nini Innocent akuja leo. Ubuntu anaingia akitolewa, I don't know kunaendaje. Joe Njagi, MRSK 4860, PGR who joined the show, She Marianne, Mason Sanders, T Point, Mwamba. These are our fans, so they should be joining the show. We welcome them. Asante PK, asante Jemo, asante Rasvik, na wenye walikuwa hapo mbeleni, akina Njiru. Thank you so much. PK, you can wind up and end the show. PK, you want me to end the show?
Oh
Okay.
yes. We can end the show by mimi, wacha niseme kwamba we will soon bring all what we have listed, all those candidates that are expressing, tutawaleta na tutafanya program 1, 2, 3 going through talking about them and even sending those clips, what we think, what people are saying about them. I think that is the way to build, inviting them if they can, whatever it is. Thank you. Ubuntu anataka kusema kitu.
Hello?
Mwangalao alafu ufunge ama ni
Sasa.
end.
Utaenda kiongea.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Ubuntu.
Yeah, sasa tuko na sijui niseme mtarajiwa because tunasema tuko na madiaspora wanasema tukusimamisha wewe kama utaingia kama governor kama nani, tutake kujua utupiganie bana wewe. Are you ready?
Ndio nilikuwa nataka tuongee outside the chini ya
Yes.
maji. Ukingojea hapo nitawaambia nyinyi na Julia na nani. Oh, ni Julia wawili.
Tuongele kule nje kwanza because diaspora and some of this guy yeah, I don't know. So tuongele kwanza sasa kule kwa private whatever, yeah.
Hapana, hapa tu usitoke hapa usitoke.
Kwa hivyo niendelee
hapa tu, ukae hapo kwanza, nitazusha nitazima, alafu tutaongea na wewe na Julia. Usitoke.
Okay.
Don't do anything.
Okay. Thank you.
You just hold on like that.
Okay, thank you.
All our viewers and listeners, we we are about to end, and whatever good that we are discussing, we will bring it to the show. Ni vile kwanza lazima watu wana consult. Thank you very much for being there. Good evening, good morning. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.